Can't believe I agreed to do this. Oh, come on. Don't be a coward. We're going into the school now, get to the printing room, steal the semester's exams, and leave. It's that simple. And you're sure you hacked the school system, and the surveillance system is definitely off. And yes, everything is off. The cameras, the internet connection, the electricity, everything. Now let's go. We climbed the main gate and got into the school building. It was pretty dark, and honestly, I was terrified. But I couldn't say anything to Michelle. She was my sister, and as a cheerleader, she was gorgeous. But she was so weak-hearted. Everything was going according to plan. We got into the printing room, found the exams in the first drawer, did our happy dance, and were just about to leave when we heard a voice behind us. Well, look who is here. Is she who I think she is? I think she is who you think she is. This girl knew everyone's secret in the school. The girl who knew my secret. She could expose me in front of Michelle. We both turned around, forcing a smile. Layla? Emily? She shut the door, dragged a chair, and sat on it like a queen. I didn't expect any guests tonight. You stay here every night? Oh no, only on the weekends. What do? Communicate with ghosts? I could see the anger on her face. She stood up and took a deep breath. She's joking! You know her. Don't take anything she says seriously. Her face lit up and she batted her eyelashes at me. I will forgive her only for you. You sweet, sweet girl. She came up to me, put her hands on my face, and kissed me. Oh, I've waited for months for this moment. Oh, 1 second. I should write this in my diary. She took out a notebook from her bag and started writing. She was humming a familiar tune. Suddenly, Michelle started screaming and calling for help, but I was sure no one was going to hear us. The room had no windows, and the school was practically in the middle of nowhere. And now there was no signal, no internet connection, no electricity, all thanks to me. Layla didn't move and kept calmly writing in her diary. When she was done, she brought another chair. Come, Emily, come, sit next to me. If you ever leave your place, I swear I'm gonna... I got up and sat next to Layla. Then she took out some snacks from her bag and shared them with me. We're not going to share anything with Michelle. She's a bad girl. I nodded my head in agreement. I had to figure a way to leave this place. So I said, I need to go to the bathroom. Babe, you can go. You don't need my permission. I didn't even lock the door. Did you see me doing it? Michelle and I both stared at each other and quickly ran to the door. We tried to open it, but it didn't budge. We pushed against it, kicked it, and tried everything, but nothing worked. Why are you doing this? Being the principal's daughter doesn't give you any authority to sneak into the school and spend nights here or trap us here. Actually, being the principal's daughter means that the school is my kingdom, you moron. Calm down, please. Just ignore her. Can you please open the door for me? Babe, I told you, I didn't lock it, I swear. But don't worry, I have a solution. She took out a bottle of juice, drank it all at once, and handed it to me. Here, take this. You can do it behind the closet. I'm not going to sneak up on you, I promise. Oh God, this girl was crazy. I said it was fine and that I could wait. Michelle sat on the floor and held her head in her hands. I'm hungry. Give me some food, Layla. Say please. You wish. Stop it, Michelle. Just say it. Please. Give me some food. Please. 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 Happy now? She gave her food and she started eating like a hungry monster. Layla looked away disgusted. I tried to reason with her. I really appreciate that you like me, although I'm not as good looking as Michelle. Oh no. I'm sapiosexual. I find intelligence so attractive. Yes, I do think you're so smart too. And I believe a smart girl like you knows that she should open the door now and let us go. She got up looking furious and said, Oh my God! I said I didn't lock it. Are you stupid or blind? Immediately, I tried to calm her down and tell her she was right, but she whispered in my ears, I know your little secret. Then she pushed me to where Michelle was sitting. I don't like stupid people. Go sit next to your stupid sister, you stupid creature. Can't believe they say you're a genius. Michelle got really angry and said, Oh yeah? Why should we obey you now? You're stuck here just like us. So shut up or else. Layla looked terrified and started crying annoyingly. She stood up and started kicking and pushing the door. I swear, I'm gonna tell Daddy when I'm out of here. I was about to tell her to not even bother opening the door when suddenly the door flew open. Michelle and I ran to the door, pushed Layla out of the way, and went straight to the main door. It was locked. We checked the classroom's doors, and they were all locked. The bathrooms, the teacher's room, the principal's office, everything was locked. We were stuck in the hallway. Michelle started screaming again. The echo was the only reply. Michelle ran to Layla, screaming, "If you don't open the doors, Layla, I'm gonna!" I ran after her and managed to stop her from attacking Layla. She collapsed on the floor and started crying. I'm sorry. I locked all the doors when the power was out. I was afraid someone was going to hurt me. I locked them and threw the keys under the doors into the empty rooms. So, you chose to lock the doors and trap yourself instead of running away, you airhead? I stood between the two of them. I didn't know what to do. I even felt sorry for her. I don't know why, but she seemed lost and helpless at that moment. I looked at her when I noticed it. The picture above her. It wasn't there when we first entered to get the exams. This was my school, and I was sure this picture was never there. I asked Michelle if she saw it before, and she said no and told me to leave her alone. I took a close look at that picture. It was the principal. He looked younger, holding a gold cup, and the number 1993 was engraved at the bottom. Layla, did you hang that picture? Layla stopped crying and fell silent. I told her to speak, but she didn't reply. I ran to the printing room and looked for her bag. I took out her notebook and started reading. Oh my God! Put it away, Emily. I was shocked and speechless. What's going on? Michelle stood there silent. Let's talk! There is nothing to talk about, Em. Now the three of us are stuck here, and there is nothing we can do about it. Okay. Bring Layla, and let's sit here in this room and stick together. The two of them joined me, and the three of us sat there in complete silence. Layla took some more food out of her bag, and when she was about to take her first bite, she fell asleep. You like her? She wrote that in her notebook. You used to go to her house and sing under her window? Is that the same song she was humming? Oh my God, who are you? Why didn't you even tell me that you were into girls? Tell you what, that I loved her from the bottom of my heart, and she kept rejecting me because she was so into my sister? Yeah, that must have been hard. So, you do have feelings? Sing to her? To her? Girl, she's crazy! Oh, stop it. I like tough girls. Whatever, I'm going to sleep. Such a crazy girl. I also felt sleepy. I leaned to the wall and closed my eyes. Why did she hang that picture there? I was a light sleeper. I woke up in the middle of the night when I heard some noise. I saw her looking through the drawers. What are you doing, Layla? She froze. I couldn't sleep. I just wanted something to read. I got up, headed to her, and snatched the paper from her. I almost passed out when I saw what was written on the paper. The number 1993 was written all over the paper. I yelled at her and demanded to know what was going on. But Layla said, Honey, I know your secret. I'm the one who should be yelling at you right now. So shut up or I'm going to tell Michelle everything and I'm sure she will finish you off in a flash. I gulped. This girl was evil. I can't believe I felt sorry for her just hours ago. She got back to her place and fell asleep holding her bag tightly. I stayed up all night. I couldn't sleep thinking about everything. The picture, the number 1993, her notebook, and God only knew what else her bag contained. When Michelle woke up in the morning, the first thing she did was run to the main door. It was a translucent glass door, and Michelle started screaming and kicking it. Then Layla came and joined her. I stood behind them. There is no use! No one is going to hear or see you. Then Layla turned to me. Oh yeah? Why did you want to get the exams, huh? You're a genius. You can get A+ easily. Why did you do all of this? Think about it, Michelle. What is your sister up to? Oh my God, was she going to say it? Michelle froze and stared into my eyes. You can have me but cannot hold me. Hard to gain me and quickly lose me. If treated with care, I can be great. And if betrayed, I will break. I looked deep into her eyes. Trust. I was going to ask her why she mentioned trust now and if she knew anything about my secret, when the annoying Layla said, Oh, you're her? Oh my God, you're her! Who? The Great Buffalo, the famous writer on Wattpad. That's her last riddle. She just posted a part of her novel last night. I can't believe it's you, Michelle! And she started hugging her and touching her face like a psycho. Now that you know, please, we should keep it a secret. I'm not planning to reveal my identity. Yes! Yes, babe! Come on, let's go inside. I still have some food. Let's feed our amazing rider! While they walked beside me, I looked at Michelle in disbelief. The Great Buffalo? Really? I followed them. Okay, since everyone has a secret here, obviously, I think we should all start telling the truth. No more secrets here. Oh, I have a huge secret. I know a way to get out of here. Seriously, Layla? And you waited until now? Don't yell at me, idiot. Yes, and I'm not going to say anything until Michelle tells me what will happen in the last part of her novel, Stuck in the Printing Room. Wait, what's the name of the novel? Stuck in the Printing Room? Michelle? Did she plan all of this to get inspired to finish her stupid novel? Layla told me to shut up, and Michelle totally ignored my question. They both started discussing her novel, and Layla handed her a pencil and a notebook. Layla was all over her. One minute she was hugging her, and the next she was giving her a shoulder massage. I got disgusted and got up to leave. When Layla said, "Oh, by the way, Dad told me there is no school for the following 2 weeks at least because of the virus. They made their final decision last night." I turned around looking super angry. "And you waited until now to tell us, you psycho?" I was about to attack her, but this time Michelle came to her rescue. "Calm down." She said she has a way to get us out of this place. Don't upset her. "Get your hands away from me. I don't trust you anymore. Which side are you on?" "I'm with the one who will get me out of this creepy place." I didn't reply. I knew she was right. I thought we would be leaving this place in 2 days when school started on Monday. But since it was now more than 2 weeks, I had to do something. Fast. Just finish your novel, woman." I left the room and started wandering around. I needed to be away from these two. I reached the janitor room, and I knew it was locked, but I just wanted to try again out of boredom. I opened the door, and it opened. I was shocked and quickly ran into the room to open the window. I saw a group of boys playing soccer in the yard behind the school's building. I was about to shout at them and ask for help when I backed off, closed the window, and got out of the janitor room. I can't leave now. I have something to fix first. I looked at the principal's picture and threw the baseball at it. I broke its glass. Michelle and Layla left the room when they heard the noise and looked shocked. "Oh my God! You broke Daddy's picture! How dare you, you fool!" "Oh yeah? What are you going to do about it?" "I swear, when I'm going to tell your secret to everyone, I'm going to ruin you." "You know what? I really don't care if you..." "Cut it out, idiots! My brain doesn't work under pressure. Quietness is my inspiration. So, shut up, both of you, if you want me to finish my great novel and get out of here. Whatever." And Layla put her arm around her. "Oh, sorry, babe. Let's go inside. I'm going to give you a leg massage as you write." I continued my walk in the hallway, looking at the pictures on the walls. I noticed a picture of the principal during one of the school's math competitions. It was also taken in 1993, but this time, he was wearing a ring around his finger. Did he get married in 1993? What's the secret about this year? No, wait. He is divorced now. Not really. I mean, Layla's mom just ran away and disappeared years ago. Just like that. Oh, that explains why this girl feels lost. I bet she misses her mom so badly. I sat down on the ground, feeling really tired. I hadn't slept all night, and before I knew it, I was fast asleep. I woke up hours later because of Layla's loud screeching. I went to the printing room and saw Layla holding the notebook crying loudly, and Michelle standing there like a scared mouse. "That's how you finished the novel? You made them break up? He travels abroad? She gets sick? Then he passes away? Then she passes away after him? What, Michelle?" "Listen, people pass away sometimes." But Layla's face went pale, and she passed out immediately. We both stared at each other. "Give me her bag." I went through her stuff until I found it. I knew she would have it. "It's the device I created, Michelle." "Oh, how did she steal it?" This girl is a genius. "I just have to enter the code, and it will cancel everything. The power will come back, the internet connection, everything. Remember the code?" "Oh yeah, 2020. The best year ever." I entered the code, but it said error. We looked at each other terrified. She changed the code. Then I remembered. I knew exactly what to enter. 1993. And it said access granted. And the power was back. We both jumped with happiness. "You genius, I love you." "I love you too, sis. The greatest buffalo I have ever met." I have no idea who that is. What? She was faking it? She wasn't that writer? Well, she wasn't as dumb as I thought she was. We both laughed. Let's charge our phones. We took Layla's charger and charged our phones, then called the police. They arrived in minutes and saved us. Layla was still on the floor, and the nurse started taking care of her. She woke and screamed, "Bring them back to life, Michelle!" "I can't, babe. It's impossible." She looked shocked and passed out again. When we were about to leave, Michelle stopped me, and with a serious look on her face, she said, "Are you going to tell me now what your secret is?" Oh no. I should have prepared myself for this. How was I going to tell her this? It's about the exams. What about them? I write them. You what? She looked really mad now. The principal and I are partners. I write the exams for him before the day of the exam arrives. Oh, so you're telling me that you already knew what questions were going to be included in the exam and never told me before. Why? And you still planned for all of this and involved me in all this craziness? Why? I needed to test my device and live this adventure and learn something from it since, Run for your life. Michelle started running after me in the school's yard, and I ran like a cheetah. We are still running until the moment you're watching this. No, we're not. Just kidding. Please don't hate me. Thanks for watching my story.
Hi friends, I'm Jana from Pennsylvania. Please like and subscribe. I grew up happy. My dad worked in marketing and my mom was a teacher. We had a beautiful big home, white picket fence, even a dog named Biscuit. Every birthday I got a huge party, and every summer we stayed at a house by the lake. My friends and I spent every moment together. Everything was wonderful. Then my dad lost his job. Suddenly, everything in my life became horrible. We had to sell our beautiful house, and I said goodbye to all my childhood friends since we moved to a completely different state. Our new place was a tiny little apartment. On the first day there, I saw rats. They didn't allow animals either, so we had to give Biscuit to a friend. Dad had to take on 2 jobs, and my parents began to fight all the time. I went from being happy in every part of my life to just wanting to be someone else. Without my friends or parents around, I turned to basically just watching TV. Everyone there seemed to have the perfect life. Beautiful apartments, sparkly dresses, fun parties, and friends. They also had something else in common. They all moved to New York to start a new life of glitz and glamour. Maybe if I went to New York, I could be someone totally new too. As soon as I turned 15, I started working at the local ice cream shop. I saved every single penny, smiling even as the rudest people came into the store. "This strawberry ice cream is too pink."
"My kid dropped his ice cream. We want a new one."
"This is melting. I want my money back." It didn't matter what they said to me. All I cared about was saving for my new life. Slowly, my savings started to add up. By the time I turned 16, I had enough for a weekend in New York. I knew I couldn't have a whole new life yet, but for now, a weekend would be enough. I finally told my parents on the morning of my birthday. I'm going to New York for the weekend.
New York? That's so expensive. We can't pay for that, honey.
I saved up from the ice cream shop.
Okay, but call us every day, okay?
Yeah, sure, whatever. They dropped me off at the train station and I was off. I was so excited to finally be on my own and knew that at least for the weekend, I could be whoever I wanted. New York was so exciting. I could go wherever and do whatever. I tried on dresses at a fancy department store. I bought a hot dog from someone off the street, then got sick an hour later. But it was okay. I was living my dream. Finally, I went to the hotel I booked. I dreamed of gold chandeliers and well-dressed doormen and expensive steak dinners the whole train ride here. Instead, I got this. The hotel was tiny, dirty. Flies buzzed in the lobby. I didn't even have my own room. It was filled with other people and I just had a single bed. I think there's been a mistake.
Nope, this is what you booked. Welcome to New York.
This was not what I imagined my New York trip would be like, but it was all I could afford. Even in my dream city, I was still the same person and my life hadn't changed at all. Suddenly, New York didn't seem that great. It was smelly and dirty and there were way too many people.
Hey, watch where you're going. Who are you looking at? Nothing. Hey! Someone bumped right into me and I nearly fell over. As I stood up, I realized he had stolen my wallet. I ran after the thief, but after a few minutes, he was gone. Now I didn't have anything. It was all too much. People were so mean. I started to cry in the middle of the street, and people began staring and pointing. It was so incredibly embarrassing. Finally, I decided to just go into the nearest building to get away from everything. Wow. This was the hotel of my dreams. Big, beautiful chandeliers, doormen in fancy suits, rich women drinking champagne and dressed in sparkling gowns. This is who I wanted to be. I was so enchanted by everything that I ran headfirst into someone. Ow! Elena. Huh? That wasn't my name. This man must have confused me with someone. Where have you been? You can't just run off without telling someone. Who even are you? I'm Stefan. Your parents sent me to make sure you stayed safe. You have to tell me when you leave the hotel. Come, let's go back to your room. My room? The one with the bed surrounded by other strangers and mice? It was the last place I wanted to be other than home. I almost ran. Then I noticed that Stefan wasn't taking me out of the building at all. Instead, he was taking me further into the hotel. I was shocked as I stepped into an elevator completely made of gold. It whisked us away so high and so fast, I almost got sick. It felt like we were flying. The elevator doors opened directly to a hotel room. No, not a hotel room, a penthouse. This is my room? I know, it's not big enough, but you have to deal with it for now. And again, if you want to leave, you just have to ask. Your dad just wants to make sure you're okay. Not big enough? This place was a palace. Stefan left, and I had the whole room to myself. The bathroom was all marble with a built-in hot tub. The TV was huge, bigger than I was, and there were so many chandeliers, I lost count. Even the bed was luxurious, so tall and soft I could barely even climb on. Who the heck had such a nice hotel room? I knew I should have told him he had the wrong person, that I wasn't Elena and I didn't belong here. But then again, this was exactly what I had dreamed of. My stomach started growling, and I decided I would have to figure all that out later, after some free food. I raided the mini fridge in the room, snacking on soda and chips. I even ordered room service. By the time I was done, I was almost gonna fall over. Life had never been this good. My phone rang and I saw it was my parents. All I could think about was the fighting and the rats and losing our sweet biscuit. I hung up on them and decided I couldn't go back there, ever. I would stay in New York and start my life now, even if I had to take over this Elena girl's life to do it. I looked around and found her diary and laptop. I opened the laptop and, is that me? Suddenly, I realized who she was. Elena, a famous actress. My friends used to joke that she was my alter ego. Jaina and Elena sounded similar after all, except while Elena was living a perfect life, I was stuck with nothing at all. Elena would probably be back soon. If they caught me in the room, I would get in huge trouble. I had to get out of here before I was arrested or kicked out. But maybe I could go with a little something extra since my wallet was stolen after all. After changing into Elena's clothes, I told Stefan I was going shopping. He insisted on coming with me. When we got to the store, I said, I forgot my card. He just sighed and handed me the money, no questions asked. It was more cash than I had ever seen in my life. With this kind of money, I didn't have to go back to Pennsylvania at all. I grabbed a bunch of clothes and told him I was going to try them on, but as soon as I was out of view, I made a run for it. Maybe New York hadn't been that great at first, but things were going to be different now. Or so I thought. I hadn't even walked more than a few blocks when I realized I had forgotten my phone. But that was the least of my problems because suddenly, someone grabbed me from behind and everything turned dark. I woke up a few hours later, feeling dizzy and confused. Where am I? You! Hey, you! I looked around and saw a girl staring at me from across the room, but she was in total dark, so I couldn't see her. What are you doing here? I don't even know where here is. I don't even know who you are. Well, I've been kidnapped. It happens a lot, to people like me. What I don't understand is why you're here. I've never been kidnapped with other people before. Oh my God, does that mean I'm not special? She stepped into the light and I realized, Elena? That's me. Now, who in the world are you? I'm Jaina. Jaina. You seem familiar, but I don't remember meeting you at a party or a ball. We look a bit alike. As if I could never have such ratty, dull hair. Or put together an outfit that horrible. Horrible? It's your jacket. Oh my God, it is. You're stealing from me? What? No, I mean, well, kind of. Are you working with the kidnappers? No, Stefan thought it was you. Ugh, I can't believe he mistook you for me. That's so gross. I was starting to get mad. This girl was so rude. We have bigger problems here. Maybe you get kidnapped a lot, but I definitely don't. I'm gonna get out of here, with or without you. Now, are you gonna help me or not? Elena stared at me for a long moment. Fine, but only so I can yell at Stefan. The two of us sat down and hatched a plan. The kidnappers come to check on us every few hours. They have to unlock the door, which means we can escape. How about I pretend to be hurt so they have to come all the way in? Then you can knock them out. I'm the actress. You knock them out. Ugh, fine, okay, then what? We have to tell someone where we are. How the heck are we gonna do that? We gotta steal a phone. Suddenly, our planning was interrupted by something outside the basement. We eavesdropped through the door. What are they saying? They don't know which one of us is actually famous. That's why they kidnapped us both. We only have a little time then. Once they figure out which one of us is the real Elena, who knows what they'll do? Probably wonder how they could possibly have been so dumb to think someone like you could be someone like me. That kinda hurts, you know. Oh, sorry. I'm not very good with people. They usually just want my money or a picture with me. No one really talks to me except bodyguards. That sounds terrible. I'm sorry. I gave Elena a big hug and she began to tear up. You know, I actually liked things better when we didn't have money. Really? Yeah. My dad doesn't care about me anymore. That's why I keep letting myself get kidnapped. All my dad does is work and fight with my mom. I don't think it's the same. They care about you, right? Right. My dad doesn't even remember my birthday. Elena looked very sad. I felt guilty about not answering my parents' call earlier that day. I knew Elena would do anything to have her dad call her. Suddenly, we heard footsteps in the hallway. Quick, the plan. I hid behind the door while Elena retreated to a far corner. She started crying and pretending that she was hurt. It felt like it was straight out of a movie. One kidnapper entered the room and looked concerned. As he walked towards Elena, I used the chair and hit him. He was knocked right out. I rummaged through his jacket until I found his phone. Got it! We dialed 911. Then quietly, Elena and I tiptoed up the stairs and out of the basement. We took off our shoes to be extra quiet and snuck past one of the kidnappers snoring on the couch. We were almost out the door when someone suddenly shouted, "Hey, they're getting away!" One of them ran and blocked off our exit and reached out to grab us. Elena and I ran in opposite directions. We ran into the dining room. I started throwing everything I could find. A fork, a napkin, a frying pan. Throw your shoes! These are designer! You matter more than your shoes! I grabbed a plate from the dining table and chucked it at the kidnapper. It shattered against his head and took him down. Go, go, go! Elena sprinted to the door. To freedom! Yes! Not so fast, girlie. The last kidnapper grabbed me by the arm, yanking me away before I could make it out. That hurts! You're coming with me. I'll get that ransom if it's the last thing I do. Jana! Elena was standing in the doorway, frozen in fear. Why hadn't she left yet? Go! I won't leave you! Suddenly, the front door came down entirely. Give us our daughter back. Dad! Mom! I was so relieved to see them. I almost started crying. Behind them, I could hear the sirens. The police were on their way. The kidnapper's grip on my arm tightened. Where's our money? Your money? How about our daughter? You're not getting her back without it. Ow! Elena grabbed me and dragged me away from the kidnapper. Come on, Jaina, let's go! You threw the shoes! Of course I did. You matter way more than shoes. Police, hands up! And just like that, the police came and arrested all of the kidnappers. They told us that they would be going away for a very, very long time. My parents wouldn't let me go.
constantly hugging me and making sure I was okay. How did you know I was kidnapped? You left your phone at the hotel. Stefan called us when the kidnappers demanded they pay up for both girls, and we realized that they had you too. We should have never let you go into the city alone. I didn't think you cared. We love you so much, Jaina. Maybe we're not the best at showing it, but at the end of the day, you're our daughter. We might not have a lot of money, but we would give anything for you. I love you too. Let's go home. I smiled at my parents, but I noticed that Elena started to look really sad. Her parents hadn't come at all. It was only Stefan. Are you gonna be okay? I'll be fine. I just wished my family cared as much as yours did. You know, friends can be family too. We smiled at each other, and I reached out and squeezed Elena's hand. Come visit me in Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania? I would love that.
Hi, I'm Lizzie from Chicago. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. I grew up with 2 loving parents and an amazing sister, Patty. She was 2 years older than me, but she was my best friend, and I stuck to her like glue. Once when I was 7, I just bought popsicles from an ice cream truck when suddenly a tall boy blocked my way and knocked them out of my hand. Hey, what'd you do that for, jerk? I just felt like it. What you gonna do? Go cry to your mommy? She doesn't need to, because she has me. And with that, Patty tackled the boy to the ground. She grabbed one of the dirty popsicles and rubbed it all over his face. The boy pushed her off and shouted, "Crazy psycho," before he ran away. Patty was awesome. Life was good until the 5th grade when everything changed. Patty had climbed onto the roof one day and she ended up having a terrible fall. My parents rushed her to the hospital, but a few hours later, we found out that she'd gone into a coma. We were completely devastated. I missed Patty like crazy. And to make things worse, my parents became super protective about me from that moment. Every time I got the slightest injury, Mom freaked out. "Oh my God, my baby! She's bleeding!" "Mom, it's just a paper cut. I'm fine." But Mom rushed me off to the clinic like I'd cut my hand off. Even the doctors there were soon sick of her. And things kept getting crazier. Once when I was 14, I had to beg my parents to let me go on a school trip to an amusement park. They finally agreed, and I was so excited. But just as I was climbing onto the roller coaster, my teacher came flying and pulled me away. "Oh no, your parents made me sign an agreement that I wouldn't let you go on any ride." What? I just sat on the bench like a moron the whole day while everyone else had crazy fun. This was so unfair, and I was so mad when I got home. Guys, you have to stop. You're sucking all the fun out of my life. We're only looking out for you. Why don't you understand? I do understand. Mom, Dad, I really miss Patty too, and I wish she'd never been hurt, but you can't always stop bad things from happening. Well, we're sure as heck gonna try. Ugh, they were impossible. A friend had a slumber party at her place one night, and I knew my parents would never let me stay over. So once they were asleep, I climbed out the window. I'd be back before they woke up. I was having an amazing time with my friends when suddenly we heard loud screams from downstairs, and to my horror, I saw my mom attacking Lizzie's mom and yelling, "Where's my daughter? I know you're holding her here. I can track her phone location. Tell me, right now." Oh my God! Mom, are you insane? I can't take this anymore. Just then, Dad came running in, looking pale as a ghost. I just got a phone call from the hospital. Patty is awake. We forgot everything and rushed to the hospital, and we found Patty sitting up in bed, smiling at us. It was unbelievable. Luckily, Patty's head injury hadn't affected her memory, but it took her a month of physical therapy just to be able to walk again. When she finally came home, we had her room all newly decorated for her, and I hugged her tight. "Patty, I missed you so much." I missed you too, Lizzie. Patty was now 16, but her mind still seems like that of a 12-year-old. I felt like the older sister now, and it felt a bit strange talking to someone who had no idea what had happened in the past 4 years. Oh, any new songs by One Direction? Oh, no, Patty. They broke up soon after your accident. Oh, I see. How about we make a YouTube video of how to make slime? No one really does that anymore. She looked a bit bummed out, so I introduced her to other things I knew she'd love. There's TikTok, My Story Animated, and now everybody goes in pajamas everywhere. Patty looked fascinated, and we stayed up all night while I got her up to speed. A few weeks later, Patty started school again, but she had to go back to 7th grade, while I was already in 9th grade. I could tell she was struggling with studies, so I would help her out during breaks in school. One day, I found Dad standing in the driveway next to his car, which had a large dent on the side and the headlights were smashed. What happened to your car, Dad?
Oh, you're asking me? Well, let me remind you. You took my car out last night, hid it somewhere, and brought it back like this.
What? Are you crazy? I didn't do that.
The neighbors said they saw you driving off with it last night, so stop lying. I can't believe you'd be such a reckless maniac. No pocket money for 3 months, and I'm never allowing you to drive.
I didn't do it, I swear. Dad just walked off into the house without hearing another word. The only thing that cheered me up was I was meeting my boyfriend Jonathan later that evening. We'd been going out for a month, and of course, I hadn't told my parents. That evening, while they were busy watching TV with Patty, I slipped out quietly and waited for Jonathan at our meeting spot. But when he didn't turn up after half an hour, I called him.
What do you want?
Where are you? I'm waiting for you at our spot.
Oh, do you have amnesia now? You broke up with me over text yesterday, remember?
And with that, he hung up. What the heck was he talking about? When I looked at the messages I'd sent, I was shocked. Jonathan, what was between us was nice, but I'm kind of bored of you now, so let's call it quits. Okay, thanks, bye. Gosh, was I losing my mind? I didn't remember sending this message. Oh, this seems like something Mom would do. I ran home to confront her.
Where are you coming from, Lizzie?
Oh, I went to meet my boyfriend. Yeah, don't look so shocked. Mom, you already know about him. After all, you're the one who broke up with him from my phone.
What rubbish. I didn't know anything about a boyfriend before, but thanks for telling me now, you're grounded.
Just then, I saw Patty behind my parents, and she had an evil smile on her face. Oh my God! Patty, you did all this, didn't you? Wrecked Dad's car? Stole my phone? It's you!
My poor Patty has barely learned to walk again, and you're saying she took my car? You're awful for trying to blame things on your sister, Lizzie.
Don't you dare say another word about Patty. Maybe you're just jealous she's been getting more attention since she's come back to us. I couldn't believe they had just said that. I stormed off to my room and slammed the door shut. She completely denied it when I confronted her, saying I was crazy and paranoid. But she kept messing with me, putting salt instead of sugar in my coffee, breaking my things, cutting up my clothes. I never knew what she'd do next. But I was in for a major shock when I saw her kissing someone in the school corridor the next day. My ex-boyfriend, Jonathan. I marched up to her and pulled her away. What do you think you're doing?
Kissing my boyfriend. Why? Are you jealous?
Are you out of your mind? Jonathan, since when have you been dating my sister?
Not that it's any of your business, but it just happened. I like how mature she is for her age.
Of course she's mature. She's 2 years older than you. She's a 16-year-old dummy witch in 7th grade. Suddenly, Patty leapt forward and attacked me. I pushed her off me and her head hit the wall. Oh my God, Patty, are you okay?
Oh, my head. I feel dizzy.
As Jonathan quickly carried her away to the school nurse, she turned around and grinned at me. And all hell broke loose when the principal called my parents to take Patty home, and they found out I'd pushed her. Mom, Dad, I didn't mean to. She attacked me first, and she's fine. I'm telling you, she's lying.
That's enough. I can't believe you'd hurt your sister after everything she's been through. After everything we've been through. I don't know what we'll do with you, Lizzie. We can't even trust you to be around her anymore.
My parents left, and I looked back at Patty lying in bed, smiling at me like a witch. I no longer recognized her as the sister I dearly loved. It's better for you to give up and understand that I'm in control here. No matter what you say or do, no one will believe you. Patty was right. I decided
I had no choice now but to just leave. I packed a bag, took my savings, and ran from home that night. I crashed at a friend's place, but the next day she said if I was staying any longer, I had to go sleep in the garage. But why? You have plenty of rooms. Yes, but I was just talking to Patty, and she said you have a fungus on your feet, and it's contagious. What? Why are you talking to Patty? We're really good friends, actually. She's pretty cool. She's a big fat liar. I'll just show you my feet. But she just shrieked and ran out of the room. Ugh. I packed my stuff and left angrily. I moved on to stay with another friend, but it turned out she was also friends with Patty. And that's how I went from friend to friend, only to realize that Patty knew everyone I knew in the city. So I decided I would just travel out of town. I bought a one-way ticket and got on the bus. I was so tired from the last few days that I just fell asleep. God knows for how many hours. Finally, the bus conductor woke me up and I sat up in a panic. Where am I?
You actually just came to Chicago.
What? Did I just make a complete detour to the same place? I'd failed to even run away from this stupid city. When I got off the bus, I started walking around in the pouring rain when suddenly I spotted Patty standing on the other side of the road, just as shocked to see me. Why are you still in Chicago? I thought I made you leave. My life is none of your business, so stay away from me. She started walking over to me, yelling, "Making your life miserable is my business, because you stole my life, and I don't have an ounce of guilt." What? What are you talking about? You really don't remember? That day 4 years ago when our parents were away and we were playing, and you threw the ball on the roof. You started climbing up to get it, and I told you to stop. But you didn't listen to me, so I climbed after you. And that's when I fell. I started to cry, hard. Maybe the shock of Patty's fall had made me forget all these details, but now I remembered. Patty, I was just a kid. I didn't mean for you to fall. Patty looked even angrier as she walked closer. I don't care what you meant. Because of you, I lost 4 years of my life. And during this time, you grew and studied and made friends and a boyfriend. And what about me? I just can't seem to catch up, and I just want you to go away. As Patty screamed, I suddenly saw a bus was traveling fast in her direction. Patty, watch out! Without another thought, I ran towards her and pushed her to the sidewalk. My head hit the pavement and I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I saw that I was in the hospital. My parents hugged me tight and said I'd woken up after 2 days. We're so sorry we didn't believe you and caused you so much pain, honey. Turns out after my accident, Patty broke down in front of my parents and confessed everything she'd done. Together, they decided to get her psychiatric treatment to help her get better. Just then they left the room and Patty walked in.
I'm so glad you're okay, Lizzie. All this time I've been blaming you and hating you for an accident, and you risked your life to save me. How could I have been so horrible? Please say you'll forgive me.
Of course I forgive you. You've always been the person I love the most in the world. I would do anything for you. I'm so sorry for what you lost, and you're back with us now. You can have anything and do anything you want, Patty. And I will always be by your side.
Hi, I'm Crystal from a small town in Alaska. Press like and subscribe. Ever since I was born, I've lived with my rich uncle and aunt and 5 girl cousins. But they've always made me feel like I didn't belong with them. For starters, all my cousins had blonde hair and blue eyes, and I had dark curly hair and brown eyes. They always said I wasn't pretty enough to be part of the family. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the ugliest of them all? Crystal! Your eyes are the color of poop, and look at your hair. I wonder how many birds sleep inside that nest. They were the meanest, but I had no one else. And I swear, I always thought our town was the only place on earth until I saw my cousin's geography book. And that's when I was 7. You see, my aunt and uncle wouldn't even send me to school and just kept me on my toes all day doing house chores. But I'd secretly taught myself to read. I began reading more and more, and all that knowledge just amazed me. One time, when I was 16, my uncle found me reading my cousin's books, and he instantly snatched them from me. Do you have any idea how expensive these are? And you're using them for free. Why are you always so awful to me? 'Cause you're kinda weird and not really one of us. I pushed him aside and ran out of the room. I just hated it here. A few weeks later, it was Christmas, and I found 5 huge gift boxes under the tree, and another one the size of a matchbox. Of course, that was mine, and all it had inside was a pinch of salt. Just a reminder to add the right amount of salt while cooking our meal. Everyone laughed, and I felt like smashing their heads into the wall. While I was busy cooking, a lawyer visited our house. Curious, I followed him to the study, and when I heard his conversation with my aunt and uncle, I was shook. That girl, Crystal, is worth billions. If you want to keep the money her parents left, you should legally adopt her. Wait, what? I was a freaking billionaire? As soon as the lawyer left, my aunt came running into the kitchen and literally carried me away to the lounge. I was made to sit in Uncle's armchair while he snatched all my cousin's presents and gave them to me. You, girl, give Crystal a foot rub. You, the other one, make her a hot chocolate with extra marshmallows. And the rest, we're changing the dinner menu to all of Crystal's favorites, and you're cooking. Now, chop chop. Wow, just wow. All of a sudden, I was loved and pampered to bits. I decided now was the time to get the one thing I really wanted, going to school. Oh, sweetheart, no. School is such a dangerous place for girls. But all my cousins are girls. They are morons. They're not as precious as you, Pumpkin. We'll get you the best tutor. Well, that was better than nothing. At least I'd get to learn. But the next night, while I was getting water from the kitchen, I overheard them talking. How long do we need to pamper that ugly duck? Don't worry. Once we get her money, we'll ship her off to some orphanage. Who even wants that hairy kid? Ew. God, I knew they were being nice to me because of my money. But these greedy jerks weren't even planning to let me stay. That very night, I packed my bags and ran away, taking the first train out of our town. On the train, an old lady sat next to me, and she told me I was really pretty. She sounded kind, and when we got down, she asked me to join her for a meal at her place. This was the first time someone was treating me nicely without knowing about my wealth. When I got to her mansion, it seemed like she was some billionaire herself. I met some girls older than me, and they all looked really happy. Apparently, the kind woman had given jobs to all of them and even let them stay here. I wondered if I could stay too, and to my surprise, she gladly accepted me. Weeks passed by and all was good, until one day the lady woke me up rudely at 3 a.m. Dress up and get ready. What? Why? It's not even sunrise yet. What are you, a chicken waiting for sunrise? Be out already, or I'm gonna kick your lazy butt. OMG. Suddenly, the fairy godmother sounded more like a Karen. She pulled me down to the main hall where the other girls had already gathered, and then she started explaining how we'd be breaking into some house to steal stuff soon. Wait a second, she was a professional thief? Oh my God. I couldn't believe I'd been living with a gang of robbers for weeks. I wasn't gonna be a part of this. I slipped away and used the old lady's phone to report her to the police. When they turned up to arrest her and the gang, one of the girls turned to me and said, "I always knew you didn't belong with a bunch of thieves. Here, take this, and go see this man. He's a very kind fellow who wants to adopt a daughter." And so I escaped and made my way to Mr. Hammond's address. And well, this guy seemed richer than old Karen. When a butler led me to him, I explained that I had no family, and some girl gave me his details, and he was overjoyed. "Oh my God, yes, I've been waiting to adopt a little girl. I'm so happy to meet you. And Crystal, that's such a beautiful name. Welcome to your new home." And just like that, my life turned around. I was immediately led to a gorgeous room and given a brand new wardrobe. And when I saw the massive library in the house, I flipped. "Oh, sir, you don't know how much I love books. All I've ever wanted is to go to school and learn as much as I can." "Well, my dear, that can be easily arranged." He made a quick phone call and told me I'd be starting school next week. Was this for real? Even though he seemed lovely, I didn't trust him enough yet to tell him about my parents' money. I knew what that did to people. One morning, while I was still asleep, someone scared the heck out of me by jumping onto the bed. I let out a shrill scream. And then I saw a girl a few years older than me. She was screaming too. OMG, who are you and what are you doing in my bed? Dad! Dad? Mr. Hammond came running, and it turned out that the girl was his daughter, Pearl, who was now in university. I just came home to get some stuff. So what, I left and you adopted some ugly weirdo and gave her my room? Don't be rude. And yes, I'm all alone now and I'd like some company. Now say hello to your sister. Sister? Pfft, I don't know which slum you got her from. Just get her out of my room. She stormed off and Mr. Hammond apologized to me. It's okay. I know I'm ugly. My cousins made fun of my hair and eyes all the time. It's nothing new. What are you talking about? Your hair and eyes are lovely. I only see a girl who's beautiful inside and out. But let me take you to a salon today. Those people will work magic with your hair. And they really did. They trimmed and styled my wild hair and got my eyebrows done. And for the first time ever, I actually felt pretty. I was so happy, I hugged Mr. Hammond. Thanks, Dad. Wait, did I just call him Dad? Maybe I was starting to like him a bit too fast. I had an amazing first day at school. Everyone was telling me I was gorgeous. A few boys even said my warm brown eyes were adorable. All that was great, except when I got home, I found Pearl had moved back in. I decided I'd try to be friends with her, but she was impossible. I tried talking to her at dinner, but she just gave me silent glares. When I asked her to pass me the water, she flung the whole jug at my face. Pearl! What, Dad? She didn't want it on her face? Oops, my bad. One day during the first class, our teacher kept getting annoyed because of some croaking frog sounds. We all looked around and couldn't find any. Just then, a boy put his ear next to my bag and said, "I think it's coming from here." I opened the bag and dropped it immediately. A dozen big frogs jumped out, and there was almost a stampede with everyone screaming and running out. As the teacher fled, she tripped over a chair and fell down really hard. She hurt her arm, and I got a month's detention for my prank. This was all Pearl's doing, of course. I went to her room that day and asked her why she was bent on ruining things for me. Oh, drop this innocent face, Crystal. I know you're just some gold digger, and my dad is your target. Just because he's too soft and foolish to see the bad in people doesn't mean I am too. I'll make sure you don't get a penny of my wealth. She was crazy. All I wanted was a family. Mr. Hammond had a grand pool party planned, and I was so excited. My jaw dropped when I saw the guests arrive. Actors, singers, and other glamorous people. I was dazzled. Everyone was having a great time, but as some of the guests started to leave, we suddenly heard a woman screaming at the butler. "What do you mean you can't find my diamond ring and my husband's watch? I gave that stuff to you for safekeeping before going in the pool." The butler said he'd put all the guests' belongings in Mr. Hammond's study, but they were all gone. Everyone went crazy, and there was nearly a riot.
Ladies, gentlemen, please. Something like this has never happened before, and I assure you I won't rest till everyone's belongings are returned. You have my word.
As the angry guests went out mumbling and threatening Mr. Hammond, he ordered the servants to strip the house down. Only 10 minutes later, a maid came running with my backpack. She turned it over, and all the rich people's things fell out. Sir, Miss Crystal's bags were packed. It looks like she was planning to leave. I was horrified. Mr. Hammond looked shocked as I protested that I had nothing to do with it. Oh, Daddy, what did you expect from someone like her? I always knew she'd do something like this. We need to call the police. I walked up to Mr. Hammond and looked him straight in the eye. I know I'm just a stranger and not really your daughter, so you'll choose to believe Pearl's words over mine. You can do whatever you want, but just know that your kindness means far more to me than money or things ever could, and I would never do anything to harm you. Suddenly, Mr. Hammond took my hand.
You are my daughter, and I do believe you.
He turned to Pearl with a furious face.
Pearl, if you don't want me to stop paying for your credit cards and cut you out of my will, leave now. I don't want to see your face till you've graduated university.
Pearl stared at him in shock, then screamed angrily and left. I was so touched by Mr. Hammond's words, I finally decided to tell him about my inheritance and my greedy family. He was shocked, And the next thing I knew, he had legally adopted me, and we went in person to tell my family the news. Their faces were just priceless. I was the owner of my money now, and I had big plans for it. I set up a school for poor kids, and now I teach there whenever I can.
Hi, I'm Clarissa, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. My twin sister Bella and I look identical in every way, right down to the dimple on our left cheeks, and I hate it. Anyone who thinks it's cool to be identical twins is stupid. Mom and Dad thought it was super cute to dress us up in matching outfits all the time, but growing up, it started getting so annoying. No one could tell us apart, not even our parents, so they just called us the twins or the girls. It's like I had no identity of my own. I was just part of a pair. Yeah, we got a lot of buy one, get one free jokes too. Also, it was everyone's favorite game to try and spot any differences. I think this one's shorter. Her nose is bigger, right? Her ears stick out more. Also, if I pinch your cheek, will your twin feel it? If I punch your face, will your mother feel it? You're basically a part of her. We were in the same class in school, and we did all the same extracurricular activities, and there was always so much pressure not to be the worst twin, because everyone made that instant comparison.
Clarissa got an A on her maths test. Why do you have a C, Bella?
Bella beat you in that race by a mile, Clarissa. Aren't your legs just as long? Why was it so hard to understand that we didn't have matching abilities to go with our matching faces? But by 4th grade, our personalities started changing. I was academically stronger, but Bella was more athletic. We'd both been attending dance classes since we were kids, but I eventually dropped out because she was clearly better. I started slipping into the quiet nerd mold, while she was more outgoing and loud, so she always got more attention. Like on our 10th birthday, Bella got her way, and the whole party was Hannah Montana themed. All my Harry Potter requests were ignored. Mom had baked our birthday cake, and it read, "Happy birthday to our beautiful beauty, Bella and Cla." Mom, what happened to my name?
Bella told me she wanted this text on the cake, honey, and there just wasn't enough space left.
Our classmates were gathered around Bella as they danced away to her playlist. I spotted a new kid sitting in a corner and playing some game. Hey, you think this party sucks as much as I do? Yeah, kinda. Sorry. Wanna play? I was having a really good time, till Bella and her friend started a crazy water fight and attacked us too. And they ruined the boy's gaming console. He left the party crying and never talked to me again. Yeah, Bella always found a way to ruin things for me. Then one day in 7th grade, we found Mom waiting for us at home with an envelope each. OMG, no way. You signed me up for the tween beauty pageant? Oh, thanks, Mom. A flyer for the middle school mathletes?
Well, what do you think? One for my beauty and one for my brainiac.
It's perfect. It's fine, I guess. From then on, my sister got more and more popular, and I became more invisible. By the time we were in high school, Bella's pageant trophies were on full display all over the house, while my mathlete trophies collected dust in my room. My parents clearly loved to show her off more. Well, at least my mathlete's teammate Eugene thought I was really cool. The way you gave that answer right before the buzzer went off, what an adrenaline rush. You're so smart. You're too nice, Eugene.
And you're like a 45-degree angle. You know, because 45 degrees is an acute angle. You're a cutie.
Yeah. Good one.
So I was thinking, maybe you'd like to have my phone number?
I was only half listening because just then, the football team captain Mika walked into the cafeteria. Man, he was some descendant of Hercules. Just sheer perfection. I'd never have the guts to say hi to him, and he'd never notice me.
Clarissa?
Yes, sure. I'll take your phone number.
So you'll call me then?
If the need ever arises, then definitely yes. Thanks, buddy. I gotta go to class now. Then one day, things took a bit of a turn when Bella came down with the flu. Oh, my head hurts, and I have a fever. I can't perform at the mall pageant today.
Oh, no, my poor baby. Go lie down, and Clarissa will bring you some tea.
She can make her own tea, and I'm busy. She's unwell, and you're not doing anything important. Now go. I was so sick of being second to my sister, but when I got back with the tea, I found her snoring, and then I got a crazy idea. Next to her bed was her pageant bag, all packed and ready to go. I grabbed it and snuck out the front door. I was just as beautiful as Bella, and I was gonna prove it. When I got to the mall, everyone was smiling and waving at me. I felt like a movie star. Her dress fit perfectly, and the show went super smoothly.
And the winner is Bella.
Just as I was accepting the trophy, I heard the most annoying voice in the world. She isn't Bella, I am. Mom couldn't find you at home, and when I saw my bag gone, I know exactly where you were. How dare you? So what? You're just mad that I could be as good as you any day. Shut up, loser. You mean winner? Bella leapt onto the stage and attacked me. The fight not only lost us the trophy, it also got us banned from all pageants in the area for life. Our parents were furious with me. I was grounded for 2 weeks, and Bella basically pretended I didn't exist after that. She even blocked me on all social media. But at school, it seemed like everyone had heard the pageant fight and people were noticing me more. And I almost turned to jelly when Mika approached me.
Hey, not Bella, right?
Right, I'm, what's my name? I forgot. Clarissa.
I'm Mika, the football captain. I loved that gutsy stunt you pulled at the mall yesterday. We're having cheer tryouts tomorrow. Why don't you come too?
Cheer tryouts? Sure, I'll be there.
Perfect. But, change your look or something. I want to be able to tell you apart from Bella, okay?
Sure, Mika. I've wanted to change my look anyway. I was so excited for a fresh start. At home, I looked up some videos online on how to cut my hair. I decided bangs would be easiest. So I went to the bathroom, plugged in my dad's electric razor, and cut myself some bangs. And they turned out super cute. That was until they moved a bit, and I saw that I'd shaved off my eyebrows too. I was horrified. There was no way I could go to tryouts looking like that. I couldn't even leave the bathroom looking like this. I started rummaging through the cabinets to find something that could help fix my eyebrows. I found a bottle of spray-on hair that my dad sometimes used to cover his bald spot. I aimed it at my forehead and sprayed, but it made me look like a caveman with a bushy unibrow. I scrubbed it off just as there was a knock at the door.
Clarissa, are you in there? You better not be stealing my makeup again.
Just washing my face, Mom. I'll be right out. Oh, I could use my mom's makeup to hide the damage. I found an eyebrow pencil and quickly scrawled them on as best as I could. Then I brushed my bangs over my forehead and snuck quietly out of the bathroom.
There you are. Wait, did you just cut your hair?
Some people are just desperate for attention. So pathetic. Just trying something different. Mom, I have to go run to the store and get some things for a school project, so bye. At the store, I was lucky enough to find the perfect solution. Tattoo sticker eyebrows. I rushed home with them and went to my room to try them on. Just put them on, spray a little water, and voila! I set the timer on the phone and laid back with the washcloth over my forehead, awaiting my beautiful new eyebrows. But when I looked at the results, I almost fainted. They looked super crooked. I scrubbed and I scrubbed, but they just wouldn't come off. I laid in my bed, sobbing uncontrollably. Why are you making sounds like a dying whale? OMG! What happened to your face? I just wanted to change my look for the cheer tryouts, but it's all gone so horribly wrong. What am I gonna do? Well, maybe if you hadn't pretended to be me and ruined my pageant career. Wait, that's it. You can pretend to be me. Oh, please, Bella, I need this. Mika himself asked me. You know I've always had the biggest crush on him. Yeah, I've read your Dear Diary sob stories. What? Not important right now. And okay, since you're begging and you look so ugly, it's almost sad. I'll do it, but only if you do my homework for a whole year. Are you kidding? Ugh, fine, I'll do it. Just get me the cheerleading spot, okay? You got yourself a deal. Go. Mom let me stay at home for a few days when she saw what I'd done, and Bella left for school the next morning. But I didn't really trust her not to mess things up for me at the tryouts. I needed a spy, so I called Eugene. Hey, I know this is a lot to ask, but I'm really unwell. And I asked my twin Bella to do the cheer tryouts for me. Could you just go and see how she does? I don't know who else I can trust.
Of course I'll do it. Want me to drop by later with some soup too? We could watch some MSA videos, or I could show you my cat's pictures.
That sounds amazing, but what I have is really contagious. So you'll report to me soon, right?
You betcha.
You're the best, Eugene. Eugene's report tallied with what Bella told me. She'd performed a flawless audition, and I was in. I couldn't wait to go back and spend time with Mika. Thankfully, the tattoos wore off in a few days, and my eyebrows were coming back, so I could fill in the rest with pencil. I was ready to return to school, but that evening, Eugene told me that he'd seen Bella and Mika kissing, and when she got home that day, she was getting out of Mika's car. I ran down to the living room and opened the window to eavesdrop.
Ugh, it's so hard to say goodbye to you, babe.
It's only till tomorrow, coochie poochie poo.
And that'll feel like an eternity, my Bella baby boo.
Ew! And what the heck? The minute Bella walked in, I jumped in her way like an angry lioness. What in God's name did I just see? Oh, you mean me and Mika? Silly. Didn't you want to ask him out? I just did it for you. As you. No, don't lie to me, witch. I heard him say, Bella boo boo boo. He knows you're Bella and not me, Clarissa. And then her face turned totally evil. Yeah, okay, whatevs. I took a picture of you in your sleep and showed him your freaky eyebrows and told him you'd sent me in your place. We had a really good laugh and we just bonded. You took away my pageant life, I took away your guy. Trust me, he's way out of your league anyway. I let out a snarl and attacked her. My parents came running when we crashed into a table and pulled us apart, and I swore I'd never speak to her for the rest of my life. But watching her and Mika together in school and thinking of how they must have made fun of me made my heart burn. And then I found something in the mail one day that gave me the perfect opportunity for revenge. I knew I was successful when Bella screamed at me in the school hallway one day. Clarissa, what did you do? What are you talking about? Something boring, probably. Why do I have a rejection letter from the dance academy of my dreams, which says that my audition was way below their standards? I never went to any audition. Oh, yeah, that. See, I received the invitation for the audition and I decided to go as you. Now, I haven't danced in a really long time, so I was kind of rusty, but I thought I did an impressive chicken dance. I will kill you! Well, that was effectively the end of our relationship. Somehow, it didn't feel as good as I thought it would. No one at home was talking to me now, and even Eugene seemed distant. Hey, am I imagining it, or are you avoiding me?
No, Clarissa, you're not. I just don't like what you did to your sister.
What? She started it?
No, you started it when you went to the pageant as her.
You don't really know everything about us, Eugene. It gets really tiring being overlooked and invisible.
Actually, I do know something about that. I literally joined the mathletes to get close to you. I've dropped every possible hint that I like you, and you're not so dumb that you didn't pick up on it, but you just used me when you needed me. And now you need me again because I'm guessing other people in your life aren't talking to you. Well, I have a little more self-respect than that. Goodbye, Clarissa.
The last few months of high school were really lonely. Bella got into an amazing dance school across the country, but she still didn't seem willing to forgive me. And even though we hadn't gotten along in a really long time, I felt sad that she'd be out of my life soon. But during the summer break, Bella suddenly fell really sick. After a number of tests, the doctor told us that both her kidneys were weak and she needed a healthy one soon. And of course, I was a perfect match. No freaking way. I am not taking her kidney. Are you crazy? Listen, guys, can you give us a minute? When my parents and the doctor left, I turned to her. Look, you need this, okay? I know I did some awful things and I'm really sorry. And for better or for worse, you're my other half and I can't lose you. So just shut up and stop smirking, and you're taking my kidney. Say you're my better half, Bella. Don't push it. Okay. I know I haven't been very nice to you either, and I'm sorry too. I didn't even like Mika that much, so thank God he cheated on me and we broke up. Serves you right. Which reminds me, I gotta call Eugene before the surgery and apologize to him too. What kind of name is Eugene? That's Latin for ugly, girl. Well, Latin is a dead language, Bella. Much like your love life. Some things never change, do they? Hello, my name is Simona and I'm from Spain. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, what I hated most was when my parents argued and yelled at each other. And it happened a lot. But there were some moments when we'd all laugh together. Like when I turned 3, Dad came home with the biggest unicorn doll for me. And Mom baked my favorite vanilla cake. It was the happiest day of my life.
Simona, you're the best thing that's ever happened. When you were born, our world changed.
Yes, darling. You mean everything to us. Mom worked as a secretary at a big insurance company, and Dad worked at a local store. So we lived a pretty average life. But then one day when I was 4, Mom came home driving her boss's expensive car and told Dad that she was leaving him. Please don't go, Mom. I love you. Oh, my baby. Tell you what, you will visit me at my new house every weekend. I watched Mom pack her bags and drive away, and Dad was so sad. He told me that he and Mom were now separated. Months later, he took me to visit her at her new fancy house, and she was sitting with her boss carrying a new baby. Simona, I'd like you to meet your baby sister, Luisa. Luisa was the luckiest little baby because her dad bought her all the toys in the world. I liked going to their mansion, and Mom would be so happy every time I visited. But soon Luisa started crying so hard for Mom's attention that it became difficult for us to spend any time together. Once when I was 5 and Luisa was a toddler, Mom took us to the zoo and bought us both candy. But Luisa threw hers into the baboon cage, and then she started crying hysterically for more. She even started pulling Mom's hair, and I gave her my candy so she'd calm down and give Mom a break. Oh, Simona, thank you so much. You've always been such an understanding child. I hope your sister grows up to be just like you. Thanks, Mom. I just want you to be happy. Since Mom had left, Dad always tried to hide his sadness and make me laugh with his jokes and dramatic bedtime stories. And I tried my best to always make him proud and happy too. Once in 2nd grade, Dad came to my school for a parent-teacher meeting, and my teacher, Esmeralda, told him all sorts of nice things about me, since I was the top student in her class.
Wow, I'm so proud of you, darling.
You should be. Simona is a very special little girl. Right after the meeting, Dad invited Esmeralda to come with us for pizza. He looked really happy around her, and soon after, he started seeing her more often. And I didn't mind at all because she was very nice to me. Once in 4th grade, we went to the ice rink together, and Esmeralda showed me how to skate. Okay, I'm not letting go of your hand until you're strong on your feet. I think I can skate on my own. Look! I let go of her grip and twirled around, feeling like I was flying. And then suddenly my leg twisted and I fell down hard. I felt dizzy and I saw Esmeralda running towards me as I blacked out. I was rushed to the hospital and my leg was put through so many scans and then bandaged up. Esmeralda couldn't stop crying. This is all my fault. I'm so sorry, Simona. No, please, don't blame yourself. I wanted to skate on my own. Dad hugged Esmeralda to make her feel better. And just then, Mom barged in with Luisa.
How could you let this happen?
She started yelling at Dad, and they both got into a big argument, forgetting all about me. Guys, stop! Everyone looked at me, and then Luisa came closer to my bed, looking angry. I had a big concert today, and I was the lead, but now I'm here because Mom was worried about you. You ruined my concert.
Luisa, you can't speak to your sister like that. She just got injured.
Luisa pulled an ugly face at me, and just then the doctor walked in with some bad news. He told my parents that my leg would never be normal again. I walked with a limp, and at school I couldn't participate in any sports, but I still remained the top student in the class. And everyone was so nice to me since I'd never had trouble making friends, and I always helped them with their homework. One day when I was in 7th grade, Esmeralda watched how I helped some kids understand a math equation, and she was so impressed.
Simona, you would make a really good teacher one day.
Yes, I would love to be a teacher one day, just like you, Esmeralda. Esmeralda really cared about me, and when I was in 8th grade, Dad told me that he wanted to marry her. I was so happy for them. Dad even invited Mom and her family. This was his way of finally making peace. Just before the event started, I found Luisa standing and glaring at the big wedding cake. What are you doing here, alone? Whatever I want. This cake looks so delicious. Yes, it is, but don't stand too close. We don't want any accidents. She smirked at me, and then suddenly, she stuck her finger out and scooped the frosting off the cake. Hey, you can't do that. But she just laughed and reached for the cake again. I ran forward to pull her away. As she tried to push me off, we both started wrestling and crashed straight into the cake. Just then, Mom and Dad appeared, looking speechless.
What have you girls done?
It wasn't me, Dad, honest. Mom surprised me when she yelled at Luisa.
I'm so tired of your behavior, Luisa. Your father has spoiled you so much that everywhere you go, you ruin things. Simona was such a good child compared to you.
Well, maybe I should tell Dad to send you back to your poor family. Both Dad and I were so shocked at the way Luisa spoke to Mom. And after the wedding, when I visited Mom again, I noticed that Luisa was awful to Mom all the time and bossed her around because her dad gave her the power to do so. Mom, my Prada jacket still has a stain. Get it cleaned right now. I need it for school. Okay, dear. Why are you so mean to Mom? Because she never does anything right. And if she doesn't listen, my dad will kick her out. She's our mom. Don't you love her? Well, she loves you more, so I guess I love my dad more. When I tried to talk to Mom about what was going on in her life, she told me not to worry and said she could handle it. There wasn't much I could do to help her. One day in 10th grade, I was studying in the school library when a boy came out and sat on the table opposite to me. I knew exactly who he was. Jared. He was one of the hot, popular guys at school and was reading one of my all-time favorite books. My eyes kept wandering to him now and then, and I tried not to make it too obvious. But he was just so gorgeous. And while I sat zoned out in my fantasy, he suddenly started waving in my face.
Hey, are you okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't staring. I was actually,
It's okay. I'm used to it. That's why I sometimes come in here to hide away from the girls coming after me. My parents wanted me to be a model because of all the attention I get.
yes, you're very good looking. Modeling would suit you.
I actually like books and reading. I don't like being in the spotlight.
I was so surprised because I always saw him surrounded by girls. I was never after him because he was way out of my league. But after meeting him in the library, we actually became good friends because we had so much in common. One day, he asked if I'd like to see the latest Star Wars movie with him, and I was so excited that another kid in school liked that kind of stuff. We even dressed up like the characters and had the time of our lives. I'm so happy to finally have a Star Wars partner.
Me too. You're such a cool person to hang out with.
He looked deep into my eyes, and then he leaned over and kissed me. I was so shocked because it all felt like a dream. And then I looked down at my leg and started doubting myself and wondering if any of this was real.
Hey, what's wrong?
Jared, you're like the hottest guy on this planet, and there's so many pretty girls without any issues like mine. So why me?
There's nothing wrong with you, Simona. You're perfect.
Jared liked me just as I was, and I learned to love myself with my brokenness. Life at school felt great until one day Mom called me with some surprising news.
Honey, Louisa will be joining your school. She got expelled from her fancy private school because she was bullying kids.
But Mom, she won't fit in at my school.
No other school will accept her. Please look out for her and show her around. Maybe she can learn something from you.
The next day, Louisa walked into my school wearing a white fluffy coat and black shades. Just as she approached me, a group of girls snuck up behind her and spray painted her coat. What is wrong with you fools? This is Dolce & Gabbana. Oh my gosh, you ruined it. The girls went ballistic and lifted her off her feet. What did you call us? Put me down. When I told the girls that she was my sister, they let her go. What is wrong with the people in your school? This is not one of your fancy schools. And all the newbies get spray painted. It's tradition. That's why I hated the idea of a public school. Poor people have no class. Ugh, she was such a snob. While I was showing Louisa around, we bumped into Jared and he kissed me before running off to class. Louisa looked at me, stunned. Oh my God, how did the hottest guy in school end up with you? Why? What's wrong with me? Everything. You're boring, you dress like a granny, and you have a broken leg. You're just a very ugly person inside and out, Louisa. I'm going to steal him from you. Watch and see. I wasn't threatened by my stupid sister. After school, when Jared walked me out to the gate, Louisa ran after us and slipped her number into his pocket. Before I could say anything, Jared spoke up.
Louisa, what's wrong with you? I'm with your sister and I'm crazy about her. Please, just stay away from me.
I smiled widely as Louisa turned red, and just then Esmeralda came to pick me up. We had to wait till Mom came for Louisa, and she yelled on the phone at Mom for being late. Hey, you can't speak to your mom that way. Mind your own business, lady. You are not my stepmother. Louisa was just out of control. I decided I was done with her. I completely ignored her for the next day at school, and during recess, she insulted some girls by calling them poor, and they all surrounded her, but I didn't run to her rescue.
Hey, aren't those girls hurting your sister?
Yes, but she can't control her awful mouth. Whatever happens to her, she deserves it.
Yeah, but she's still your sister.
Jared always had a way to make me think twice, so I stepped into the circle of girls and found my sister crying. Simona, please tell them to bring back my bag. Not until you promise to change your ways, especially how you speak to Mom. I promise. Please, please save me from these mean girls. It's not so nice when it's done to you, right? I told the girls to leave my sister alone, and then she joined me and Jared for lunch. And to my shock, she actually apologized for being a jerk. I'm really sorry, Simona. I've always been mean to you and Mom because I always felt she loved you more. But today, when those girls were mean to me, I felt what it was like to be the weak one. I've hurt so many people already. Well, it's never too late to change. Later that day, when my stepmom and Mom came to pick us up,
Luisa apologized to both of them too. And then Esmeralda told us some thrilling news. She was pregnant. Oh my God, what? I'm gonna be a big sister again. That baby's lucky to have you, Simona. And you, Luisa, will be the best big sisters ever.
Hi there, my name is Penny. I'm 13 years old, and over summer break, my whole life changed. All because I found a way to get anything I wanted off of Amazon for free. Alright, I think I should start by mentioning that I've always been poor. Like, sometimes my mom and I are homeless, kind of poor. And I'm pretty sure it's part of why I've always been super unpopular at school. Anyways, we were recently kicked out of our last spot and moved in with my aunt, which is great for me because at her house, I always get my own room with a TV and a computer in it and everything. Well, one day, I was on my computer surfing around on YouTube when I came across an interesting video. The title said, "How to Get Everything for Free from Amazon." I didn't really think it would work, but I was interested. I clicked in and began watching. "If you're watching this video, you must be ready for your whole life to change," the guy started. I was hooked. "This video is brought to you by a bug in Amazon's system." The guy continued with a sly wink. As he went on, I followed along, making sure to copy each step exactly. The whole process didn't take long at all, and before I knew it, I was at the last step, enter. Nothing seemed to happen. Just as I figured. I sighed. It must have been some weird hoax. I'm not going to lie, I was a little bit bummed. I had tried not to get my hopes up, but I mean, after living a whole life of having nothing, the thought of being able to get anything I wanted delivered to me, for free, on demand, was like a dream. While I was already on Amazon, I figured I might as well order some new school supplies. School was just around the corner and I would be going into the 8th grade. Like every other year, I wouldn't be able to afford the new cool clothes that all the popular kids would have. But my mom always saved up just enough so that I could buy some brand new school supplies. She felt it was important, and it was special for me. "Education is your golden ticket to creating a better life for yourself, Penny Pie," she would always say. Now, don't get me wrong. I loved learning, but I hated going to school. I was always mocked for wearing the same clothes or looking like I hadn't showered, which, to be fair, I often hadn't after a night of sleeping in mom's car or something. Anyways, I browsed around Amazon, putting things in my shopping cart, careful to stay on my budget of $15, which for us is a lot. Once I had found everything I needed, I went to pay. But where there should have been a price, there was only the word free in all caps. No way, I whispered to myself. I couldn't believe my eyes. Had it really worked? My heart was racing a little bit with some newfound excitement. Carefully, as I might mess something up if I moved too fast, I dragged the mouse to where it said, "Confirm order." Click. Off my order went, and up came a notice saying that my package would be delivered in 2 days. Only 2 days? I looked at the top corner of the screen and noticed that I somehow had Amazon Prime. I checked on my subscription, and it said my Prime membership had just been activated for $0 per month. The code must have automatically given me free membership. Suddenly, my mind was filled with all of the possibilities, but I didn't want to get too far ahead of myself or get my hopes up just to be let down. So I decided to place another order for a slightly bigger purchase, and I knew exactly what I wanted. It was a super trendy backpack that I knew all the cool kids would have this year. I had seen it while browsing for supplies, but it was $50, so I didn't even bother clicking on it. Until now. I found the exact backpack I wanted, and I picked my favorite color, which made the price jump up to $57. It felt weird not to care. I went to pay, and there again was the word free where the price should have been. Click. Order confirmed. 2-day delivery. Woohoo! I was ecstatic. I wanted to go bonkers, ordering everything my heart desired. But I figured it would be best to wait and make sure the orders actually arrived first. Sure enough, 2 days later, while my mom and aunt were out job hunting for my mom, there was a knock on the front door. I opened it up to see 2 packages by my feet and an Amazon Prime truck driving off. I could hardly contain my excitement. I quickly grabbed both packages, slammed the door shut, and raced off to my room. I wanted so badly to just tear them open right then and there, but this moment was too sweet. I looked the packages over and ran my fingers over my name. My name on a package sent to my house. Well, my house for now at least. But still, it was something that I couldn't recall ever experiencing before. After taking it all in, I slowly unsealed the first package and pulled out each item. First, it was the pencils and school supplies. There it was, the smell of fresh plastic and the subtle squeak of newness in my hands. I opened the next package and slid the backpack out. For a moment, I was just frozen, staring at the thing that symbolizes so many things I had always wanted. I hugged the backpack and cried. At first, I cried for all of the things I had never gotten, for the pain I had felt for being made fun of and isolated. And then the tears turned into tears of happiness, and I began to laugh just thinking about how different life would be from here on out. And then, in a craze of emotion, the real shopping spree began. I bought new clothes and jackets, cool accessories and makeup, hair extensions and fake nails, all the latest gadgets and tablets. Whatever I wanted. I would go to school this year as a whole new person. Nobody would even recognize me. I suddenly had a new confidence about me that I had never known before. On the first day of school, sure enough, nobody recognized me at all. Not even my best friend Claire. She couldn't believe it when I told her it was me. We walked together in the hall and everyone stared, even the cool kids. At lunch that day, one of the most popular girls in school, Jade, even sat down next to us. "Hey, new girl," she said. "Cool backpack. I have the same one. But in Jade, which is my name, what's yours?" I laughed and said, "Jade." "It's me, Penny." As she looked at me with recognition, I started to feel self-conscious. "Penny? No way," she said, her whole demeanor changing. "I seriously didn't even recognize you. What happened?" She said it in a way that I knew very well. It made me feel small. I wanted to curl up and hide, but then I remembered the reflection I had seen in the mirror. I held my chin up high as I replied, "Things have changed for me, Jade. It's a shame that I can't say the same for you." Both Jade and Claire's jaws dropped. This gave me even more confidence. "Anyways, I have a new connection. I can basically have anything I want, just like that," I said as I snapped my fingers. No biggie. This got both of their attention, but Jade was now taking over the conversation, asking all sorts of questions. I just acted cool, calm, and mysterious, and answered with super short responses to keep her guessing. She called a couple of her other cool friends over to the table and filled them in. When they all started to chime in, asking questions too, I hooked arms with Claire and said, "This is a little annoying, don't you think? Let's go." As we walked away from the most popular girls in school, who were all staring in awe after us, we laughed as we turned the corner. Just like that, we were the girls the popular girls wanted to talk to. Once we were completely alone, I explained everything to Claire. And after school that day, she came to my house so we could order a bunch of cool new stuff for her. Soon enough, we were both the most stylish and trendy girls in the whole school, and I started to love going. Every day, the popular kids all wanted to hang out with us. Just to keep them happy, I even bought some things for them. And you should have seen how happy and grateful they were. They were practically bowing down to me as their queen. Within weeks, I was receiving between 20 to 30 packages a day. On some days, the other kids would even line up in gym class as Claire and I would sit on the bleachers, passing out gifts like a modern-day Lady Santa Claus. Of course, while school life was getting better and better, things were becoming more and more difficult back home. As my mom and aunt became more suspicious, I had to lie and tell them that all the packages were for a job I had found on Amazon. I told them that companies were paying me to test out all sorts of products in exchange for my raving reviews. I almost felt worse when they believed it, but I couldn't stop now. I was the happiest I had ever been. That is, until one day, when along with around 35 packages, I received a letter from Amazon. It was laid out for me on the kitchen table when I got home from school. I guess my mom had gotten it first, but it was still sealed. She trusted me too much. I was nervous as I opened it. Amazon had never sent me a letter before. I read in horror as the letter explained that I had been the biggest spender that month. They were wanting to know how I had been receiving all of those shipments, stating that they were unable to track any of the receipts. In a panic, I tore the letter up into tiny little pieces and buried them deep in the bottom of the trash can. My whole body felt like it was in knots, but I tried to shake it off and tried to get it out of my head. There was no time for worrying about that now. Not when I was the most popular girl in school and had the life of my dreams. But I couldn't just ignore it completely. Amazon was obviously onto me, and I was worried that my free-for-all shopping spree could soon come to a halt. So that evening, I started buying some of the big-ticket items. I wanted to make sure I had all of the best and most expensive things that I knew I may never be able to afford again. I ordered laptops, expensive watches, beautiful porcelain chandeliers, and even spendy decorations for my room. I even bought all sorts of nice things for my aunt's house and nice jewelry for my mom. I had been too nervous to shop for them before, but knowing that this may be my last chance, I went wild and would just tell them that they were also given to me for reviews. To no real surprise, within just 2 days, I logged in to find that I no longer had all free access. I didn't even have Amazon Prime anymore. And just a day after that, I got another letter in the mail. This time, Amazon told me that they had found the bug in their system and fixed the issue, and that they would be in touch soon. I honestly didn't think about it too much. I was just happy that I had gotten all the really expensive stuff before it was too late. Well, let's just say that my happiness about that pretty quickly turned into a total freak out, because now I was getting tons of letters from Amazon every day, between 20 to 30 as a matter of fact. They were all receipts for every single purchase I had made, along with the occasional letter threatening a lawsuit if I didn't reimburse them by the end of the month. Now that I was no longer receiving packages and only letters, I had to come up with another lie for my mom and aunt, who were becoming more and more suspicious. I told them they were just thank you letters from people I had written reviews for, or more people asking for my endorsements. I also told them I had decided to quit my job and asked if they could just throw the letters away if they saw them. But one day, I caught my mom starting to open one of the letters when I got home from school. I caught her just in time and she apologized for almost invading my privacy. "I'm just worried about you, Penny Pie," she said. "Something just seems off with you lately." I told her that everything was okay and that I was sorry for making her feel worried. And I meant it. "You don't have to worry anymore, Mom," I said. "I told them to stop sending me stuff and that I quit for good. So we shouldn't get any more letters or packages anyways." Of course, this wasn't anywhere close to true. I had an unimaginable amount of money to still make in a very short period of time before they would stop sending those letters. But I had to deal with one thing at a time. I knew I would really be toast if my mom ever found out. So I made that a priority and started skipping my last class every day, just to get the mail before my mom or aunt could. In the meantime, I was selling everything I could on Facebook Market and Craigslist, anywhere I could think of. I even explained what was happening to Claire and all of my new friends and how I was in serious trouble. I asked if they could give back the stuff I had bought for them so I could make back that money. Of course, Claire did this without any hesitation and even helped me sell some of it, but everyone else just laughed at me. Jade even called me pathetic in front of everyone. "I knew you were an imposter," she said, and then she started to chant, "Penny is a loser!" And all of the other cool kids, who I thought were now my friends, joined along. But at that moment, I was too worried about getting the money back to even care. At this point, Claire and I had scrounged up a whopping $1,000, which was practically a nickel compared to what I had spent. And to make matters even worse, when I got home that day, after skipping class to get the mail, my mom was on the phone with the principal. Now I was in real trouble. Surely he would be informing her of all of my recent absences. I had to think quick. She hadn't heard me come in the house, so I snuck upstairs and quietly shut my bedroom door. I had nowhere else to turn. So I hopped on my computer, I wrote in the search bar, "How to make money fast." The first video I saw was one that said, "How to make money fast with a Craigslist scam." I was totally desperate and freaking out.
Hi, I'm Rue from Chicago. Please like and subscribe. My mom was a renowned doctor and loved me to bits, but when I was 6, I fell from a tree and hit my head. And even though I recovered fine, Mom went crazy. She never let me out of her sight after that. When I started school, she hugged me and cried like a baby at the gate, and she'd even drop by during recess to check on me. Blood? Oh my God, what happened? She picked me up and started running to the hospital. "Mom, put me down. It's just ketchup." And suddenly, we both went crashing into the food counter. By the time I was in 8th grade, I was super popular and a star player on the basketball team. Once during my match, I fell and bruised my knee, and Mom leapt out of the audience, screaming hysterically. It was so embarrassing. And then she forced the principal to grant me 1 month's leave to recover. Ugh! I spent the next week in bed watching MSA videos about crazy moms like mine. But a few days later, it was my friend's birthday party, and I felt well enough to sneak out. But just as I was about to kiss this cute guy there, Mom barged in and smashed the music system. That music's loud enough to hurt my baby's ears. Mom, are you crazy? How did you even find me? Apparently, she had a tracker installed in my phone to always know my location. On the way home, we had a huge argument. If you ever do something like that again, I'm gonna leave for good, and I'll throw away my phone, Mom. You won't be able to find me. And surprisingly, that worked. She kinda backed off, and I was relieved to be back at school soon. Guys, I'm back! I was hoping for an awesome welcome, but to my surprise, no one bothered to say hi. And just as I was about to sit, someone pulled my seat and I fell on my butt. "You can't sit there. It's Sally's seat." Wait, what? This is my seat. And who's frickin' Sally anyway? Me. I'm Sally. And you are? I turned around to see a tall blonde girl offering me a hand. "I'm Rue, and I think you're new because I've never..." "Oh, Rue, the one with the crazy mom. It's nice to finally meet you. I just joined this month, and it's okay. You can take this seat." She smiled and went to another seat, and all the kids followed her. What the heck? A new girl had taken my place while I was gone for just a month? After that, I noticed how everyone was just too pleased by her, even the teachers. Oh, Miss Olsen, did you get a new haircut? It looks so nice on you. Thanks, Sally. You're the only one to notice. You aren't just smart, you're kind too. And she helped the other kids with their homework too. Guys, I got this. You can copy from my assignment as long as you change some things.
Sally, you're the best.
Well, I doubted that. She was just too good to be true, and just happened to appear out of thin air and take my popularity. But I wasn't gonna lose to her. A basketball match was coming up, and I was gonna show her who the real champ was. But on the day of the match, I could see Sally cheering for me with everyone else. In fact, she was cheering the loudest. Woohoo! It's nice to have the champion back. Go Roo! Just then, I slipped on the basketball court and fell flat on my butt with a sprained ankle. OMG, someone help me pick her up. She's hurt. Sally made me lean on her and took me to the nurse's room. She stayed with me the whole time the nurse attended to me. And I was beginning to think I'd misjudged her. She really was quite nice. Later when I reached home, Mom came running and hugged me tight.
Oh my God, are you okay? Let's go to the hospital right now.
Ugh, Mom, I'm fine. It's just a small sprain.
That's enough. You're not gonna play that stupid game anymore.
Mom grabbed my shoes to throw them away, and that's when I noticed grease all under my shoe. Oh my God, someone did it on purpose to make me slip, and I knew in my bones it could be none other than Sally. But since I had no proof, I decided to play nice for a while and keep an eye on her. A few days later, there was a big selection quiz for the nationals team, and I saw Sally mixing something in the free juices for all the contestants. Minutes later, the kids were clutching their tummies and running in and out of the bathroom. Ah, that evil witch! Of course she was selected for the finals, but I knew what she had done and decided to confront her. I followed her to the girls' washroom and pushed her to the wall. I'm not fooled by you, Sally. I know what you did there. I saw you mixing something. Oh, Rue, what's wrong with you? Why are you hitting me? And saying that, she slapped her own face really hard and started crying loudly. What? Suddenly, some girls came out of the washroom cubicles and pushed me aside. Gosh, Rue, look at her face. You slapped her so hard. It's all red. We're gonna tell the principal that you're bullying Sally. No, don't do that. I don't want to cause trouble. We should give Rue a chance to fix this. If she says sorry to me, I'll let it go this time. What the freaking frogs? Me? Say sorry to her? Ugh, no way. I pushed her harder this time and stormed out of there. But now I knew she was a cunning fox, and I had to play smarter than her. Soon, the elections for the new school president were announced, and I was super excited to participate. But guess who else was running for president? Sally! She already had loads of kids working for her campaign and making her posters. One day while I was in the library working on mine, I heard some noises. I went ahead to check, and I was shocked to see Sally bullying a kid. What do you mean you didn't complete my assignment? I need it back within an hour, or I'll kick your butt, you moron. She took his glasses off and threw them on the ground and crushed them. The guy looked terrified as Sally walked away. Just then, I had a mind-blowing plan. I quickly went in and picked up the guy from the floor. Hey, you don't have to be scared of her, okay? I'll help you get rid of her, but you'll have to help me too. You just have to speak the truth in front of everyone, and I'll make sure she never lays a finger on you again. Deal? The guy looked at me with teary eyes and nodded. A few days later, we had an event where each candidate had to speak up in front of the entire school, and I was all set to see my plan in action. Minutes before Sally was about to come on stage, I was so happy to see the guy she'd bullied standing there already. Sally's whole act was about to be exposed. Yippee!
I need to tell you all something. One of the candidates here is a chameleon who pretends to be your friend, but in reality, she's a bully.
And saying that, he pointed at me. What in the father frickin' world?
That's her, Rue. She even smashed my glasses the other day and put my head inside the toilet. She's a bully.
What? Have you lost your mind? What are you talking about? It was Sally, can't you remember? She smashed your glasses.
Who's Sally? And please, don't kill me. Please, someone save me from her.
Saying that, he ran and hid behind the other kids, and all of them went bonkers on me. Rue, we already knew you could be a bully, and now you're blaming Sally for this? Everyone knows Sally would never do something this horrible. Yeah, we saw what happened in the washroom the other day. You're the bad person here, and you don't deserve to be the president. And they all started throwing paper balls at me. I ran out of there to save my butt, but I was so gonna kill Sally now. After the event was over, I followed Sally and saw her kissing that jerk who betrayed me in front of everyone. That's how she turned him on her side. She was such a devil. I heard them laughing and talking about how they'd humiliated me in front of everyone. I couldn't take it anymore. I went ahead and kicked him in the butt. You're such a world-class jerk. You lied in front of everyone for a wicked lizard like her. Watch your mouth, Rue, or I'll tear off your tongue. Whoa, look at that. Finally, your true colors are coming out, Sally. But guess what? I've known from day one that you're a witch, and soon I'll prove it to everyone. You recorded us? Oh, yes, I did. You know, I'm tired of pretending to be nice to you. I wish you had slipped and hit your head that day, but you just got away with a little sprain. But today, I'm gonna kill you, squid face. Saying that, she charged at me like a mad bull, and we broke into a wild fight. Within minutes, the cheating jerk came in and held me by my hands. Let go of me, you idiot, or I'll put your face in the toilet seat for real this time. I tried to fight them both, but they locked me inside a small janitor's room. No one's going to come here till tomorrow, Rue, and I'm gonna be the next student president by then. And your little phone? I'm gonna destroy it. Both of them left, and I tried to break open the door, but nothing worked. When I'd almost given up, I suddenly heard a loud thud on the door, and it flew open. Mom! Oh God, I can't believe you found me. I hugged her tight.
Are you okay, sweetie? What happened to you?
Wait, Mom, how did you find me here?
Oh, honey, after you said you were gonna throw away your phone the next time you run, I may have put a tracker device in all of your shoes.
Mom! Okay, sorry, but see, it helped. I was able to help you today after you didn't come home for so long. She was unbelievable. I immediately ran out to find Sally and saw she was making a bonfire in the school backyard, and she had my phone in her hand. I went in and hit her from behind, and the guy ran away, seeing Mom with me. What are you doing? Let go of me, you witch! I'm gonna kill you this time. Oh, you can try, but you're not getting away with anything now. This time, I tied her and made sure she didn't run away until we called the principal and her parents. Oh, we are really sorry, but she has a histrionic personality disorder. Because of that, she wants to be noticed and praised all the time. We kept it out of her records when she joined this school.
Oh, God. I didn't know I was taking such a dangerous kid. But you've been really brave, Rue. I'm gonna announce you as the next student president tomorrow.
No, I'm the best one. I'm the best. She's nothing. Saying that, she broke the ties and leapt towards me. I'm gonna burn this entire school with you in it, loser. Thankfully, the principal had called security and they took her away. After everything was over, I turned to Mom thinking she'd go all crazy again, but she hugged me.
Oh, honey, are you okay? I was so scared.
I'm fine, Mom. Thanks for saving my life today. I love you, but no more tracking devices, please. A large chair swiveled around to reveal a tiny, skinny guy.
What? You think all mafia bosses are tall, fat, bald, and wear gold rings? Sorry to disappoint you with my looks, but trust me, I am every bit as ruthless.
Something about his steely gray eyes sent a shiver down my spine. I believed him. His name was Pierre Souffle, which was obviously a lie, and the job he had for us was to steal a priceless painting from a museum and replace it with a fake. That's the painting? It's, tiny.
What's your problem with tiny things and people?
It's also kinda stupid. What is that? A raccoon eating a cheeseburger?
It's worth $10 million, so the joke's on you. dummy. Now, the owner of the painting has allowed the museum to borrow it for only 3 days. So, we don't have a lot of time.
Wouldn't it be easier to steal it from the owner's house?
Everyone, look at Lady Einstein coming up with brilliant ideas. Why didn't we think of that ourselves?
Happy to help.
Of course we thought of that ourselves! Trust me, the museum is easier.
Why choose us?
It's a very stupid security measure, but the museum's floors are activated by pressure sensors at night. Anything above 55 kilograms and they go off. I haven't been able to find a boy who weighs less than that. Ellie, get the weighing scale.
Meredith weighed 52 kgs, while I weighed 55.1. How is this possible? You eat so much more than I do.
What can I say? I got all the good genes.
Okay, you're out, fatty. Meredith, you're my leading lady.
The plan was to enter the museum through its large air ducts, carrying the fake painting with us. We first had to make a stop in the security room and disable all the cameras and alarms. Then we'd crawl back through the ducts till we reached the exhibit area, and I'd lower Meredith down along with the painting so she could switch them out. As Meredith made it to the bottom, I dropped the painting to her, and she missed it, and we heard a loud crack. Oh my God, did you break the frame?
Me? It's your fault. Who told you to throw it like that?
I was expecting you to catch it, but what was I thinking? You made us lose the Frisbee tournament in 8th grade because you're so bad at catching things, unless it's someone's boyfriend.
Seriously? You were so distracted by that hot boy on the bleachers, your throwing skills were completely off. FYI, that boy was totally into me.
Why are we even talking about Frisbees and boys right now?
You started it.
No, I didn't. Okay, shut up. Let me think how to fix this. Are you trying to glue it together with your saliva?
You got a better idea?
Any idea would be a better idea than that. Look, it's a museum. They must fix broken, ancient things here all the time, right? I'm looking at the floor map, and there are some offices in the left wing. I'll go get some glue. It took me an hour to find glue and return to our spot, and I found Meredith eating a bowl of ramen. Where did you get that?
I brought a packet of instant ramen with me, and you were taking forever, so I went to make it in the staff kitchen. There was someone's chicken sandwich in the fridge, so I used the meat from that. And there was also some tofu, and I added a dash of oyster sauce.
I'm so happy you chose this moment in your life to become a gourmet chef. Just send the painting back up so I can fix it. I tried to fill in the crack as best I could, then sent it back down to Meredith, who took the real one off and put the fake one on the wall. But just as she started walking back, the whole floor lit up suddenly, and a blaring sound went off.
Oh my God, what's happening?
I don't know. Is the painting heavier than the fake one? Just hurry up. We gotta get out now. I pulled up Meredith and the real painting and closed the opening in the ceiling seconds before security burst in. We crawled down the ducts and out of the building as fast as we could. We ran a few blocks down where Pierre's van was waiting for us, and we sped away.
Oh, I would have preferred if you hadn't alerted all of New York about the break-in. Now I'll have to move this painting around with cops crawling all over the city. Never mind. Here's your check, and Claire, try to lose some weight. Au revoir.
And without warning, we were dumped on a dark street. We scrambled to our feet, headed for the subway, and made it home. It was all over the news the next morning that someone had broken into the museum and switched off all the security systems. But apparently, nothing had been stolen, except a chicken sandwich and a block of tofu from the staff kitchen. You ate the entire block?
Hey, I'm not the one who needs to watch her weight.
I do not need to. Whatever. Listen, I've been meaning to talk to you about something.
It'll have to wait. I got a hair appointment. We'll talk over dinner?
Yeah, sure. I was gonna tell Meredith that I wanted a break from this life, and I wasn't sure how she'd react. As I sat in a cafe later, I suddenly found a cute guy next to my table.
Mind if I sit here? There are no other empty seats. I won't disturb you. I promise.
We actually ended up talking for over an hour, and I found him sweet and charming.
I'd love to meet you again if you're free. I don't live in New York, but I come every weekend.
You come here for work?
No, actually, I came to visit my mom who's admitted in the hospital here for a medical trial. She has some rare brain issue that sent her into a coma.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. How long has she been in a coma?
6 years now. It's been the toughest thing I've ever dealt with. Actually, she was part of this other really promising clinical trial before, but that didn't work for her. He was in a hospital in Connecticut.
As he kept talking, I suddenly felt like I was spinning around very fast, and I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. My chest felt heavy, and I could barely breathe. I don't know what I said to the boy, but I just ran out of there and didn't stop till I got to our hotel room.
Hey, I was about to call you. What's wrong? Claire, are we in trouble?
I am a terrible person.
Hey, you're not that terrible, just a bit ugly. You don't have cops after you, do you?
Meredith, I met someone.
It's not a cop, is it?
No, I met a random guy in a cafe, and his mom was in a clinical trial.
I hope this gets interesting at some point.
In a hospital in Connecticut.
Oh my god, the same hospital Mom was in? And the same trial? What a small world.
No, it's not the same trial. It's a different hospital, too.
Okay, I'm bored again. The coincidence made me interested for a bit.
Meredith, his mom's been in a coma for 6 years. We did that to someone.
Didn't you just say it's not the same trial?
Yes, but for a few seconds, I thought it was the same trial. And I just realized for the first time today that we did something awful to someone out there. When we switched the patient files, we took away someone else's chance to get better.
You realized this just now? Are you dumb or something? Of course that's what we did.
I mean, I never really thought about it like this. It was just a name on a file. But meeting someone who's going through that with their mom for years, it just made it so real. We're really bad people.
Not really bad, if you consider all the bad people in the world. Okay, look, we didn't have a choice. If I had to do something like that to save Mom all over again, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Okay, so we did that to save Mom, but what about everything else? We had a choice to not continue living this life, but we didn't stop, and I want to stop.
What's the big deal, man? It's not like we're stealing from poor people.
It doesn't matter who we steal from. It's not about them, it's about us and the people we've become. I don't want to be this person anymore.
Look, just calm down. I'll get you a pina colada and everything will seem better.
But I pushed her away angrily and she landed on the floor. She looked up at me, stunned. No, I am done. Meredith and I barely spoke over the next few days, and I had no idea what was going through her head, but I'd made my decision. I was gonna go home. I sent Freddie a text to say I'd be coming next week, and he called me back.
Hey, I'm actually in New York with my parents for the weekend. Can we catch up?
The moment I saw Freddie, I just burst into tears and he hugged me tight. As we talked over dinner, he assured me that he'd talk to Meredith and try to make her come home too. We had just stepped out of the restaurant and walked 2 blocks down when suddenly a black van screeched to a halt beside us and some men pulled us in, handcuffing and blindfolding us. When our blindfolds came off, I realized we were in Pierre's quarters and I found Meredith there too. What's going on here?
Welcome, welcome. We just gathered here to discuss a teensy-weensy, itsy-bitsy issue. Now, Meredith, go ahead and tell them the moronic thing of titanic proportions that you just did.
Apparently, Meredith had found her way to Pierre's headquarters and stolen the real painting from him. She had then tried to sell it to a buyer she'd arranged, and while the exchange was about to happen on the docks, the cops had showed up. Meredith had barely managed to escape, but the buyer and the painting were in police custody.
The police didn't let it get out in the news, but they knew the real painting had been stolen and replaced with a fake. They were probably watching every dock, airport, and train station to see if someone would try and move it out. And your sister practically handed it to them.
What were you thinking?
It's your whole quitting the biz talk that made me do it. I did it for us, so we could sell the painting and retire to Bora Bora for good. And what the heck is Freddie doing here?
Hi guys, I'm Freddie, old friend. Nice to meet you. Not terrified at all.
You made me lose a fortune, and you double-crossed me. And Pierre does not take betrayal well. Harry! Sam!
Yes, sir!
You know what to do.
Boss? I'm not really sure how I feel about punching a girl.
Yeah, boss, I am not really comfortable with this. Maybe we can just punch the boy.
I'm not really a boy. I used to be a girl. Ask Claire and Meredith, we practically grew up like sisters.
Please don't hurt him. He has nothing to do with this.
Silence! You buffoons! I didn't say hurt anyone yet. I just wanted you to threaten them. But of course, you're useless. I'll do myself. Torture Harry and Sam after this meeting. Now, get lost.
Then Pierre shifted his cold gaze to me.
That painting is everything to me, and I want it back. And now the only way we can get it is from the owner himself. You, Claire, will be executing this mission. The heir of that painting is a young, charming millionaire. And you will get to know him, become his girlfriend, kiss, cuddle, yada yada. You need to earn his trust completely, so he lets you into his life and his home. Then, when the time is right, you will steal the painting from a high-security vault inside his house and bring it back to me. You will do this if you care about your moon sister and this girl/boy and his family and your mother and your stupid husband and your whole neighborhood.
What if I fail?
I don't think you want the answer to that. But once you succeed, I'll give you two enough to go to Bora Bora and never return. I'd be ecstatic to never set eyes on you annoying girls again.
I had my eyes on the target from across the street. As soon as I saw him walk towards the cafe, I headed for the entrance. Just as he opened the door, I bumped straight into him, spilling coffee all over his shirt. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking. I'll pay for the dry cleaning. His arm rested gently on mine.
Hey, it's okay. It was an accident.
I looked up into his bright green eyes.
In fact, you're the one who's without a coffee now. Can I get you a new one?
Sure, I'd like that. Can we also start over? Hi, I'm Christina.
Hello, I'm Eric.
Hi, I'm Joy from Chicago. Please like and subscribe. My parents always loved to call me a unique child. When I was little, I was always making toy buildings out of random stuff. Seashells, bottles, cereal boxes, anything I could get my hands on. I was also kinda shy and found it more fun to help out with chores at home than play with other kids. One day, Mom was teaching me how to make pancakes when she suddenly stopped and stared at me. Sweetie, what's the matter? Am I going too fast for you? No, Mommy, everything's fine. But you keep blinking a lot, like there's something wrong. I hadn't even realized it, so Mom took me to a doctor, and I got diagnosed with an excessive blinking condition. It was nothing serious, but in school, kids started making fun of me for it, and I'd mostly just stay away from them and sit alone. One day in 3rd grade, I was making a presentation and this stupid boy kept interrupting. Miss Brown, why does Joy blink so much? Just keep quiet and listen to Joy's presentation, please. But how can I listen when Joy's eyes are doing all the talking? The whole class burst out laughing. Just then, this kid Martin walked over to the annoying boy's table. Hey, don't talk about Joy like that. Oh yeah? Who are you, her boyfriend? Martin jumped on him and the two started wrestling like crazy. They both ended up in detention for a week. So after school, I snuck into the detention room and sat next to Martin. Hey, thanks for sticking up for me. I hate when people tease you. You're like the awesomest, smartest girl in our class. I joined Martin for detention every day, and after that, we hung out all the time. It turned out he even lived in my neighborhood. I'd always been a loner, but for the first time, I had a best friend, and it was amazing. Having Martin in my life made me less shy, and I changed a lot. We stayed super close through the years, but when we reached high school, Martin gave me some news one day. My dad's business really took off, and we're moving to another neighborhood. I'm also going to a private school. Wow, that's super cool, but I'll really miss you. Hey, why don't you apply for a scholarship? Then we can still be at the same school. My parents were happy for me to try to get into a better school, so I applied for the scholarship, and I got in. Little did I know that it was the worst decision ever. On the first day of 9th grade, I almost fell over when I saw Martin there. He was dressed head to toe in designer clothes and was wearing a gold watch? Who are you, and what did you do to my friend? And how much gel is in your hair, dude? This is just how the cool kids dress nowadays. You didn't know that? No. Should I? Yeah, you should. You need a makeover, girl. I just laughed and punched his arm. Later at lunch, a bunch of rich kids walked by our table. Hey, Martin, I've seen you around my neighborhood. Want to come to my party this Friday? Sure. Can I bring Joy with me? She'll have to buy new shoes first. I bet the one she's wearing right now came from a garbage dump. Hello, I'm right here, and I love these shoes.
Joy, she's joking. Calm down.
The girl walked away with her minions, and I felt so annoyed at Martin. How could he think that comment was a joke? Apparently, there were lots of kids at school who lived in Martin's neighborhood, and it seemed like he was becoming friends with them overnight. That next Monday, I didn't see Martin until lunchtime, with his arm around a really pretty girl. Hey, saved a seat for you at our usual table.
Actually, I have a girlfriend now, so I'm gonna go sit with her.
Oh, okay. Well, have fun. I went to sit by myself and watched Martin from afar. He looked happy, but he just wasn't acting like himself. As weeks went by, Martin got super handsome and muscular and really popular. I missed my friend, but I gave him his space. But one day, I caught Martin and his friends surrounding a younger kid, and Martin was reading his diary out loud.
Stephanie Twain, the love of my life since 5th grade.
I ran forward and snatched the diary from him. What are you doing?
What? I'm just here to entertain people. Reading idiots' diaries is my opening act.
Martin, why are you acting like this? Just because you're rich now doesn't mean you have to be a jerk.
You know what? I think you're just jealous because I have other friends now and I'm not a nerdy loser like you.
Look at me. I'm Joy and all I do is study in the library because I have no life.
Then Martin started blinking really fast and shaking his head. Are you making fun of me? Before I could stop myself, I slapped Martin hard across the face and ran away from there. The whole rest of the day, I had to fight from crying. What a jerk! But when I got home, I forgot my troubles when I found Mom sitting in the kitchen, looking really worried. What's wrong, Mom? Joy, your dad and I are in serious debt. If we don't find a way to get some money soon, we could lose the house. Lose the house? Are we gonna end up homeless? No, I shouldn't have said anything. We'll be fine. Don't worry about it, honey. But I did worry about it. I watched MSA videos on YouTube to take my mind off of things, but I didn't get much sleep that night. Weeks went by and things kept changing. I just focused on my studies and saw Martin from a distance, turning into a completely different person. Then one day, a new guy named Cameron arrived at school. He looked like Harry Styles, and based on his Lamborghini, he was clearly rich. All the girls were drooling over him, but I just rolled my eyes and walked away. He was probably just another snooty brat. But I was surprised when Cameron came and sat next to me in my robotics class. He seemed super impressed with the robot hand I was building. I've been working on it for almost a year.
Are you like a genius? You can tell me the truth. You don't have to be modest.
I laughed and ended up sitting with Cameron for lunch, and he never once made fun of my blinking or even asked about it. We were having a great time until Martin walked over.
Dude, what's a guy like you doing with someone like Joy? I'll introduce you to my friends. They're more your type.
Martin, why are you such a…
Sure, I'll come and say hi right now.
Cameron leaned over to me and whispered,
Trust me, you just sit back and enjoy the show.
I wondered what he was up to as he walked over to Martin's friends. And when Martin introduced his girlfriend, Cameron suddenly took her hand and kissed it.
I'm heading to a yacht party tonight. I'll offer you $500 to be my date.
His girlfriend instantly pushed Martin away and put her arm through Cameron's. You got yourself a deal, cutie.
Wait, what the heck? I thought you really liked me.
Cameron pulled away from Martin's girlfriend.
Your friends really are something. I just wanted to show you that. And I don't like hanging out with fake people. Don't ever come near me or Joy again, okay?
Cameron walked back to me, and I saw Martin's face had turned really red as he stormed off furiously. I hoped he'd had some sense knocked into him. Later that week, I got some amazing news. My teachers wanted to enter my robot hand into a huge science fair with a big cash prize. If I won, I could help my parents out.
Your hard work is finally gonna pay off, Joy. I wish I were as talented.
Wait, what if you enter the science fair with me? You can help me with the finishing touches.
Are you serious? You're the coolest girl ever.
Cameron and I worked hard on it all month. The night of the fair, I reached the venue before Cameron, who was bringing the project, but hours passed and he just didn't show up. I called and texted frantically, but he wouldn't answer his phone. I was called to the stage empty-handed. The judges couldn't wait any longer. I was disqualified. But just as I was leaving the venue, Cameron showed up. Oh my God, where were you? How could you let me down like that?
Joy, I'm so sorry. When I left the school with the project, all my tires were flat 10 minutes later. I couldn't even call you because my phone wasn't in my bag. I don't know who stole it or slashed my tires, but I can make a guess.
Martin? I was burning with rage. The next day when I saw Martin in school, I walked up to him and grabbed his collar. You heartless jerk! You did that to Cameron, didn't you?
Hey, back off. And yeah, I did. But why are you so worked up? So your lover boy had to wait on the road for a while. Big deal.
It's not just about him. Martin, I missed the science fair because of what you did. You know I've been working on that project for a year. Doesn't that mean anything to you? For a second, he looked taken aback, but then he just shrugged.
How was I supposed to know all that? Anyway, I did you a favor. You've been a nerdy loser since I met you. It's time you found a new hobby, Blinky.
I sprung forward and pushed Martin to the ground. I'm just through with you. I used to think you'd be the last person to ever hurt me, but I don't even recognize you now. You're just a big jerk bully. I turned around and fled from there. At that moment, I hated him so much. A few days later, I was studying at the library for exams and realized it was really late. As I walked out of the building, I heard laughter coming from the back alley. I went over to see what was going on and nearly fell backwards. Martin and his friends were spray painting the principal's brand new car. Are you crazy? What are you doing?
Ugh, what are you doing here, Joy?
Martin, just please stop this. You could get in so much trouble.
As if you care. Just keep walking and pretend you never saw this.
I had no choice but to leave, but seeing him this way was so frustrating. The next day when I went to school, all everyone was talking about was how the principal's car was wrecked, and he was raging mad. But in the third period, I was shocked when I was called to the principal's office.
I saw on the CCTV footage that you were on the premises last night when my car was destroyed.
But sir, I had nothing to do with it, I swear.
Oh, I know that, but I think you saw who did it.
I just stared back at him and then spoke. It was really dark. I wouldn't be able to tell you who it was for sure.
Joy, you're here at this school on a scholarship. If I don't have a name by Monday, you'll lose it for next year. I suggest you be smart and think about your future.
I walked out of the principal's office in shock. Just then, Cameron caught up with me.
Joy, what's going on? Why were you called to the principal's office?
I told him everything that had happened.
You can't just throw away your scholarship like that. You have to turn Martin in.
How can you even suggest that? He used to be my best friend, and I'm not a snitch.
He's not your best friend anymore. He's a jerk, and he deserves this. If he was a nice guy once, he's changed, Joy.
But I didn't change. I just can't do this, Cameron. I won't do this. I'll go to another school. It won't be as great as this one, but I'll be okay. Tears stung my eyes. I thought about the colleges and opportunities I'd never have now, but I was doing the right thing. That Monday, I went to the principal's office with a heavy heart, ready to lose my scholarship. But he told me the most shocking news. Martin had come to his office and confessed to destroying his car. So what's gonna happen to him now?
He's already expelled, of course.
I couldn't believe it. Why did he suddenly confess? And he even took the fall for his friends. I found the other two brats who were with him that night snickering in the hallway, and I asked them,
"We don't know why that loser did it. We'd all gotten away with it. It wasn't his idea. He just does whatever we tell him to, always trying so hard to be one of us."
I've known Martin for years, and trust me, he's 10 times better than all of you. I shoved them aside and left. I was totally off the hook, but Martin was gone for good. My head was spinning, but when I got home that day, I found my parents in the living room with huge smiles.
Joy, we have the most wonderful news. We're not in debt anymore.
Are you kidding? That's amazing. But how? Some anonymous donor paid off all the money we owe for the house. We have no idea who did it. It was probably Cameron. He's an amazing friend. I just know it was him. I rushed to my phone to call Cameron and thank him, but suddenly, I realized Cameron didn't know my landlord or anything about my house. There was only one person outside my family who did. The next morning, I took a bus to Martin's new place and knocked on his door. Hey, I have a weird question. Did you pay off our mortgage?
Yeah, I did. But hey, don't worry about it. Our moms ran into each other, and your mom told my mom everything. I told my parents I'd help them out at work every weekend if they paid your loan.
Martin, I don't understand. I thought you hated me now.
Why would I hate you? Cameron told me what you did for me. After how horrible I've been, you were gonna give up your scholarship and ruin your future for me. I guess I'm not really surprised, because that's just who you are. The best friend one could ask for. I couldn't let you do that, though. I got expelled because I deserved it. And I'm really sorry about everything.
I was so touched to see Martin's teary eyes. Hey, don't make me cry, bro. It's okay, and thank you for apologizing. I'm just glad to see my old friend back.
Me too. And for the record, Cameron's a really good guy. You have my blessing to be with him.
Yeah, I didn't ask for your blessing, but thanks anyway.
Hi, I'm Blake, and this is my story. Don't forget to like and subscribe. My childhood was pretty weird. My mom could be a little dramatic. She was either very happy or very sad. She would do cartwheels on the lawn just because the sun was out, and cry like a baby waving the trash goodbye on garbage day. On the first day of school, she strung balloons in my hair. Everyone made fun of me. This one boy, Sam, made a game out of who could pop the most of my balloons while they were still attached to my head. I went home crying. They're just jealous of you. You're the prettiest girl in your class. But I didn't like the way people looked at us and talked about my mom behind her back. I heard she serves candy for dinner. So irresponsible. That poor child, stuck with a crazy mother like that. I didn't want anyone talking about us like that. So I started dressing myself for school and packing my own lunch. I was super serious about my studies and tried to be as invisible as possible. But Sam made it his mission to make my life miserable.
Where'd you get that dress, loser? Because it's screaming for some color. What did you do to your face, dingbat? Because it looks good enough to punch.
I didn't want to give kids like Sam more stuff to use against me, so I purposely didn't invite anyone to my 10th birthday. I have a surprise for you. Come out to the garden and see. My entire class was there. Mom dressed up as a clown and danced around. She even had one of those comically large flowers on her coat that squirted water on people. It was so humiliating. Everyone was laughing at her. It was so cringe that I ran to my room and refused to come out. Honey, what's wrong? Is your tummy hurting? Is it gas? Do you need to poop? Mom, please leave me alone. Oh, I guess it's the hormones. My little girl is growing up. Other than Sam always torturing me, life was going as well as it could. Years went by and I was acing my classes and even volunteering at the library when a transfer student from LA joined us in the middle of 11th grade. Kiara was something else. She had the most ridiculous hair and wore super bright colors in every shade. But somehow she thought I was the fascinating one. Why is your hair tied up so tight? Aren't you afraid you'll pull the skin right off your skull? Whoa, what's the prescription for your glasses? Are you like legally blind? No, I'm not blind.
Yes, she is. She uses echolocation like a bat. See? That's why she has massive ears.
Get lost, Sam. Oddly, it was our combined hate for Sam that brought us together as friends. We got closer over spring break, and Kiara told me about her parents, who both owned a tech company. They think I'm a weird hippie. We have nothing in common. I visited her house for dinner once. The place was so huge, I got lost twice looking for the bathroom. Despite what Kiara said, I thought her parents were awesome. They even had vegetables for dinner.
What do you plan on doing after high school, Blake?
I was hoping to study law at Harvard.
That's amazing. If only Kiara had some ambition too. Her only talent right now seems to be inhaling food.
Ugh, Dad. Honestly, I felt like someone had switched me and Kiara at birth and we ended up in the wrong families. Apparently, Kiara thought that too. I bet my parents wish they had you as a daughter and not dumb old me. See, that's the thing. I had succeeded in making everyone think I was this straight-A kid who didn't do anything ridiculous. But I had one dark secret. I was obsessed with mermaids, and I secretly drew comics about a mermaid archaeologist who discovered shipwrecks, and I never wanted anyone to find out. I felt bad for Kiara, so I invited her over to my place because I knew she and Mom would get along really well.
Kiara, you're like the daughter I never had.
Hello? I don't get it. How could a cool mom like you have a boring daughter like Blake?
It's a mystery. Marshmallow stuffed cookies and pixie dust sandwiches for dinner?
I was cleaning the dishes after dinner when I heard a squeal from my room, and I found Kiara going through my drafts. OMG, these are so cute. Who made them? Why are you going through my private stuff? Why are you getting so mad? It's not like you made these.
Wait, you made these? Stop shouting, the neighbors will hear you. They should. These are awesome. Why don't you have these published? Do you really think they're that good? I'd pay serious money to follow the adventures of Memphis the Mermaid. Mom's always on the lookout for unique content like this. You could save up for Harvard with that kind of money. I don't know, Kiera. Just think about it, okay? I tossed and turned all night thinking about it. I'd built up a spotless reputation over the years, and no one could call me a freak anymore. Was I willing to risk all of that now? But what if it paid for my dream education? And suddenly, I had a great idea. The next day, I met Kiera in the library. I'm in, but I have a condition. You have to give the draft to your mom and say you made it. Are you nuts? No, think about it. Your parents want you to succeed, and I need the money, but not the fame or publicity. This could be a win-win for both of us. Well, if you're sure. The plan was a huge success. Kiera's parents were over the moon at her hidden talent, and the comic books were an instant hit. Kiera was called on all the morning shows and did a countrywide tour promoting the book. Back in school, she was suddenly this huge celebrity.
Can you sign my copy, Kiera?
Do you like my Memphis hairstyle, Kiera? Suddenly, Kiera didn't have time for me. She was too busy with her fans and new friends. I tried telling myself I didn't care, but a part of me was hurt and a little jealous. But wasn't this what I wanted? No one to notice me?
Smellogram.
Sam, you moron. I'm gonna end you.
Like your friendship with Kiera? That must have been rough. I guess I'm your only friend now.
You're not my friend.
Your words hurt me, Blake. Haven't I always made you smile and brightened your day?
You've made me think of several ways to end you.
See? I provide motivation and creativity. Now, how about as a thank you, you get me a date with Kiera?
Why was stupid Sam interested in Kiera? And why did I care? He was a pain in my butt, but he was also really good looking now. Why do you want to date her anyway?
Why do you care? Are you jealous?
As if.
Well, I want to date her because she's awesome. Have you read the comics? They're epic. I've heard several Hollywood producers are interested in the movie rights.
I pushed Sam away and walked off. It was my idea to put Kiera's name on my work, but I still hated every minute that she got glory when I knew I would have gotten shame for it. It just wasn't fair. A few weeks later, Kiera suddenly showed up at my house asking for new drafts. I need to publish teasers on my stories. Hi to you too, Kiera. I'm fine. How are you? I know, I'm sorry. I've been busy. You have no idea what a creative person's life is like. Sure, I have no idea. And I haven't had time to draw up anything new. Are you serious? You must have something. A sketch? An idea? Here's an idea. How about you do something yourself for once? What's gotten into you? You're the one who practically begged me to take the credit. And now you're acting like I stole the idea from you? You know what? You're right. It was a stupid idea, and I'm glad it stops now. No! What will I tell my parents? It's the first time they've thought I'm good at something. I don't see how that's my problem. You can tell them the truth, that you have no talent. You're a horrible person, Blake. I wish we'd never met. I felt terrible for all the hurtful things I'd said. Just then, Mom came into my room wearing a hollowed-out watermelon as a helmet. Is everything okay? I was already upset, but Mom's ridiculous hat made me ballistic. She was the reason people thought I was weird, and that made me insecure about my art. How can you ask that with that thing on your head? Geez, Mom, when will you act your age? I'm sick of being the adult around here.
Why are you speaking to me like this?
Because you're an embarrassment. I regretted my words instantly. Mom looked so deeply hurt that I wanted to hug her and apologize, but she immediately left. What had I done? Mom didn't kiss me goodbye the next day, and Kiera didn't show up at school. I skipped lunch and drew a quick outline for Kiera when a shadow loomed behind me.
Is that Memphis the Mermaid? You're the original artist?
Are you nuts? I was just copying Kiera's work. She's really talented.
Nah, I don't believe you. No one's that good at copying stuff. Wait till I tell the whole school.
What do you want, jerk?
Just the truth, actually. Why won't you take credit for your own work, loser?
It's because of you and other people like you. My whole life, you haven't missed any chance to ridicule me, and I've worked so hard to seem normal. I was afraid everyone would think I'm a dork or a freak for writing those comics. So, yeah, I asked Kiara to put her name on it, and now it's ruined everything, and I don't need you making things any harder for me. For the first time ever, Sam actually shut up and looked guilty.
I'm really sorry, Blake. You always seemed tough, and I never realized how much my jokes actually affected you. You're amazing, and you shouldn't have to hide who you really are because of me or anybody.
He leaned in and gently kissed me on the cheek before running off. What just happened? And why was my heart racing? After school, I went to Kiara's house, but I was in for a shock.
Kiara left for Japan this morning. I don't know what happened, but she was really upset and said something about not having any talent. She's gone to study anime drawing for a year.
I was heartbroken to learn that my words had affected Kiara so much. My best friend was gone, and she'd probably hate me for the rest of her life. When I got home, I was in store for an even bigger surprise. Mom was in a boring dress making a roast dinner with vegetables. Welcome home, Blake. I'm sorry for making your life tougher than it is. You're such a good, hard-working daughter, and I'll try my best to be like other moms. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things to you. I was so obsessed with being normal that I pushed away the two people I love the most. And you're awesome, just as you are. I told Mom everything that had happened with Kiara. People make mistakes, honey. Write to Kiara and explain everything. I'm sure she'll forgive you. Want to have chocolate cake for dinner? That sounds perfect, Mom. That night, I wrote an apology email to Kiara, but I never heard back from her. I still visited her parents once a week, and they'd tell me about her life in Japan, but I really missed having her around. Soon after, Sam asked me out and we started to date. He was still annoying, but he also knew how to make me laugh. A year flew by, and I started working on a new comic about a unicorn girl with rainbow hair and the habit of wearing every color at once. I was nervous about handing it to Kiara's mom for publishing, but Sam encouraged me, and she loved it. She said it reminded her of Kiara. My life turned upside down after the comics became a success. I sent Kiara a signed copy with a note saying it was inspired by her, but I never got a reply. One day, I was drawing in my room when there was a knock on my door. It was Kiara. Kiara, I'm so sorry. I was such an awful witch to you. I'm sorry too. I took credit for your talent without even thanking you. It was never going to last, and I'm glad it ended when it did. But I'm sad that our friendship got caught up in the mix. I needed to get away to figure myself out. I've missed you so much. I know, and I guess I missed you too. It was a novel about a prim librarian that looked a lot like me, cataloging in the mornings and hunting vampires by night. I guess I am very inspiring. Don't push your luck.
Hey guys, I'm Amelia from Denver, and this is my crazy story. Please like and subscribe first. I was 6 years old when I moved to my aunt's house with my sister Olivia, who was 4 years older than me. Olivia and I, well, we had sort of a bittersweet relationship. More bitter than sweet. We just didn't get along. Olivia drew an imaginary line between us because she needed her space, but had no respect for mine. Like once, when I was dreaming of Justin Bieber, she woke me up to yell at me. "Your blanket's on my side of the bed. Move over." Are you kidding me? And then there were times when she treated me like her servant. "Amelia, go get my charger. Bring me a glass of water. Are you blind? Don't you have legs? Move your butt and get it yourself." Every time I'd answer her back, she'd look at me like I slapped her in the face, and then give me notes on how she was the best sister in the world. "I bought you a new bag from the dollar shop on 2012-2019. I saved you from the bullies when you were in the 4th grade. And when you were hungry as a bear on March 13th, 2014, I cooked noodles for you." What in the world? Oh, God. Wait, you forgot. You said good morning yesterday, so what now? Would I have to do laundry for you for a year? Man, you're weird. She was crazy, but she was also kind to me on rare occasions. Like when she gave me her Netflix password, even though I begged and pleaded for it for 4 years. She also gave me her phone when I asked her. Oh, she wasn't that generous. She did it because her boyfriend, Cooper, got her a new one. Even though we fought a lot, she was still always around. But after high school, Olivia started spending less and less time with me. She was busy partying with her friends. She would come home late almost every night. One time, it was very late and Olivia hadn't returned home. My aunt and I were worried sick. Olivia, where were you? Why didn't you answer your phone? Don't try to be my mother. Just mind your own business. Ugh, I waited for you all night. Look, the sun is almost up. This isn't right. So, I should stop living my life just because you think partying all night isn't right? Gosh, you suffocate me. I am leaving. She then began packing her stuff. She said she was going to stay with Cooper and that she needed to live her life the way she wanted to. Well, fine. If that's what she wanted to do with her life, so be it. Once Olivia was gone, I did miss her, but I channeled all my energy into studying. It paid off because I graduated from high school with awesome grades. Now, I needed a job to pay for my college fees. I found a job in sales, and after months, I was finally able to move out of my aunt's place. One day, when I returned home from work, I found a basket at my door with a baby. And right then, my phone rang. Oh, you got it, Mandy. Thank God. Olivia, where are you? Wait, is this your baby? Ah, yeah. Amelia, look. I have to go to Europe with my new boyfriend. I'm so sorry, but you're gonna have to babysit her for just like 1 week. All the stuff you need is in the baby bag, and there's a diary too. Wait, are you crazy? You haven't shown up in 2 years. How do you think I'm gonna… She hung up before I could finish. I reached into the bag, and just as I found the baby's dad's number, Mandy puked all over the diary. No, no, no. I thought of taking her to my aunt, but then I remembered she was away visiting her friends. Oh God, I can't do this. I was having a full-blown panic attack, and that's when I decided to go to the cops. My friend's sister left her baby at my friend's place and then ran away. What should my friend do with the baby?
It's not legal to keep a baby like this. She'll have to be sent to social services and they'll decide.
Social services? No. I couldn't send my niece there. And then I banged my head hard on the wall. As I stared at Mandy in horror, she began to cry and just got louder each second. Nothing was working. This was frustrating. My patience was running out. After multiple failed attempts, I finally found a solution. I did a silly dance for her that caught her attention. Finally, silence. But what happened next made me explode. Now, who's gonna clean this up? Of course, me. I cried really loudly and cursed Olivia for doing this to me. Your mother is I don't know why I'm being punished. Well, the next thing that made me worried was work. I had no other option but to take her along with me. I made a stop at the grocery store near my work to buy baby food. As I reached the cashier, I struggled to juggle the bag and baby in my hands. Please, do you mind holding her for a while?
Me? Okay.
To make matters worse, I had to cut half of my purchases due to my credit limit. But as if luck was on my side. Congratulations, ma'am, it's your lucky day. You're our 1,000th customer, and you get a voucher worth $2,000. What? What did you just say? Yes! Finally, something good happened to me. I took the bags and ran out of the shop, but then the stranger stopped me.
Hey, excuse me. Stop, please. Your baby?
Oh my God, I am so sorry. I forgot about her. I'm a bad aunt, ain't I?
Ooh, thank God you said aunt. I was wondering if I can…
Before he could finish, Mandy started crying and I had to rush. Bummer. When I reached the office, I was surprised to see the stranger from the store there. It turned out he was our boss's son.
You work here? Oh, wow. I'm surprised that we have such pretty employees. And the youngest ones.
I'm sorry to have brought her here, but I'm still looking for some place to drop her off. Adrian was amazing. The guy was always nice to me, and as we started working together, he always praised my work in front of everyone, which made me feel over the moon. I was falling hard for him, but I kept my feelings about him under wraps. He, on the other hand, was pretty clear about how he felt for me.
I must say, you look lovely today. Amelia, you are loaded with work. Let's take a coffee break. Amelia.
One day, we were preparing for a meeting when Adrian took my hand and told me how much he liked me. I can't say no to my boss. I like you too. Everything was turning out great for me. Olivia had told me she'd be back in a week, but it had been more than 3 weeks and she was still a no-show. But luckily, Mandy and I were getting along just fine. It wasn't like she stopped spitting her food in my face, didn't cry, or stopped rolling on the floor. I just learned how to handle her better now. I even got her into a daycare when I was at work. Like all good things that don't last forever, this happy period of my life was also temporary. Mandy got sick and I didn't know what to do. I called Adrian and asked if he could drop us off at the clinic. He drove up in his Mercedes-Benz and took us there. Thank God it wasn't anything serious. On our way back, I invited Adrian over for coffee at my place. But what he said next surprised me.
You live here? It's so tiny. And untidy, too.
As he walked around, he stepped on a toy and screamed. Ouch.
Oh.
He looked pissed and threw the toy against the wall. I was shocked at how he acted. I'm sorry the house is messy.
It's not your fault. I was thinking, you could always give her up for adoption. She was your sister's mistake, not yours. Or have her come back and take care of her own kid.
He wasn't wrong, but I wasn't sure about his idea. Mandy was my niece after all, and I loved her. The next few days, Adrian kept bringing up the idea of sending Mandy to social services. Even though I tried to contact Olivia many times, her number was off. Just a week later, I was having an amazing sleep when someone jolted me awake. It was Adrian. What happened? Is Mandy all right?
Yeah, she must be. But Amelia, you fell asleep during our presentation. What is going on with you? You need to pull yourself together and give the baby to someone. Her dad?
He was right. When my aunt came back from the trip, I went to her house and asked her if she knew about Cooper. She gave me his number, and when I contacted him, he was shocked to learn that he even had a baby.
Oh my God, she looks just like me. My carbon copy. I can't believe Olivia hid this from me.
He then told us how Olivia had left him for another guy, never telling him that she was pregnant. I felt really bad for him. I couldn't believe my sister would stoop so low. When Cooper took Mandy away, I realized how much I missed her. Those tiny hands and feet, that toothless smile. Gosh, I wanted to hug her just once more. I busied myself with work, and it went well with Adrian. He gave me expensive gifts and would take me out for dinner every day. One time while I was out with him, I mentioned how much I missed Mandy, and he just snapped.
Mandy, Mandy, Mandy. It's always Mandy for you all the time. I'm sorry. Look what I got you.
I need to go, please. As soon as I was out of the restaurant, I went to Cooper's place, and what I saw there had me laughing. Cooper had a pacifier around his neck, Mandy in his arm, milk powder in his hair, and a rattle in his other hand. I'm sorry, but I can't stop laughing.
It's okay. At least I made you laugh.
Let me try.
Oh, you made her sleep even faster.
As he cleaned up the mess, I helped him, and we felt exhausted and hungry by the end. We ordered online, and honest to God, the food was 100 times better than the fancy restaurant Adrian loved taking me to. Right then, my phone rang. Think of the devil. It was Adrian, apologizing for snapping at me. He wanted to meet me again, but hearing Cooper's voice in the background, his mood changed.
You don't have time for me, and there you are with some other guy? Who is he?
I just couldn't handle his drama, so I hung up. Since I really liked spending time at Cooper's house, I went to visit Mandy and him almost every day. However, that didn't sit too well with Adrian because I had to face him at work too. One time, he invited me on a date to a fancy gala, and I reluctantly accepted. I wanted to finish things with him, and that could be my chance. But once I reached the place, his face twisted the moment he saw me.
Oh, God. Why didn't you wear the dress I gave you? Come on, let's go. You need something proper for this gala. I can't be seen with someone who dresses like this.
What the heck? Fine, you won't be seen with me from now on. Wanna know why? 'Cause you are one snobby, arrogant, and annoying jerk.
Oh yeah, great. You're making me the bad guy here? Who's cheating on me with Cooper? Admit that you like him.
His words hit me. I think I really had feelings for Cooper, and I was kinda cheating. Ugh, you are crazy. We're done, Adrian. Goodbye. Saying that, I left, and on my way home, Cooper called, and I told him everything that Adrian had done. Since I didn't have a ride home, Cooper insisted on picking me up. He parked on the other side of the road, and when I turned toward him, my heel got stuck in the wet grass and it broke. Seeing me struggle, Cooper rushed to me. Uh-oh. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Oh, God, you're soaking wet. Here, wear this. Thanks. It's just this stupid... Ugh. The next thing I know is that Cooper had me in his arms and carried me to his car. He delicately seated me. Oh my gosh, my heart was beating really fast, and I was sure he could hear it. I had never felt this calm and protected. Once we were at Cooper's place, I changed into dry clothes that belonged to him and snuggled next to Mandy. Can I crash here for the night, Cooper? I am too tired to go home now. What? Yeah, I mean, you don't need to ask. It would be great if you could stay with us. Really? Yeah. In fact, I'd love to have you forever. Oh, wow. He really liked me. I did a happy dance inside my head, but I just nodded my head. A few days later, I resigned from my job and even changed my number because Adrian was constantly calling me. In a few months, I moved in with Cooper and was living my best life. I loved Mandy so much, and being able to be with her brought me so much joy. Everything was going smoothly until one day, Olivia returned. And seeing Cooper and me together, she looked shocked. Olivia, you? What brought you here? Finally got time to worry about your daughter? I was looking for Mandy, but I didn't find her at your place, and here you are. Olivia, Oh, cut it out, Amelia. How are you feeling after betraying your sister? How could you say that to me? You left your kid. You cheated on your boyfriend and ran off with your new fling, and never told him about his child. I am not the one betraying anyone here. It's you. Unbelievable. With those words, Olivia left. And even though I wanted to say so much more to her, Cooper stopped me, saying it wasn't worth arguing with her. Time passed and I didn't hear from Olivia again. Soon, Cooper and I got married and we were living the perfect life. But deep down, I missed my sister. On Mandy's 5th birthday, I was at the store getting her a gift when I spotted an LOL doll. When I almost had it, someone else picked it up too. Hey, I needed that. Oh, Amelia, it's you. Oh my God, it's been years. How are you? And is this for for Mandy? Yeah, she loves it. Olivia then handed me the toy and then Mandy called me from behind. Mama? Oh my God, she's grown up really fast. Can I hug her? Of course, you don't need to ask. You are her mother after all. Olivia then hugged Mandy and kissed her with all her strength. Mama, is this Mommy? Yes, honey, she is. Oh God, she knows me? Of course, I have always shown her your pictures. Thank you. Thank you so much, Amelia. You're the best sister in the whole world. The end.
Okay, if you hate everything and my car so much, why don't you just get out?
This isn't funny. It's freezing, and it's dark out. Is this a joke?
Does it look like a joke? Call an Uber.
My jaw dropped as he sped off. I was waiting for the driver when I suddenly heard glass shattering and a loud alarm. I looked behind me and saw a man in a dark hood running out of a jewelry store. We both froze. Hi, I'm Layla from New York. Before I tell you the rest, don't forget to like and subscribe. I had a perfect family. I grew up in one of the most expensive penthouses in all of New York City. We had a personal chef, designer clothes, everything. My dad was the president of a huge company, and he loved my mom and I more than anything in the world. We had it all. But when I was 5, my life turned upside down when my mom left, and my dad started spending all his time at work, and a few years later, he married Gwendolyn, who was some random supermodel, and they started jetting off to exotic cities for her work every weekend. At first, I hated how they left all the time. I even tried going with them once.
All packed up for the trip, Daddy.
Oh, Layla, you didn't really think you were coming with us, did you?
Tomorrow's my 7th birthday.
Right. The housekeepers will make you the biggest cake you've ever seen.
Toodaloo!
But as I got older, I got used to them being gone for weeks, and eventually, I totally loved it.
needed actual parents when you had their credit card. An empty house meant having epic karaoke parties, movie marathons, and makeover parties whenever I wanted. My parents didn't care as long as no one broke anything that cost more than $10,000. Having the best party house in an elite private school was like being royalty among royalty. Oh my god, Layla, your party this weekend was incredible! When's the next one? Don't think I didn't see you break my stepmom's favorite vase. For you, there won't be a next one. Like any queen bee, I had to keep my hive in line. And most importantly, I had to have a super hot king by my side. So I had a boyfriend, Jackson, who was the heir to a massive family fortune.
Hey, babe, want to take my dad's helicopter to the Bahamas this weekend?
Ooh, the Bahamas. Should we ask our parents?
Good one.
We even won prom king and queen 2 years in a row. I mean, it's not like it was a surprise. Life was totally perfect, but when I was 17, everything changed. Jackson was driving me home from dinner one night, and we got into the dumbest argument. He was always throwing tantrums.
Okay, if you hate everything and my car so much, why don't you just get out?
This isn't funny. It's freezing, and it's dark out. Is this a joke?
Does it look like a joke? Call an Uber.
My jaw dropped as he sped off. I was waiting for the driver when I suddenly heard glass shattering and a loud alarm. I looked behind me and saw a man in a dark hood running out of a jewelry store. We both froze. He was turning to run when a huge gust of wind blew his hood off. I immediately noticed this huge scar on his forehead. Luckily, the alarm must have called the police. The flashing lights and sirens sent him running. I told the officers everything. They dropped me off at home. Jackson didn't take my call, and I had to sleep with all the lights on. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of someone banging on my door. It must be Jackson, begging for forgiveness. Surprise, surprise. You better have a whole bouquet of flowers for me. You're not Jackson. 2 giant men in dark suits with gold badges were standing at my door.
FBI, Layla, you need to come with us now.
Is this about last night? I told the police everything.
The man you saw is some psycho who's connected to robberies all over the city, and he's extremely dangerous. We've already contacted your parents. With your family's high profile, we're putting you in witness protection.
Witness protection? Doesn't that only happen in movies?
You'll be living with a new family in a discreet location until he's captured.
He barely saw me. My dad will never allow this. Dad? Wait, what? Can't you just come home to protect me? Apparently, Gwendolyn signed all the paperwork and sent it to the FBI that morning without even asking me first. You can't do this to me. I wasn't even allowed to say goodbye to my friends or take my phone. And I dozed off in the car until we pulled up to a small house in the desert. A woman and a little girl stood at the door waving and holding up a handmade sign. Eunice? Who is Eunice?
Welcome home. Miss Celia will tell you everything you need to know from here. Good luck.
Walking into the house felt like the beginning of a nightmare. Everything was so old. Even the floorboards were creaking under my feet.
I know this is probably a lot for you, Eunice, but we're here to make you feel like home.
Okay, but where's the rest of your house?
I can't believe I have a pretty big sister.
Don't mind Amy. She's only 5 and she is excited to meet you. I'm sure you're exhausted, but I was instructed to change your hair tonight. You need to be unrecognizable, Eunice.
Are you kidding? I just got highlights. And please stop calling me Eunice. My name is Layla.
Sorry, sweetheart, but according to your new identity, your name is Eunice. You're my niece who just moved here from a farm, and you have short green hair.
Cool. I love green hair.
I'm gonna be sick.
Hopefully not too sick. You have to start school tomorrow.
After hours of sobbing, I had no choice but to let Celia destroy my hair. Before school the next morning, Celia printed out a schedule and told me about my new identity. Whoa. AP Trigonometry Chess Club? You'll do great.
Oh, and I packed you a sandwich for lunch. It's probably nothing as fancy as you're used to, but I think I make a mean PB&J.
The best sandwich.
Oh, and here's your phone. Don't try to sneak any texting to friends. It's only programmed to call me.
A flip phone?
Have a great first day.
As if that wasn't enough, the students all looked so weird. Not a single person was wearing designer clothes. I guess I wasn't either. I shut the locker and jumped when I saw a tall guy with glasses and a plaid sweater standing right in front of me. Who are you?
Hi, I'm Edward. Eunice, right?
Yeah, I am. How did you know?
I'm the chess team captain. I heard we were getting a new student today, and you're the only person here I don't recognize.
Small town.
I don't need a greeting committee. I won't be staying long.
Whoa, sorry. I thought I'd help the new girl, but if you've got it all figured out, I'll see you later.
Great start, Eunice. If the nerds already hated me, I wouldn't dare try my luck with the popular girls. I ate lunch in the bathroom, alone. This is all Jackson's fault. I was so furious that I spent the rest of the day in a daze, thinking about getting out and seeking my revenge. The final school bell snapped me out of it. Time for the worst part.
We have a new member. Everyone, this is Eunice. She'll be my partner today. Earth Eunice, you go first.
Oh, right. Okay. I bumped a random piece up on the board.
I don't know what chess was like where you're from, but you can't do that.
My aunt made me join. I really don't care about this.
Well, we care, and I don't have time for someone who doesn't want to be here.
Fine, whatever. I stormed out and looked for a phone booth since I couldn't use my own phone. There had to be a way to get out of here. I thought about calling Jackson or my dad until I realized they're the ones who got me here in the first place. Jackson abandoned me on the sidewalk, and Dad just straight up abandoned me. I gave up and went back home.
I had the best day at school. We got to play outside, and I saw a rock that was bigger than my head.
Okay, what about you? Did you make any new friends? Nope, but maybe a couple of enemies. I told Celia that I didn't want to go to chess anymore. Although, seeing them all play did remind me how fun it was to play with my dad. Did I just call chess fun? One day, I was walking to the bathroom for another sad PB&J, but someone was blocking the door. Edward, you know this is the girls' bathroom, right?
I just wanted to make sure you knew that it wasn't the cafeteria, since you eat lunch here every day. Small school, people talk.
Well, that was humiliating. What do you want? Surprisingly, he apologized for being so harsh on the first day. He even offered me to join him for lunch, where they play chess as well. I never thought I'd say it, but it was way better than eating alone in a bathroom. Edward even walked me home after school, and I saw Celia spying at us through the window before he dropped me off. Someone's making friends.
Does he want to have a play date with me?
I'll ask him. Edward and I started spending more time together, and it was fun. And I started to look forward to school, and I had to admit, it was nice not having friends who only looked for status and where I had to dress up like I was going to a fashion show every day. And once, as I prepared to leave for school, I saw Celia braiding Amy's hair, and it reminded me of my mom. I gathered myself and took my bag to leave.
Okay, bye, Mom.
Bye, before I knew it, Celia was hugging me. I'm sorry. My tears are getting your shirt wet. It's just that my real mom was the last person to actually take care of me. We don't have the nicest things, but we have a lot of love to give, and we love you.
Yeah, you're my sister.
I pulled Amy in with us. I could have stayed there all day. I was so happy. Even in school, after weeks of practicing with Edward, we were finally ready to have a real match. I asked Celia if he could come over to play at the house after school. The FBI agent said as long as I kept my cover up, it was fine.
Hi, Edward. We heard a lot about you.
I cleared off the table for you guys to play. Edward, are you staying for dinner? I don't know why that made me nervous, or why my mind suddenly flashed to Jackson. Please, does Jackson deserve loyalty after what he did? Yeah, he will stay for dinner. Edward beat me, of course, but the real fun was watching him with Amy during dinner.
Rock, paper, scissors!
I win!
Was he always this cute? After dinner, Celia let us walk to get ice cream so Edward could show me around more. He wanted me to see the fountain he made wishes in as a kid, but right as we were about to throw coins in, something stopped me. Wait, do you hear that? There's a rustling sound. Edward stepped in front of me, and that's when I saw a dark figure, and my heart raced with anticipation of the man with the scar to come out and... Jackson? What are you doing here?
Layla, I felt terrible for what I did, so I came to rescue you. You're not safe here.
You know this guy? Wait, why is he calling you Layla?
Well, I'm not really allowed to tell you. Is this real? My ex-boyfriend and I don't even know what.
Quick, read this. Someone dropped it at my door a few days ago, and I've been looking for you ever since.
Tell Layla I found out her new identity. I know all about the mom and the little girl, and I will find her. He found me, the psycho with the scar.
I hired an investigator to find you. The FBI said we could fly to one of my dad's islands until it was safe. The helicopter is waiting.
I'm never one to run from a fight, but what about Celia and Amy and Edward? As long as I was here, they were in danger too. I'm sorry, Edward. I have to go. Jackson grabbed my hand and we ran. I couldn't bring myself to look back. Before I knew it, we landed in front of one of Jackson's beautiful island mansions.
Ah, look at you. You need a proper makeover, and these green hairs look like snot. You belong to me. Yeah, I mean here, not in some middle of nowhere loser town.
I think
think I need to lie down. Jackson got me new clothes, fixed my hair, and even brought his personal chef to cook us 5-star meals. Wasn't this what I had been missing? So why did I keep thinking about Celia and those silly peanut butter sandwiches?
You can at least say thank you. I'm basically your hero.
I didn't really mind living there, you know.
Very funny.
Our dinner was interrupted by someone pounding on the door. Jackson jumped out of his chair to look out the window.
Oh no.
FBI, open the door.
FBI? What did you do? He tried to block me, but I pushed past him to open the door.
Good, you're safe. Celia thought something terrible happened to you. We've been looking for you for days along with your dad. We asked him to wait for you at home.
But Jackson said I showed them the letter.
Miss, the man you identified has been on trial for a few days. We were waiting until he was in prison to tell you it was safe to return. There's no way he could have written that letter without us knowing.
I can explain.
Jackson, you ruined everything again. I had a family who cared about me, friends who wanted me for more than just parties. Why do you even care? You got me into this mess.
Because no one walks away from me! Only I can decide that! I am Jackson St. Germain! I always get what I want, and I still want you!
Walked away? I was in witness protection! I didn't even have a phone! You're insane!
The agents had to put Jackson in handcuffs to put an end to one of his famous tantrums. Get him out of here. The FBI told everyone I was safe and took me back to my penthouse in New York. Walking through the empty rooms, I thought about Celia and Amy, and I suddenly understood the difference between a house and a home.
My baby Layla, I'm so sorry for not being here with you all this time. I can't go back to the time that has passed. I know I was so focused on work because I was trying not to miss your mom, and I didn't realize how much you had grown up. You look just like your beautiful mom, and when I got to know that you were in the witness protection program, I used all my connections to find the scumbag bandit as soon as possible. And when I found out you'd gone missing, I realized what a terrible father I am.
Oh, Dad, you'll always be my dad, but I really want to go back to finish high school with Celia. My dad accepted as long as I had a bodyguard for protection. There was just one thing I had to do before going home. Driver, can you please make a stop at the local jail?
You better tell them to let me out! Tell them it's a mistake!
I cut him off with a well-deserved slap across the face. Clearly, he hadn't learned any lessons yet, but he was super rich. I knew he'd be bailed out in no time, but not by me. Bye, Jackson. It was time to reveal my big plan. Layla, it's beautiful. I took Celia and Amy's blindfolds off and revealed a brand new house by the fountain in the park. My dad wanted to make up for his absence, so he paid to build a big house with everything the three of us could need. And yeah, I did ask for a walk-in closet. A girl can only change so much.
Do I have a playroom?
You have two.
Wow!
I still can't believe your name is actually Layla, and you did all this just for some chess-playing nerds in a small town.
Don't flatter yourself too much. It was for all you nerds in this beautiful small town. Let's head inside. I'm kind of craving a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Hello, my name is Prisha. I live in the United States, but I'm originally from India. Please like and subscribe. Back in India, I was so popular, and everyone thought I was pretty. Even the principal and the teachers adored me. Once when I was in the 2nd grade, I got sick for a week during the exams week, and the principal decided to postpone all the exams until I felt better. Life was great at school, but back at home, things weren't good. I had a twin brother named Aaron, and he was my mom's favorite simply because he was a boy. Once on our birthday, Mom organized a party for him only and made me serve him and his friends, and there was no party for me. Mom was so mean, but at least I had school, my happy place. That is, until the 7th grade when my family decided to move to the States. I had to leave my amazing life and friends, and I was so sad. I always felt like a freak in the States. My skin, my accent, my clothes, everything was so different from everyone else. To make matters worse, Mom wanted me to wear the traditional clothes, a sari, to school. But Mom, if you want me to keep wearing that, why did you leave India? This is a new country with a new style of clothes.
Shut up, you useless girl. We left India because of your dad's job and I didn't have any choice. And you need to wear a sari to school because I said so. I won't have you dressing like an indecent woman.
I turned around to leave and found Aryan standing behind me, laughing. And then Mom told him that she got a private tutor to teach him English at home. And why wouldn't I get a teacher, Mom? What would a housewife need English for? You only have to clean and cook. Don't talk to me like that, you idiot. What are you going to do, little girl? Scream for daddy? And then I jumped on him and pulled his hair till Mom pulled me away. Mom said I was a bad girl and she decided that she'd come to school on the first day to watch me. She wasn't kidding. I wanted the earth to swallow me as we walked into school together. Mom was even holding my hand. Some girl even came and held my other hand to help me walk. She thought I was blind. When I walked into the classroom, I met the snobbiest, meanest girl in the United States, Missy. Excuse me, this is my classroom and you're hurting my eyes with the curtain you're wearing. Take off these clothes right now. Even if it makes you naked, I don't care. Because my English wasn't good, I didn't say anything and just walked to an empty seat. But Missy stopped me. Hello, I'm talking to you. This is an American school. Change your clothes. It's not Dalawi here. It's Diwali, ma'am. Huh? What are you talking about? Just leave, disappear, vanish. Go. Sit there, in the corner. I took my seat and some girls later came to me to say that I looked beautiful. I knew they were just being nice, and now with Missy around, my life would be hell. On the other hand, Aaron was having a blast. He became one of the popular kids in school only a week after we joined. He was so mean, he joined Missy in bullying me and didn't tell anyone that we were siblings. Once during a lesson, I needed an eraser, so I asked Aaron for one in Hindi. He pretended he didn't hear me, but I kept calling him until Missy said, "Oh God, why is this dummy talking to you in that weird language?" "Oh, no, it's because she knows I speak her language." And to Missy he said, "Tum queso, Hasina." Oh God, that's so sexy. I like smart boys who can speak languages other than like American. Please, be my boyfriend? Aaron got closer to her and kissed her. Ew! I threw my pencil at his head and he yelled like a little girl. I couldn't take this anymore. The very next day, with my savings, I went to a secondhand store and bought a few cool outfits. I decided to keep the clothes in my backpack every day, and before arriving at school, I would go into a public bathroom and change. But my only problem was Aaron. To my surprise though, he didn't say anything to me. And with my new outfit, Missy left me alone, and my life was getting better. That is until one day when Aaron came to me. "Wow, Prisha, you really look good. But I wonder what Mom would have to say about you dressing like an indecent woman." "This is not indecent. It's a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. Can't you leave me alone?" Nope, I don't think so. I'm gonna tell Mom." I pushed him angrily against the wall. "What will keep your mouth shut?" Well. How about your weekly money? But that money is for lunch at school. You decide. Either you eat or you face Mom. What a jerk. He could dress as he wanted to go to school, but I couldn't? What an unfair world. I gave him my weekly money. I wasn't going back to being bullied for my clothes. One day I was starving and staring at a sandwich in the cafeteria when Missy and Aaron came over. "Hello, starving girl. Do you want that sandwich? I can give you money for it." You would? Thank you." As I extended my hand, Missy slapped it away. "Not so fast, loser. You'll have to do something for me. I need someone to carry my bag, and my amazing boyfriend suggested that you could work as my assistant." What a total jerk! But I needed money, so I asked her how much she would give me weekly, and she said only 50. "Oh, I want 200 weekly. Please, Aaron, talk to your girlfriend, or I will tell her about your sister and who she is." "Oh, OMG, I would love to meet your sister and your family, babe." "Oh, babe, trust me, you won't. Let's pay this loser $200. "Well, that's not happening. I'll only pay 100, and you, babe, you can pay the other 100. Aaron looked like he was about to explode. Now he was the dumb moron who would pay me to keep my mouth shut. Being Missy's assistant wasn't that bad after all. I actually gained popularity next to that dumb girl and made good money. But one day, Missy decided that we would all eat pastrami sandwiches. I don't know if you know this, but Hindus aren't allowed to eat cow's meat. They're sacred to us. But my stupid brother was eating it. Oh my God! I snatched his sandwich and threw both of ours away. "What do you think you're doing? Bring them back and eat them right now, or you're fired." "I will not eat this meat. You cannot force me. So, okay, I'm fired." "Get out of here, stinky."
Stinky you. As long as you have straight hair, you don't bathe for days. Your hair smells like trash, Missy.
You're so terrible. Just go back to your country.
Oh yeah, I'd love to, but then I'd have to take my brother with me, who happens to be your boyfriend. Aaron glared at me, but instead of being mad, Missy just pulled him close. Oh, it's so hot having an Indian boyfriend. Indian guys are the best. And they started kissing. Ugh! I just stormed off. Later that day, when I was in the public bathroom changing my clothes, Aaron was waiting outside. Hey, dumbhead. I think now you have to pay me so I won't tell mommy about your secret. Man, why do you always have to be so mean to me? I told you before, it's because you're useless and stupid. You know that's not true. Yeah, you know what? You're right. It's because you're the smart, likable twin. And since I can't be as smart as you, I'll ruin you. So give me my money now. No, I'm not giving you anything. I'm sick of you and Mom. She is just crazy. When I finished saying those words to Aaron, he turned white and his eyes widened. What? What? That's true. Mom doesn't understand anything. My brother pointed behind me. When I turned around, there she was. Mom. And guess what? She had heard everything and she was seeing me dressed in jeans. She looked like a bomb was about to explode. I don't know if she was going to have a stroke or if she was going to attack me, but instead, Mom only said 5 words. Take that off right now. With my head down, I just said, yes, Mom. Next day, Mom told me the craziest thing. I would be engaged to someone soon and marry them after graduation. I was speechless. Mom was awful. I just ran out of the house and walked for hours in the pouring rain. I felt defeated. I came home when everybody was sleeping. The following day, I had to go to school dressed as Mom wanted. And of course, Missy was bullying me over my clothes again. Wow, your clothes are so amazing. You don't mean that, do you? Of course not. Today's not Halloween, my dear. It isn't? So why do you have on that monster mask? Oops, you don't seem to like jokes. Do you see anyone laughing? A joke has to make everyone laugh. If not, it's bullying. Oh, shut up, you Dalawi girl. What is that even supposed to mean? But then Missy attacked me and everyone gathered around us. We were wrestling on the ground till someone pulled Missy away. And it was Aaron. Don't touch my sister or else, Missy. Missy and I were shocked and we both yelled, "What?" You heard me. And stop bullying her for the way she's dressed. You need to learn some respect. Oh my God, are you defending this witch? This witch is my sister, and there is no way I would let you talk to her like that, or to anyone. This needs to stop, and you have to apologize now. In your stupid, ugly dreams, you moron. And suddenly a boy yelled, "Yeah, you have no right to bully her for wearing a sari. Apologize now." And another girl said, "Not only to her, apologize to all of us for being a jerk and bullying us for stupid reasons." Everyone circled Missy and she started crying like a little baby. I'm sorry, just don't hurt me." I know you're apologizing now only because you're scared. But I swear, if we see you bullying someone again, me and my brother will make sure you regret it. Missy squealed and ran away like a little mouse. I thanked Aaron and asked him why he did this now. He said it was time for him to be man enough to do the right thing. After what Mom decided to do to you and marry you off, I knew I had to do something. You're my sister and you've always treated me well. I have to help you, Prisha. I still had another big problem, my engagement, which was a week from now. But I had a plan and Aaron was going to help me. I ran away that day and Aaron took my place. He dressed like me and covered himself with a veil and no one could recognize him. When I ran away, I bumped into someone and he looked at me with his eyes wide. I think I'm your fiancé. Oh, you're also running away? Well, yeah, obviously. I don't know why they're doing this to their own kids. Marrying someone against your will is the worst. His name was Karan and we spent the next 2 hours talking. While back at home, people became impatient and asked Mom to hurry. So Mom just removed the veil and, well, she screamed when she saw Aaron. Everyone stared in shock and then frantically started searching for us. Everyone had left by the time I got home, but Mom was waiting for me, and she was fuming. "Mom, I don't want to get engaged, and you can't make me.
I love my Hindi origins, and I'm so proud to be who I am. But forcing me to be with someone I don't love is a red line.
Well, you don't decide that. You're only a stupid, useless girl, and you will have to.
No, that girl has grown up, Mom, and I won't allow you to control me anymore. I'm a real human being with real emotions, and you need to leave me alone or I will call child services. Do you hear me? Mom gasped as she attacked me. I pushed her away.
You're not my daughter. I'm ashamed to have a daughter like you.
Fine with me, and don't you ever try to touch me again.
Hey, it's Maeve here. Goth, movie geek, the odd one out in school. Please smash that subscribe button before I continue. I just grew up different. Other kids had playdates, while I had horror marathons. Horror movies, horror books, horror cosplay, you name it, I loved it. But it usually wasn't anyone else's cup of tea. Like once when I was 15, I met this cute guy at a book club who asked me out and suggested watching the latest horror flick in the cinema. Big mistake. He spent the whole movie clinging to my sleeve and crying on my shoulder. Worst date ever. As I was heading to the bathroom to wash his tears off my shirt, I bumped into a guy and soda went flying everywhere. Watch where you're going, you blind— Oh, I realized just then that I was staring up into the dreamy eyes of the coolest guy in school, Tao. He was a football star, a genius, and every girl's crush.
I'm sorry, I was just thinking about the big plot twist in the horror movie I watched.
You watched a horror movie? Alone?
Yeah, I love horror. Horror's my middle name. Actually, my middle name is Jung, but you know what I mean.
Okay, he was weird, but exactly my brand of weird. He loved horror everything. We both liked hard metal music and had the same favorite books. The more we hung out, it felt like he was the yin to my yang. As a friend, of course. I mean, a guy like him and a girl like me? Please. One night, we were lying on the grass stargazing when suddenly Tao put his hand on mine and my heart skipped a few beats.
Maeve, you're really different from other girls. In a good way. You're amazing.
And then he kissed me. I had fireworks in my head, the whole shebang.
Be my girlfriend?
Yes. I felt like I'd won the lottery. We were the it couple for months, and I was falling head over heels for him. I was ready to say I love you, and decided to do it at a haunted house we were visiting later that week. It was gonna be perfect. And that night, when I finally said, I love you, Tao, he turned to me looking stressed out and said,
I can't do this anymore. I have to break up with you.
Haha, very funny.
I'm serious, Maeve. My parents are very strict and crazy. They care about traditions and don't allow me to date anyone, especially if it's a girl out of my culture. I think my sister Jaya already suspects something. I can't have her catching us together.
Huh? What exactly are you saying?
It's over, Maeve. I'm sorry.
And then he just turned around and left. I tried calling and texting him, but he wouldn't reply. I just couldn't let things end like this. So, I found out that Jaya worked at their parents' restaurant and went there the next day feeling crazy inside. Jaya? Why are you such a witch? What kind of sister won't help her brother date the girl he likes? The whole place went quiet. Everyone turned to look as Jaya walked up to me, wide-eyed.
I'm guessing you're Maeve? Look, please don't create a scene. He's not your boyfriend anymore, and that's that.
It's because he's scared of being caught by you.
You don't get it. Our family traditions keep us strong.
He should have thought of that before. With that, I pushed her away angrily.
Watch it, you stupid girl.
She came at me, and we started fighting. But as we pulled each other's hair, she whispered,
I'm on your side, idiot. My parents just got here, and they're watching us. We can't talk about this here, so leave, you moron.
I let go of her and rushed home, still shaken from the fight, and later that evening, Jaya called me.
I can't tell you everything, but you have to know that my parents are really awful, and Tao has pushed you away because he doesn't want to involve you in our mess. He still cares for you. You just have to give him a few weeks to figure things out. Please stay away from him till then. He can't be seen with you.
Reluctantly, I agreed to keep my distance from Tao, feeling worried but hopeful that he'd come back to me soon and explain everything. Over the next couple of weeks, Jaya and I started talking more, and we got along really well. On a bad day, I was sitting alone on a park bench, missing Tao badly and trying not to cry. Jaya came up to me with a little gift box, and inside was a horror-themed bracelet that was just my style.
For the tough days, to remember you're not alone.
I smiled for the
first time in weeks and hugged her. But even though I loved being Jaya's friend, I couldn't shake off the feeling that something really weird was up. She just wouldn't say more about Tao's breakup with me and was super secretive about her parents. She only said they were awful and she hated them. I tried to not think about it too much, but one evening I was feeling restless and just wanted to see Tao. I went to his parents' restaurant where I knew he'd be working a shift, but instead I saw him sitting at a long table with a bunch of people, including Jaya, and next to him was a beautiful girl, and he was putting a ring on her hand. My heart was about to burst, and I just couldn't stop myself from storming in. Tao and Jaya jumped up from their seats as soon as they saw me. You want to tell me what's going on here?
Who is this girl? Wait, wasn't she here one day fighting with you, Jaya? She's just my project partner, Dad, and she gets weird when she hasn't taken her anxiety meds. I'll handle this.
And with that, Tao took my wrist and quickly led me out.
What do you think you're doing? We broke up.
No, you broke up out of the blue, and I want to know what suddenly happened to us. You go from dating me to getting engaged to someone else in weeks?
There was no us, Maeve. I never loved you. Telling you that dating you is against our family tradition was just an easy way out, and you fell for it. Can you stop being so pathetic and hung up on me? Surely you'll find some boy out there who's into weirdos.
His words hit me like a sharp slap in the face. I stared at him, speechless, and then I just started running away. Moments later, someone called my name, and I saw it was Jaya coming from the restaurant's back alley.
Maeve, wait, he's lying to you.
Lying? I just saw him getting engaged to another girl with my own eyes. He just told me that he never loved me. What kind of twisted game are you playing by making me think he cares about me?
It's complicated. I'll tell you everything when the time is right. But all this, it's bigger than us. You just have to trust me.
No, I'm not gonna do that anymore. In the weeks that followed, I stopped talking to Jaya, avoided her calls and texts, and dodged Tao every chance I got. I was done with that weird family. To distract myself, I started writing a horror novel. It felt good to put all my feelings into something creative that was just for me. And slowly, I was starting to feel better. But then one day, something turned my world upside down. Mom had a fall at home, breaking her leg pretty badly. She needed really expensive surgery. The hospital bills were mounting. Dad was working double shifts, and I felt helpless. Then one day, Jaya appeared at the hospital with an envelope.
I heard about your mom, and I want to help with the surgery. It's the least I can do.
No, I can't accept this. Certainly not from you.
Maeve, I'm sorry about everything. I've left home. I just couldn't live with my parents anymore. I'm staying with my friend until I graduate high school.
Okay, and how does this concern me? I really don't care about your crazy family issues, and I just want a peaceful life. Also, I don't need your money.
Don't be stupid. We don't have to be friends again, but just take the money.
How did you get it?
Why do you care? Take it and pay me back when you're ready.
I really did need the money, so I took it. And Mom got better and was discharged some days later. I felt guilty, thinking I'd been too harsh with Jaya, so I sent her a thank you text and some other funny memes like before. And the next thing I knew, she was at my door.
Yay, my bestie is back.
Well, it's more like I felt obliged to talk to you since you helped me.
Nah, you love me. We both know it.
You're Tao's sister, and he kind of broke my heart brutally in case you forgot.
I didn't forget. Listen, can I take you out for coffee and finally explain everything?
As we sat in a cafe later, Jaya started speaking.
Tao made me swear I wouldn't say anything till it's all taken care of, but I can't keep it in any longer. Maeve, my parents are big mafia criminals. Their restaurant is a front for all their illegal activities. They told us about the family business a few months ago, so Tao and I could join it. We were both horrified, but we decided to play along so we can actually gather evidence against them. We want to turn them over to the police.
Okay, wow. You all just got a whole lot weirder. Still, how does this explain why Tao dumped me and got engaged to that girl?
She's a private investigator. We convinced our parents she's his girlfriend because she's from our culture, and her family is well respected. Getting them engaged just provides really good cover for her to be around all the time. We're close to getting enough evidence, but a few weeks ago my parents got an innocent waiter at the restaurant framed for a crime, and I just couldn't pretend to be okay with all this anymore. I lashed out at them and left home.
Gosh, this is a lot to process. Listen, Jaya, I get that you're trying to explain things, but I'm moving on from Tao, and I really don't
don't want to be part of your family drama. I'll return the money as soon as I can, but I don't think we should see each other. Take care and good luck. Just as I was about to leave, suddenly Jaya's parents and Tao walked into the cafe. When they spotted us, Tao looked shocked, and his parents looked furious.
I was hoping never to see your face in this town again, Jaya.
You think you're so brave running off? You're probably begging for money from this girl, aren't you? Or spreading lies about us to anyone who will listen? You're a shame to the family. Stop it! She's your daughter.
Shut up and mind your own business.
Enough, Dad! You can't talk to her like that!
You're going to talk to your father like this because of some stupid stranger? You ungrateful child!
His hand flew up, aiming for Tao, but I jumped in front. Don't you dare! My fist met his cheek before I even realized what I was doing. He staggered and fell back, and the room fell silent. Tao's mom started screaming and called the police, and the next thing I knew, I was in jail for assault. I was allowed to make a phone call to my parents, but before they reached the police station, I was told my bail had been paid and I was free to go. And I found Tao standing outside with Jaya a few steps behind.
Maeve, I'm really sorry. Look, I don't have time to explain right now, but...
No, I don't have time to listen to you or your crazy sister. I don't care what explanations you have. I just need you and your bizarre family gone from my life for good. Don't ever come near me again. A month after the chaos, Dad got a job offer in another city and we moved, leaving Tao and Jaya's drama behind. For a year, life was peaceful. I graduated high school and I published 2 horror stories. Until one day, out of nowhere, freaking Jaya showed up at my door.
Tao's gone missing.
I couldn't believe it. Just when I thought I was done with all that drama, it pulled me back in.
Once my parents discovered Tao's plans to expose them, he disappeared. I don't know if they're involved in his disappearance or if he ran away on his own.
I only dated Tao for a few weeks in high school. Why won't you leave me alone? And why come to me about your brother now?
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm desperate. I had to talk to someone, and I'm homeless. I've been living in my car for months now.
God. Well, just come on in.
Fine, if you insist, but I'm sleeping in your bed.
Not happening.
My back's really hurting. Maybe because of my new prosthetic leg.
What? You got a fake leg?
No, I'm just trying to guilt trip you into letting me sleep in your bed, though a little drama might help.
Trust me, you already bring plenty of drama with you. Jaya stayed over and slept on my couch. While we had coffee the next morning, she did seem really weak and worried. So, what's your plan to find Tao?
I've got no plan. That's why I'm here. You're the writer, right? I was hoping you'd have some ideas.
The only thing I can think of is hiring a private investigator to find him. Since we can't call the cops because you're scared of your parents,
I'm broke.
I'll pay for it. I owe you. Jaya's smile spread across her face, and it warmed my heart. We hired a private investigator, but 2 weeks later, we were watching TV when suddenly we came across the news of Jaya's parents being arrested for a long list of criminal charges. We jumped up from our seats in shock, and then up and down in excitement.
Tao finally did it!
Oh my God, he really did it! I hugged Jaya, and we cried happy tears. A few days later, Tao showed up at my doorstep. He was thinner and looked older than his years.
Tao, where the heck have you been? We were worried you might be, I don't know, dead.
I had to lay low. I can't even tell you the horrible things our parents did to me to stop me from exposing them, but I managed to escape and finally got evidence to the police.
Are we really out of this whole mess now?
Yeah, they're gone, Jaya. It's over. We're finally free.
And then he looked at me with a smile. I'm glad you're okay.
Maeve, let me start by saying I'm really sorry. More than you can ever know. I hated hurting you and I've missed you. Maybe we could start over, go back to how things were?
Oh, wow. Tao, back from the dead and straight to playing boyfriend? How about we aim for friends and see if you can stick around without disappearing?
She's just playing hard to get. She loves our family drama. Admit it, Maeve, it spices up your writer's life.
Oh, please. My life was spicy enough without your mafia soap opera. But I've got to admit, you two do keep things interesting. Anyway, you look like you could use a cup of coffee, Tao.
Sounds really good.
As Jaya laughed and walked into the kitchen, Tao and I smiled at each other and followed her.
One day, I was doing homework in the living room when someone knocked on the front door. I opened it and found a strange man standing there. He had a creepy smile on his face and he smelled really weird. "Hi, I'm Roger. I'm looking for your mom. Is she home?" "No. She's at her stupid job and she won't be back until midnight." I was starting to close the door in his face when he suddenly pushed it back open. I screamed. I thought he was going to hurt me, but then he pulled out a wallet from his back pocket and gave me $100 bill. He said he'd give me the money if I let him wait inside, so I let him in. The man sat on the couch and said, "I know you don't remember me, but I know you, Emily." This was so weird. But before I could ask how he knew me, he closed his eyes and fell asleep on the couch. A few hours later, my sister Olivia came home. All my sisters hate me because I'm smarter than all of them combined. But I don't care about their stupid opinions. When Olivia saw the man on the couch, she screamed, "Who is that?" She threw water on the man's face to wake him up. How dumb is that? The man stood up and said, "Olivia, is that you? Oh my God, you were only 7 when I left. I'm your father, remember?" What was he talking about? Our father was in the Navy. He left years ago. A few months after he was deployed, we got a letter saying that he'd passed away. But my dumb sister ran towards him and gave him a hug. Olivia said, "Dad, I can't believe you're back." Olivia whipped out her phone and started recording. "What's up, guys? You won't believe what just happened. My dad came back from the dead." Just then, the phone rang. I answered it. It was my high school principal, and she was looking for our mom. Since she wasn't home, I let Dad answer the phone. He frowned while the principal talked to him. They talked for a while. After he hung up the phone, he said, "Olivia, did you really call your teacher a stupid cow? You can't talk to your teacher like that." Olivia said, "Dad, can you stop? I already got earfuls from Mom. Ugh, I thought you were better." Olivia stood up and left. Dad asked me where she was going, and I said, "She'll probably go and meet up with her shallow boyfriend, who only cares about her money and pretty face." Dad scratched his head, then asked me where the bathroom was. Inside the bathroom, doing her makeup, was Isabel. Being the oldest sister, she recognized Dad immediately. She said, "Dad?" Because of the shocking sight, Isabel almost passed out. Dad asked me what was wrong with her, so I said, "Oh, nothing. It's probably just her hormones. She's pregnant, you know." Dad was happy when he heard the news. He said, "Your mom and I got married when we were 19 too." "Oh, Dad," I said. "Isabel's not married. She just got knocked up by her boyfriend." Isabel woke up and got back on her feet. She said, "Dad's home? What if Mom finds out? She'll send him away." Isabel was right. Mom shouldn't know because she had a new boyfriend. So Isabel and I thought of a plan. We would hide Dad in the basement in the meantime. Isabel told him, "You can stay in the basement with Brad." Dad asked who Brad was, so I told him that Brad was Isabel's boyfriend. He was an artist, or so he said. Truthfully, he was just a wannabe musician who played dumb gigs at bars for dumb people. I took Dad to the basement. When we got there, Isabel and Brad were shouting at each other. Brad said, "Your dad can't stay here. This place is cramped enough for just me." Olivia replied, "Well, this isn't your house, is it? You have no choice." Brad said, "Look, it's either him or me. If he stays, I'm leaving." Dad couldn't take it anymore. He kicked the door totally open and walked over to Brad. Then he shouted, "You can't talk to my daughter like that." It was awesome. See, Brad had anger issues, but he was also very immature. Every time he and my sister fought, he would stay up all night and play his guitar really loudly, and he wasn't even any good at it. One day, they got into a fight, and I couldn't study for a test and got an A-. I was so mad at him. I told him off, but he called me a brat and said music was so much more important than education. Yeah, like I'm going to take life advice from a loser living in my basement. This was the first time that someone had put Brad in his place. I was so glad that we finally had a dad at home, but Isabel wasn't happy. No matter how many times she and Brad fought, she always defended him. She screamed at Dad, "Get out! You can't treat the father of my child like this!" Dad tried to explain, but she said, "He's better than you. At least Brad is here to watch his child grow up, unlike you." Even though he didn't say anything, Isabel clearly hurt his feelings. I could see the pain in his eyes. So I said, "Come on, Dad. You can stay in the attic instead." We made our way upstairs. Outside, I saw headlights coming into the driveway. Mom was home. I panicked. I said, "Hurry up, Dad." It was Tuesday, so Henry would be staying over tonight. Dad and I ran up the stairs just in time. I gave him some pillows and a blanket, some food and water, and a phone so he could text me if he needed anything. Dad asked, "How long do I need to stay here?" I didn't know, so I explained the situation to him. When we were told that Dad had passed away during deployment, Mom had taken it really hard. She was sad all the time and got fired from several jobs. Then, she had to give up 4 of my sisters for adoption because she didn't have the money to take care of all of us. She was really lonely until she met Henry. I said, "Dad, Mom is dating someone. His name is Henry. You know, your best friend." Dad was shocked and said, "Oh God, how could they do that to me?" I told Dad to calm down because Sophia was sleeping downstairs. She was always a sleepyhead. She was my youngest sister, and if she found out about all this, she might tell Mom. Dad said he understood and that he would wait until we were ready to tell Mom about him. Days passed, and it was getting harder and harder to hide Dad in the attic. My sisters were still mad at him, so they were no help. And Isabel's chatty boyfriend made it even harder to keep it secret. One day, we were eating breakfast with Mom and Henry, and Brad said, "Hey, what happened to your dad?" Luckily, Mom didn't understand what he was trying to say. She said, "He passed away years ago. Didn't Isabel tell you?" I kicked him under the table so he would stop talking, and he grinned at me, teasing me. I wanted to punch him. Ugh, so annoying! Suddenly, Henry stood up. He told us that he had an announcement to make. Uh-oh. Henry said, "Girls, your mother and I are getting married." Mom looked so excited. She was finally happy after so many years. But my sisters and I were looking at each other. I knew we were all thinking the same thing. This wedding can't happen. After Mom and Henry left for work, my sisters and I went to the attic to talk to Dad. Isabel and Olivia were still mad at him, so I had to break the news. He said, "What? This can't be happening. She's still married to me. Girls, we need to stop the engagement." Isabel said, "And why would we help you? We had to be separated from our 4 sisters because you left. I will never, ever forget." Dad tried to explain that it wasn't his choice, but my sisters weren't listening. Olivia said, "It doesn't matter what happened to you. You can't come here after everything and pretend like nothing happened. You abandoned us, so we're abandoning you." Isabel and Olivia left me and our youngest sister Sophia in the attic. Of all my sisters, she was the only one who was nice to me. But that was only because I did all her homework for her, so she wouldn't flunk out like Olivia did. Because I was helping her with school, she promised she wouldn't tell Mom and Henry about Dad. But she also said, "Henry's a great guy. To be honest, I would rather have him as a dad. But whatever, what's your plan?" Dad and I talked, and we decided to find dirt on Henry. I never liked that guy. I always thought there was something fishy about how much money he had. The next day, I didn't go to school so that I could have enough time to discuss the plan with Dad. It was only me and him at home. Then I got a text from Jeremy. Jeremy was my boyfriend. But my sisters didn't know about him. I didn't want them to know that I was so into boys, too. I wouldn't be like Olivia, who always got cheated on, and Isabel, who got pregnant so early. No, I'm smarter than that. I read Jeremy's text. "I'm coming over. Let's eat pizza and watch a movie in your room." I ran to the door just in time to see Jeremy walking up the drive. He called out, "Hey babe, let's watch a movie, but only if you're done with my homework. I need to get an A or my mom's going to kill me." I told him that I wasn't done with it yet because I'd been busy with some family stuff. I added, "But I'll finish it tonight. Come in, I want you to meet someone." I took him to the attic to meet my dad. Thankfully, my dad was cool about me having a boyfriend. I think it was because we had bigger fish to fry. We told Jeremy what was going on. He said that if our hunch about Henry was true, he didn't want me to spy on him because it would be too dangerous. He said that he'd do it instead, and I agreed. That night, Dad and Jeremy hid in the bushes outside the house to watch Henry through the windows. I found this out later, but they saw Henry carrying boxes to the basement where Brad was staying. Dad and Jeremy went down to the basement. They could hear what Henry and Brad were saying. Henry said, "Did the new shipment come in yet?" Brad said, "Yeah, bunch of fake LVs are in boxes in the closet. They're gonna make us at least 20 grand, man. By the way, Isabel brought a guy here a few days ago. She said it was her dad. She wanted to hide him here." Henry said, "That's impossible. Their dad's my best friend, and he passed away while serving in the Navy." After hearing this conversation, Jeremy got scared, so he ran up the stairs and left. From the attic, I watched him run down the street like he was being chased. Dad came back up to the attic and told me everything that had happened. Then, I received a text from Jeremy. It said, "Your family's weird. We should break up." I was so surprised when I read this message. I thought Jeremy really loved me. So I texted him back to ask him if he ever loved me, and he replied, "Nah, man. I just needed you to get good grades." It broke my heart. I started crying. So Dad hugged me and said that everything was going to be okay. While I was crying, the front door slammed downstairs. We heard Mom and Olivia shouting at each other. Mom screamed, "You're useless!" And Olivia screamed back, "That's funny. I didn't hear you say that when I was giving you money." I wiped my tears dry and went downstairs. Everyone was there while Mom and Olivia were fighting. My sister said, "I make a lot of money now. I don't need to stay here anymore." Mom said, "Well, you're still a minor. I'm your legal guardian, so whatever you have, it's mine too." Olivia said, "Not for long. I'm going to make Dad my legal guardian." Mom said, "Well, Henry isn't your birth father, so that's not going to happen." Before Olivia could say anything else, I pulled her aside and told her to calm down. But she got mad at me instead. She ran to her room and slammed the door behind her. When everyone had gone, Sophia said to me, "You should tell Mom that Dad's here before things get out of hand." I told her to stay out of the grown-ups' business, and she said, "Listen, you little..." But before she could continue, she fell asleep on the couch. I realized that Jeremy was right. My family is weird, but I wanted to fix everything. A few days later, when no one was home, I went to the basement to see what Henry and Brad were hiding. I opened the closet and found 10 huge boxes filled with fake designer clothes. For that many counterfeit items, a person could get at least a few years in prison. Suddenly, I heard footsteps coming into the basement. I hid behind the boxes in the closet, heart racing. But then, I heard Olivia and Isabel talking. I sighed in relief. I was going to leave my hiding place when Olivia said, "I'm looking for my old suitcase. I'm moving out, and Dad's coming with me." What? I couldn't believe that Dad was leaving with Olivia without telling me. Isabel said, "I want to break up with Brad because he's such a good-for-nothing loser. Can I come with you?" Olivia said, "Of course, sis. You know what? We should take Sophia with us, too." Isabel asked if they should take me, too, and Olivia replied, "We'll leave her here. She's useless anyway." They laughed like evil stepsisters as they schemed to leave me behind. Weeks later, my sisters had completely moved out. After they left, Brad had no reason to stay in the house anymore. One night, I overheard him and Henry talking about moving the boxes somewhere else. I couldn't let them get away, so I called the police and told them about the boxes. They went to the house with a search warrant. While the police searched, Brad and Henry kept looking at me like they wanted to punish me for snitching on them. But I didn't care. I was happy to finally get rid of them. The police found the boxes and arrested Brad and Henry. When the police questioned Henry, he also confessed that he'd planned my dad's kidnapping so he could get rid of Dad, date Mom, and use our house for his business. Everything finally made sense. When Mom and I got back from the police station, we had some visitors waiting for us. Mom looked like she'd seen a ghost. She just stood there staring at Dad, speechless. Dad said, "Hey, babe, I've missed you." She finally managed to whisper, "Is that really you, my love? How is this possible?" Dad took her in his arms, and she sobbed and laughed as he explained everything. Isabel said, "We heard what happened. Are you okay?" I was shocked to see her worried about me. I was even more shocked to see that she'd given birth to a beautiful baby girl. My sisters apologized for treating me badly and thanked me for being brave enough to call the police. Then Olivia said, "Let's leave this place and start fresh. We can be a complete family now." So Mom and I packed our things and moved in with Olivia, Isabel, Sophia, and Dad. We sold the house and used that money to start a new life. The best part of it all? We reunited with our 4 other sisters, and our parents are back together now. This is the family I've always wanted. I'm so happy with how things turned out.
Hi, y'all. My name is Gabby Lee. I live in Philadelphia, and I wouldn't be what most people would call cool. I'm a straight-A student, A+ if I can get them. I play in a band, the clarinet in my school's band, that is, the only time I go to any sports games, and I don't go to parties. But my one great dream is to be a world-class chemist. I couldn't be happier. But would you believe for one night, it all changed? I rebelled against my father, almost got my friends kidnapped, and had a run-in with the police. It was probably the best night of my life. It all started with Millie Cancun. My one vice, the biggest pop star sensation in the world. Sure, some other singers might sing about their relationship traumas or death or whatever moody stuff, but Millie was all about living young, wild, and free. My polar opposite. I'm not alone in my Millie mania. Lots of girls my age are, including my 3 besties, Sue, Evelyn, and Jamie. Wouldn't you know it, Millie was going on tour and having shows in New York. Typical. All the cool stuff happens there. Between the 4 of us and our various extracurricular activities, the only night all 4 of us could possibly go was Sunday night, to which my dad said,
"No, it's a school night. Plus, her music seems a little inappropriate for your age, does it not?"
What does he know? I can't get too mad at my dad, though. It's just me and him. Mom isn't in the picture anymore. I should have told him how much it would mean to me, but I backed down. My friend's luck was no different, though their parents were a little less strict.
My parents said I could go, but they don't want to drive me there.
Same. We could take the bus.
That would take like 3 hours, and plus be sketchy as heck.
Something stirred in me. I don't know what came over me. We could take my dad's car.
Word?
He'd drive us there? I thought you said you couldn't go.
Well, what if he never finds out? I could drive us there. I've got my learner's permit.
Are you for real?
Was I for real? Already the gears in my head were turning as it spurred up this plan. I'd take his car, drive to the concert, buy our tickets, have the best night of our lives, drive home, and my dad would be none the wiser. In his eyes, I would
still be the good rule-following daughter he asked for. Yeah, we can all meet at my house and I can go from there.
Whoa, when did you get so cool all of a sudden?
Yeah, I was cool. This was my chance. My plan was foolproof. I started laying the groundwork, making a subtle suggestion to my dad. I think we should have spaghetti night on Sunday.
Okay.
The seed had been planted, and on Sunday, fruit had come to bear. For you see, dear viewer, pasta will always knock my dad out. When he was done, he was fast asleep in his recliner. I finished the job by laying down a weighted blanket on top of him. Good thing, too, because he definitely would have been woken up by the sound of Jamie banging on the door.
Yo, Gabby, you in there?
Shh! I'm sneaking out, remember? I'll be right there. I just gotta grab but the keys to Dad's car weren't there. I checked in his room. Not there. A tense realization hit me. They were still in his pocket. As discreetly and non-suspiciously as possible, I reached into his pocket to pull them out, lest he wake up and was wondering what I was doing. After much careful fidgeting, I got them. I wanted to get out of there, but I had one more thing I needed to do. The final pièce de résistance. In my room, I set up a fake version of me made from pillows and sat her by my desk. Should my dad check on me, he would believe to see his dutiful daughter studying for her math test, not realizing I had already studied in between band practice. Evil genius. I snuck out, we got in the car, and we were off. I wasn't exactly a car expert, but better me to do it than any of my friends. Didn't want to scratch up my dad's car. If you were to ask me at that moment, I'd have said it had gone perfectly. We were driving down the road, pre-gaming our jam session, singing along to Millie Cancun, but then we started slowing down. The car started making funny noises, and then...
What happened?
We stopped.
I can see that, but why?
We had broken down in the middle of the road. Luckily, we were in the middle of nowhere, so it's not like we were causing a traffic jam or anything. On the other hand, we were in the middle of nowhere. We couldn't exactly walk there, and we couldn't get a tow truck. Time and money were limited. We only brought money to buy tickets, and phone service was limited. Some people passed by, but no one would stop. Please, help us.
You're standing in the middle of the road.
Yeah, that's why we need your help. Finally, one guy stopped. Now, I'm not an expert on cars, but he didn't seem to look at the engine for very long before going.
Yup, it's broken beyond repair.
Wow, are you sure?
Trust me, you young girls are lucky the car hasn't exploded. Say, why don't I give you girls a lift? I'm heading to Manhattan right now. It wouldn't be no trouble.
Oh, wow, thanks.
Girls, can we huddle for a second? We whispered amongst ourselves. This guy seems kinda suspicious.
Well, what choice do we have? We can't exactly stay here, can we?
Everyone was in reluctant agreement. We got into his car and headed for the city. How was I gonna get my dad's car home now? Speaking of my dad, I wasn't there for this next part of the story, and he might tell it differently. He managed to break free from his pasta nap and was able to pull away from the comfort vacuum of the weighted blanket. He went up to check on me, just as I thought, and probably said something like,
Gosh, Gabby, I'm sorry I didn't let you go to a concert and allow you to be your own woman. I promise I'll make it up to you.
What I didn't account for was him to see his daughter's head fall off.
Yeah?
He went into my room and found I was not there. Realizing what had happened in a way only a paranoid dad could, he scrambled around the house looking for his keys. Only when he tried checking the car did he figure out the extent of my betrayal. He asked our neighbor to drive out to the concert. He must have gotten there before we did because amongst the crowded lines outside of the concert halls, I wasn't there. Me and my friends had arrived in downtown Manhattan, making decent time. While we were happy to avoid the rain that was picking up, the ride was an awkward affair, as we attempted to avoid conversation with Echo, as he called himself.
What sort of trouble are you young girls up to tonight?
We're going to a concert.
Oh, a music concert. What concert?
Yeah, Millie Cancun.
Oh, nice. I love her song Ice Cream Summer.
That wasn't a Millie Cancun song. That was a ZZ Marina song.
Hey, you know what? I know a shortcut up here that'll get us away from all the traffic. Wouldn't want you to be late.
No thanks. That's fine. You can just follow the GPS.
Reroute. What does she know? Trust me.
Where could he be taking us? Back to his apartment where he was going to murder us? Or worse, maybe he was gonna call my dad. Please, just keep driving north. We're almost there.
Relax, it'll be fine.
In my panicked state of mind, I grabbed the wheel from him.
Whoa, go Gabby!
What the heck?
We fought for it before I knocked us into a pole. I swear, it was only a light touch, but it triggered Echo's airbags nonetheless, trapping him. Go! We hopped out and ran. We were grateful at first, but it didn't take long before we were missing the roof of that car. We didn't know where we were. Our phones were collectively dying, leaving our directional skills inhibited. The rain was making us wet and frustrated. By the time we found the concert hall, the ticket booths had just closed. Had we been a minute earlier, we could have made it. Hovering around were some shady-looking scalpers, but their tickets were a little out of our price range.
That'll be $10,000.
I could tell my friends were mad at me, and why wouldn't they be? This couldn't get any worse.
Gabby!
Oh no, my dad was here. I was frozen stiff as he came up to me and gave me a hug. You're not mad?
Oh, I'm mad, but I'm also relieved to see you're all safe. You girls look like you've had quite the night.
We were almost kidnapped.
Yes, Dad, I screwed up. Your car is broken down in the middle of the road on...
I saw it on the way here. Jeff helped me tow it away. We're going to go get it repaired. Why don't you four go enjoy a concert while I wait?
He had bought tickets. We couldn't believe it. Do you mean it?
As long as you can pay me back.
We all gave him our money.
Oh, okay then. Well, all's fair then. I can use this for the car.
After drying up a bit, we went inside. So, was it all worth it? Of course it was. Millie was radiant as ever, and her collective screams drowned out our worries as we danced away. Like I said, best night of my life. Only problem with forgetting your worries is when they come back to bite you.
There they are, officers. Those girls were underage driving. I tried to help them, but they insisted on attacking me and leaving me for dead.
The creep from earlier. And he brought cops.
Any of you girls with your parents?
No. My dad is going to pick us up, I think.
You think? Where is he?
He's here. He's going to be here.
You sound like a liar, Gabby.
She was right. If my dad wasn't here, were we going to be taken in? And now my dad would have to bail me out again? And then I'd be a convicted felon, and it would go on my permanent record, and I'd never get into college, and I would never... I started crying. I'm sorry, officers. It's all my fault. Please don't arrest my friends. I was the one who took my dad's car. I was the one who crashed that guy's car. You can take me in. They shouldn't pay for my actions.
Well, we don't have to.
Oh no, you don't have to do that. We can pay your bail.
Yeah. Oh wait, we gave all your money to your dad.
We can still do something.
Really? Oh, thanks, you guys. You're the greatest.
Is there a problem here?
Are you any of these girls' father?
That's right.
Well then, everything seems to be in order.
Hold on. Your daughter damaged my car. I expect you're going to compensate me for my troubles?
Are you the one that tried kidnapping them?
No, that's quite a... You know what? It's fine, actually. I hope you have a good night.
That got the guy to leave. Though it looks like the cops decided to hang out with him for a bit longer.
How much more excitement can you girls get into tonight?
We got in my dad's car, and he drove us all home. Turns out it wasn't broken beyond repair. Who would have thought? One by one, my friends were all dropped off. It was just me and my dad now. We parked at home, and before getting out, we had a talk.
You are grounded, you know.
I know.
It just seems right. But maybe I can be a little strict. You're growing up. You're going to want to be your own person. I can't fault you for that.
But I should have been more honest with you. I guess I just don't ask for a lot of things. But I do want to be an A+ student. I do want to be valedictorian. I promise. I'm not going to make this too much of a habit.
It's all right. I got into some trouble when I was your age.
Yeah?
Of course. Maybe more.
Like what?
Well, we don't have to get into it just yet. It's embarrassing.
Oh, come on. That's not fair.
Well, perhaps I haven't been forthcoming with you on this concert. Maybe I've got some personal biases in the way.
What do you mean?
You see, I used to date Millie Cancun's mom.
What?
It wasn't that big of a thing, but I've kept in touch with her a bit over the years.
Millie Cancun is my sister?
What? No. Where did you get that idea?
But that does mean you could get me to meet her?
See, this is what I was afraid of.
But what happened next, I should save for later. What? I said it was the best night of my life. That doesn't mean it was the best night of my life ever.
Hi, my name is Charlotte, and I was a very hardworking teenager. My life was always about studying and part-time jobs, but that all totally changed because of a boy. I was on my way to the principal's office to talk about the college scholarship that I'd applied for when I saw a boy from my class, Mason. His mother was there too, and she was yelling at him on their way out of the office. The week before, his dad had been here with him, and now it was his mom. He'd probably got another detention because of his failing grades, or the pranks he was usually pulling at school. Not that I was a stalker or anything, but I had always been intrigued by him. His mom was very angry, but he seemed happy because there was a smile on his face. Why? He was popular in our school because he was pretty talented and athletic, and he also had a playful nature. He had won multiple awards in special events where parents were expected to attend, but I noticed that he was always alone. That night, while I was on my night shift as a cashier at the local movie theater, I got a strange call. "Hello, is this Miss Charlotte?" a familiar older woman's voice asked. "Yes, that's me," I answered. "I saw you reply to our online ad for a private teacher, and we want to hire you for our son. We're wondering if you could start right away, like tomorrow." I was shaking with excitement all of a sudden. I was so happy that she wanted me despite me only having 5 months of experience from last year. I asked for the address, and what she gave me sounded familiar. It was close to our school anyway. I shared the good news with my mom, but she didn't seem particularly pleased. "You should enjoy being a teenager sometimes, Charlotte. Learn how to quit if things start to stress you out." I just smiled at my mom's concern. The next day, I finally arrived at the address the woman gave me. I pressed the doorbell, and unexpected faces appeared at the door. My face turned white as a sheet when I realized that they were Mason's parents. Did that mean I was going to be my crush's private teacher? I had a funny feeling in my stomach. My hands started to shake. The thought of being in a room alone with Mason gave me confusing emotions. I was terrified, excited, and anxious all at once. I'd never talked to him in my entire high school life because why would he notice me? I wasn't like his girlfriend Mandy, who was the definition of a goddess. Each session was planned to run for 2 hours every weekend. Mason is a stubborn boy. He hates to study, so please do everything you can. We're counting on you, his mother said. He needs to graduate and go to college. I can't wait for him to help us in one of our businesses, his father added, and I was already feeling the butterflies in my stomach from the pressure and other things. After finalizing everything, his mother led me to the study room to start my first teaching session. He wasn't in there yet, so I took some time to calm myself. I gasped when he suddenly appeared from behind me. He'd clearly just got out of the shower because he looked so fresh in his white t-shirt, and his hair was still wet. "Hey there, you must be the tutor," he asked. It was officially our first conversation in my entire life, and I tried my best to speak. "Yes, I am. So, shall we start? You look familiar," he said with narrowed eyes as he leaned his face closer to mine. I felt my heartbeat in my eardrums as I leaned away from him. "You don't recognize me?" A light bulb seemed to appear above his head. "Oh, right, you're that girl who always sits in the last row." "Yes, that's me. I'm Charlotte, in case you didn't know my name." I had to get a grip and be like a proper teacher. "Okay, Charlotte, but before we get started, let me tell you something." "What is it?" "I can make your job easier by doing nothing. Just do your thing there." "No, Mason, your parents are paying me to teach you, so I have to do my job," I said firmly. "I won't tell my parents anything, and you shouldn't either," he said as he put on his AirPods and started playing on his phone. Unbelievable! We finished the 2-hour session without me doing anything, and I felt guilty. Before going home, Mason's parents asked me how the session went, and I felt terrible lying. I didn't sleep well that night as I was brainstorming how to convince him to study. I was more anxious the next day. They reminded me to do my best because they wanted Mason to pass his final exams. As soon as I opened the study room door, a hand immediately pulled me in. "What do you think of this? Do you think a girl would like this as a gift?" Mason opened a jewelry box in front of my face and revealed a diamond bracelet and necklace. I was speechless for a moment. He was so generous to give me a gift as expensive as that. "It depends if the girl is into material things, Mason. But yeah, they're beautiful," I said. "Thank goodness. I'm kind of nervous right now. Today is me and my girlfriend's first anniversary," he revealed with sparkling eyes. "So this is him as a boyfriend. Ugh, Mandy is so lucky to have him." He opened the window, and I was surprised when he pulled someone in from outside. It was Mandy. How in the world did she manage to get up here? "Hi, Charlotte," Mandy greeted me, and before I could even reply, the two of them started kissing right in front of me. "Happy anniversary, babe. This is my gift for you." Mason then gave her the jewelry box, and her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Oh my God, this is beautiful!" She looked so happy with the gifts that she put them on right away and started taking selfies from every angle. She busied herself inspecting the diamonds and taking pictures of them to post on her Instagram and Snapchat, while Mason just stood there looking at her. "Let's go to your bedroom, babe. I need to change my clothes and touch up my makeup for more pictures," she said. I cleared my throat before butting in. "Excuse me, guys, but just a little reminder that we're having a private teaching session right now. We have a math quiz tomorrow, and you have to pass it this time, Mason." I gave him a stern look. "Don't worry about that, Charlotte. I can pass it," he said confidently. Mandy then dragged him out of the room. I wanted to scream in frustration. I wanted to tell his parents what was going on, but what if he got mad at me? Why was he like this? I was sure he could do better, and why would he allow Mandy to treat him like that? She was all over his gift instead of him for their anniversary. He was so visibly disappointed. The next day at school, while I was on my way to our first class, Julia, a particularly mean classmate, blocked my way in the hallway. "Hey nerd, I want to copy your answers later for the exam," she demanded, which surprised me. I mean, why would I do that? This girl had bullied me almost every day. "That's not right, Julia. You should study and be prepared. That's your responsibility as a student." To my surprise, she suddenly shoved me, which sent me sprawling on the floor. "Selfish nerd," she yelled at me before walking away with her friends. I turned onto my side and saw a hand offering to help me. "Stop sulking and get up." It was Mason, who then pulled me up. We then walked together to our first class for the first time in my 4 years in high school, and my disappointment in him from last night was replaced with excitement. My day ended with his parents calling me, informing me that I needed to do my job better because Mason had failed the math exam that day. Our next session came and I found him sleeping on the couch in the study room. I tried to wake him up, but he didn't even stir. Should I tell his parents this time? He was overdoing this already. "Come on, Mason, wake up. You have to study and learn, please? I need to do this. I need this job and I need to pay our bills and school expenses all by myself. Come on, Mason, you have to help me." I was begging, but he looked so tired. I was running out of patience already. "Okay, fine. Tomorrow, if you still won't behave, I'll tell your parents whether you like it or not," I said, which finally woke him up. He got up and without a word, he grabbed my arm and dragged me to the window. "Mason, wait, what are you doing?" "You have to come with me." "No, we have to study, and there's no way I'm sneaking out through that window." "You don't have a choice." I screamed as he pushed me out of the window, but I landed on a safety net below. That answered my question from last time. I had no other option but to follow him into his car, or his parents would notice us. He started driving, and my heart was pounding hard against my chest. "You're crazy! What if they catch us?" I should have been stricter with him. I couldn't let him do things his way all the time. "Stop worrying about the world even just for a minute, okay?" He convinced me, and all I could do was lean back in defeat. Minutes later, we stopped by a familiar house. "Wait a minute, this is Julia's house. What are we doing here?" "Get out of the car and come with me," he said with a naughty grin on his face. He opened his trunk, grabbed some rolls of toilet paper, and started throwing them on the trees in front of the house. "What are you doing? We'll both get in trouble, Mason." "Julia deserves it for bothering you." It took me almost a minute to process his intentions, and moments later we were both giggling as we threw more toilet paper over the trees in their car. Did you know that a Japanese horror novelist called Koji Suzuki wrote an entire novel on a single roll of toilet paper? I blurted out a random fact from something I read a month ago. "That must have been an interesting novel," he replied. Someone must have noticed us because a part of the house lit up. We rushed back to his car and he immediately dashed off. My stomach hurt from laughing and from the thrill. "That was cool," I said while panting. "Sometimes you just have to let loose and own the world, Charlotte." His words struck me and I was quiet for a moment. "And now it's time for a party," he announced. "What party?" He told me that his old friend was having an epic party in the countryside and he needed to join. Unfortunately, his car got stuck in the middle of the road. "Great. We're in big trouble now, Mason. Your parents aren't going to know where we are." There was no signal, so we decided to wait for a car to ask for help, but an hour passed and no one came. I settled in the back of his car and gazed up at the stars. I couldn't remember the last time that I had been able to relax like this without thinking about my responsibilities. Mason saw me lying there and joined me. We were both quiet for the first few minutes, but then I realized that it was finally my chance to ask him questions about his parents. He seemed reluctant at first, but he eventually spoke. "Their world revolves around their jobs and our businesses. I'm non-existent at home. They only notice me when I do stupid things, so it's useless to be an achiever at this point." So he just wanted attention from his parents. This side of Mason softened my heart, and for some reason, he became more physically attractive in my eyes too. We continued to talk about life and our families until we finally got sleepy. Morning came, and we were finally able to get help and return to the city. His parents called him, and since the call was on loudspeaker, I heard everything. "Can you please stop disappointing us, Mason? We're tired of this. Your teacher is useless too." What he said next caught me off guard. "Don't drag her into this, Mom. It was all my fault, okay? I tricked her into coming with me when all she wanted was for us to study. And please, about disappointing you, what's new? You only notice me when I get in trouble." It was the first time that I'd seen him that mad. He then ended the call and was quiet for the rest of the ride. It was Friday night, and my boss at the theater told 3 other staff members and me that it would be our last week because they were cutting costs. So I went home crying and frustrated. The next day at Mason's house, I had expected him to change his behavior this time because of what had happened last week. But he was busy preparing a prank for his friend. Remembering what his mother said about me, my patience had finally run out. I slammed my hand against the table loud and shouted at him. You should study because other people out there are working so hard to go to school and get their diploma. You can blame your parents all you want, but at some point in life, you have to take responsibility for your actions, Mason. This stunned him for a few moments. To my surprise, he finally sat down beside me and started flipping the pages of my book. And for the first time, we finally had a decent teaching session. He tried to listen, but I felt that he was preoccupied. He didn't even pass the short quiz that I gave him after our discussion. But at least it was progress. I went home satisfied. It was my last day at the movie theater, and I saw him buying tickets from the other booth with Mandy. After the movie, I noticed that Mason was alone, looking like he was about to cry. I left my booth and asked him how he was doing. Mandy and I broke up. We have been having trouble lately, and I was trying to get her back, but now I should probably give up. Maybe you two aren't meant to be together, I comforted him. An idea then came into my head. You know what? There's this simple, hardworking, and down-to-earth girl I know. I'll introduce you to her if you solve all the challenging problems that I'll be preparing for you. I smiled when I saw the determined look on his face. Over the next few days at school, Mason and I became closer than ever before. He also helped me find another part-time job. As finals approached, I pushed him harder to study more with me, even at school. I convinced him to be more open about the things that he couldn't understand so I could more effectively teach him. To everyone's surprise, Mason ended up in the top 10 highest scorers next to my name, and I was so proud of him. Out of pure happiness, he hugged me so tight he almost crushed my ribs. During lunch, he joined me at my table. So where's this girl that you were talking about? He said. I almost choked on my spaghetti. I was actually referring to myself, I playfully told him as I winked, and he burst out laughing. You tricked me, he said, and we couldn't control our laughter. Deep down, I was hoping he'd date me, but my little fantasy was shattered when he took Mandy to the prom. It looked like they'd gotten back together. Oh well, having a boyfriend wasn't my priority, so although I was heartbroken for a week, I moved on. Graduation came, and I was so happy to see that Mason's parents were able to attend this time. They also looked so happy as they watched their son receive his diploma on stage. While listening to his graduation speech, my heart started racing when I heard him mention my name. And to Charlotte, a classmate of mine, and my private teacher. I just want to thank you for inspiring and teaching me, and for being my study buddy. I will never forget you, Charlotte. You will always have a special place in my heart. When everything was over and I began to leave, I felt someone tap my shoulder. You're already leaving? He asked. Yeah, I'm not exactly the resting type. For a few moments, we stayed silent. Then he sighed. I just want to thank you for talking sense into me, and also apologize for making things difficult. Not able to form words, I just smiled and nodded at him before leaving.
Hi, my name is Jen. One day, I was sitting quietly in class, listening to our boring teacher ramble on and on. Miss Silva was always super strict with us, and she loved to brag about how only she understood the hard realities of life, since she had once been homeless for a whole 2 hours. When we were assigned projects, and she refused to let me do my chosen project, which was homelessness, she went too far. My dream in life was to become a social worker and help people living on the streets. Miss Silva wouldn't budge though, and she mocked me saying, Jen, with your cushy life, you can't possibly have the perspective to understand this topic. How dare she? Everyone in my class laughed. I had been known as a spoiled girl throughout high school because we were well off, and my classmates must have agreed with her. I complained about it to my friend Carol, who agreed that Miss Silva was mean and out of line. But then she said, yeah, but it was pretty funny too. I mean, you are very spoiled, and you wouldn't survive half a day on the streets. I replied, seriously, Carol? I might look spoiled to you, but I'm not. I could make it as a homeless person for a week, if not more. Carol laughed and said, sure you can, princess. If you're so confident, why not try it out? In fact, I dare you. You know what? I will do it. I'm not afraid to try. You challenged the wrong girl. Dare accepted. After that, Carol and I decided that she would film my journey of being homeless for a whole week. I was actually seriously scared about the idea. What was I thinking? A whole week! I might die from hunger, or get eaten by a predator, or get sick and die of hypothermia. But something in me wanted to go through with the dare. I wasn't gonna give up. My mom, of course, hated the idea. She even threatened to ground me to make sure I couldn't do it. She warned me that life on the streets was dangerous, especially at night. But I wasn't going to go crawling back to Carol and tell her that my mommy wouldn't allow it. I was going to do it with or without my mother's approval. My plan was that on the days when I was supposed to be at school, I would claim that I was sick. Instead, I would sit on Main Street in dirty clothes to blend in with other homeless people. But every night, I would go home and sleep in my own bed. On an early Monday morning before school, Carol and I started packing my bag with stuff from my locker and home. I had brought way too much stuff from home, but I wanted to be on the safe side. When we were about to leave, Carol had one more dare. She wanted me to set up in one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in the city. At first, I refused, as I could end up in real danger, but Carol refused to negotiate. Instead, we made a deal that I could call 911 if anything were to happen. I began to feel weird about the whole thing. Some people were giving me wary looks, though most just pretended I wasn't there. The neighborhood looked pretty scary. It took a long time to decide where to set up. There was an empty convenience store that had gone out of business, so I decided to settle down in the doorway. I sat down and placed my Nike hat on the ground. Carol offered some last-minute cookies, but I refused as I wanted this to be as genuine as possible. Homeless people find their own food. Carol filmed me for a brief time and said, "This is Jen on her first day as a homeless person. Good luck!" And then she went home. Sitting in the doorway made me sore fast. I ended up leaning on the newspaper-covered door. I felt so nervous. How did homeless people do this? I tried to pass the time by daydreaming about me and my crush from school, Erin, but that only lasted a few minutes. Finally, someone dropped a few coins in my cap. I smiled and said thank you. The soreness started to become too much. Time for a stretch, I thought, getting to my feet. The minute I stood up, though, a mangy-looking, middle-aged man with a long, scraggly beard and black, glittering eyes confronted me. "That's my spot," he growled at me. For a split second, his tall, looming figure unnerved me, and I got ready to run away. The next moment, however, a voice in my head spoke up. "If you don't stand up to the likes of him now, the whole week will be your personal hell." The thought charged me, and I dug my heels in. "Beat it, old man! I was here first!" I tried to imitate his way of speaking. His frown deepened, and he raised his hand. With a flash, I swung my backpack off my shoulder and straight into his stomach. "Ah!" He groaned, doubling over. In my heart, I congratulated myself, thinking I'd won. The next minute, however, the man looked over his shoulder and yelled, "Get her, boys!" That's when I saw two equally mangy-looking boys emerge from the shadows. They both grinned evilly as they stepped towards me. Before they took another step, I threw the cap with the coins in the man's face, which caught him off guard and gave me time to turn on my heels and run. Behind me, I could hear him yelling at the boys to get to me faster. People around us were starting to stop and stare. I didn't have time to ask them to intervene. I pushed past everyone, heading towards the busy roads. I had a good head start, so I was hopeful I could get away from them. I realized, though, that they were hot on my heels, and as I passed a grocery store, I bumped into a woman with a trolley. "Damn!" I cursed as her stuff went flying. "I'm so I stopped as I saw the woman was none other than Miss Silva. "Jen?" she gasped, shocked. Before I could run away, she grabbed me by the arm. The boys had almost caught up to me now. When they saw me with Miss Silva, they assumed I'd gotten into trouble. Giving me one last look of anger, they turned around and went back the way they had came. I, however, was stuck with Miss Silva, whose shock was being slowly replaced with rage. "What in the world are you doing?" she asked sharply. I briefly explained to her the bet her insult had led to. She looked ashamed. "I'm sorry, Jen. This isn't what I wanted you to do." I gave her a quick hug and made her promise she wouldn't tell anyone. To my surprise, seeing how determined I was to get through this, she agreed. Then she asked me where I would be and promised to come check on me every day. Realizing she wasn't as bad as I thought she was, I returned to look for another spot around the same area. The next few days passed without any more fights, and I quickly learned about life as a homeless person. It's true that I still slept in my house as soon as it got dark, but during the daylight hours, I was struggling to survive. Carol came every morning at 6 a.m. to make sure I was still there. She'd make fun of me every time about the way I looked. I wasn't taking care of my skin and I started getting pimples. My hair looked bad, and I'd really started to smell. I got used to it pretty fast though. I also learned how to deal with homeless people. They weren't as bad as I'd first thought, and they were actually pretty nice to me. They shared their food with me and told me all kinds of tales about themselves. Soon enough, I had some homeless friends who were very good people. On the final day of the dare, I was already excited about going back to normal life. But that day, something weird happened. A man stopped in front of me. He had a briefcase and was dressed in a nice suit. He was eyeing me with a mixture of admiration and suspicion. He asked me if I was homeless, and I said yes. He left to make a call, then came back. He told me that I'd impressed him with my street smarts and standing my ground against that other homeless man on my first day. How did he know all that? If I wanted, he said, I had the opportunity to be on a new reality TV show that was like Big Brother, but with teens. I stared at him blankly. The man explained that this reality show wanted to give back to the community, so they were allowing 2 homeless teens on the show. I fit the picture. I wasn't sure what to say, as I wasn't really homeless, and it felt wrong. but I loved reality shows, and this was an amazing opportunity I'd never have otherwise. The man took my silent contemplation to mean yes, and the next thing I knew, I was signing an agreement to be on the show. Before I could admit the truth of my situation, he had got my cell number and was gone. I sat there in shock for a few minutes. Later that day, I went to the soup kitchen, which was packed, and had actually decent soup. Some of the ladies were nice and let me wait in line with them. However, as I was waiting, I soon saw things devolve into chaos. There were too many people who needed food and not enough staff to hand it out. It even seemed like there might not be enough food. Some of the people in line started mobbing and fighting each other to get to the front of the line. I hurried behind the counter and started handing out food alongside the volunteers and yelled at people to calm down. I managed to get everything back to normal, and quickly, everyone was happily getting served. After I went back out on the streets, I saw it was about to get a lot harder as it started to rain. All of the homeless people took cover, but I stayed where I was since I wanted to have the full homeless experience, including the very worst parts. After all, if something like that happened at night or when I was too weak or tired to move, I'd be exposed to the elements. Plus, I needed to think about what I had seen back there in the soup kitchen. It was incredibly moving and heartbreaking. Those poor people, so hungry and miserable that they were driven to get into physical fights for food. I wanted to do something, but I felt so helpless. That evening, when I got home, I didn't feel right. The dare had ended, but I still felt bad about the harsh reality homeless people were forced into. When my mom saw me, she was horrified. She said I'd been acting weird all week and that I looked like I had a terrible cold. When I admitted what I'd done, she was furious with me. Then I remembered the offer I received, but telling her about the reality TV show didn't calm her down. At dinner that night, I was quiet, and when my mom asked me why, I admitted, "We always have food, so I always took it for granted. But today, I saw people fight just to get something to eat." My mom felt bad about what I'd seen, but seemed to think that was just the way things were. I wasn't so convinced though. There had to be something I could do. That night in my room, I couldn't sleep or stop my negative thoughts from cycling around my head. Maybe it was because of all the homeless friends I'd made and how frustrating it felt not being able to help them. So, in the middle of the night, I made up my mind. I'd go on the reality show so I could win money to help my friends. When I told my mom, she was supportive, although she was worried. You never know what crazy stunts these reality TV shows will pull. I told her not to worry, that I'd be able to fend for myself. Besides, I had to do this to help my friends. It was lucky that I called the director when I did, because they were just about to start filming the show. As it turned out, my mom was right about the show. For some reason, the director decided to focus on me and encouraged me to be mean to the other contestants. He wanted me to do things like steal their food and even call them names. I guess they wanted to paint me as a villain or something. At first, I went along with it, because if I won, I could help so many of my friends. But the director kept pushing me further and further. And the worst thing was, he'd smile his creepy smile and say, "You know you want to." Ew, no, I didn't. Finally, when we were on the streets filming one day, they got me to pick a fight with a girl who was sleeping under a plaid blanket. I almost said no, but I knew the director would boot me off the show if I argued. So I went for it and shook her awake. When the girl came out, sleepy and disoriented, my jaw dropped. It was one of the friends I'd made while I was living on the streets. "You jerk!" I exploded at the director. "How dare you torment homeless people when you know how vulnerable they are? You're sick!" The crew put down the camera, and my friend hurried away before I could explain myself. Meanwhile, the director's face was beet red, and he said with a sneer, "The award had your name on it, but now you're getting nothing." And that was that. I was booted off the show. At least my conscience was more or less intact. I was livid. The show had been completely corrupt. It made money off homeless people who didn't know any better and were desperate for money. When I called Carol, she agreed that the directors and the crew were complete psychos, but brought up how she had filmed me. That gave me an idea. On the day that the show was to premiere, we decided to take our revenge. Some of my tech-savvy friends helped us post the videos Carol had made of me on social media. Now the whole homeless reality show was ruined, as it was revealed I was never actually homeless. The show was publicly criticized, and the director received threats from angry people, and he tried to sue me for his losses. Luckily, Carol's mom was the top lawyer in town and represented me. The case got a lot of press, and big lawyers got involved. But in the end, I won. All the judge had to see was some footage of the show and how it took advantage of homeless people, and she ruled that the entire show was unethical and misleading. Best of all, though, was what she ruled would happen to their profits. All of it would go to help the homeless. So, in the end, I did receive some criticism for pretending to be homeless. It was a risk posting those videos, but one I definitely didn't regret. The most important thing was that I helped my friends and other homeless people too. Hi, I'm Angelina, and my story It's kinda crazy. But please know that Meister Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends to subscribe now. My mom worked as a maid at the mansion of a wealthy family, and because she couldn't afford to send me to school, I went with her to work. By the time I was 8, I was helping her with small chores around the house. The owner was a really rich CEO who was never at home, and his wife was really self-obsessed. She left her daughter Maddie with the house staff to get beauty treatments so often that when Maddie was little, she called my mom her mom. I didn't mind because even though she was a couple of years younger than me, she was my best friend. One day, Maddie and I were just settling down to watch a movie in her room when someone flung the door open. It was Maddie's mom, and she did not look happy to see me. "You girl, what do you think you're doing in my daughter's room?" Mom, don't talk to her like that. She's my friend. Her mom gave me a glare and walked away. The next day, Maddie's mom called me to her chambers, and I just knew I was in trouble. When I walked in, she got up and said, "I can see you're spending so much time in my daughter's room when she's at school. So I've decided to enroll you in her school too, and you can work afterwards. No need to thank me. Close the door behind you." School? I thanked her and went to tell Maddie the great news. She seemed excited too. But when we got there together, she asked me to walk a few steps away from her. And once she met her friends, she disappeared. What was going on? I found out soon enough. When I was sitting alone in the cafeteria at lunch, a group of girls walked up to me and put a big backpack on the table. "You're Maddie's maid, right? She said we can ask you to do anything. After school, carry this to my car. I'll be waiting.
Take these assignments with you. I expect them to be ready by tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow morning, get me a latte and a donut.
Here's the money. Keep the change."
What on earth? I ran off to look for Maddie and found her in the girls' bathroom. Maddie, why are you telling people that I'm your maid? I thought we were friends.
Oh, Angelina, of course we are, but only at home. I have a reputation to maintain here.
And I can't mingle with someone like you in public. You get it, right?
See you at home, bestie.
She walked away while I stood there, shocked. Was this the same sweet Maddie I known my entire life? Maddie and her friends were always dumping their homework on me and making me run around for errands. And I was getting exhausted. I didn't even get time to study for a big math test and ended up with a big, fat D. Later that day, when Maddie and her gang walked up to me and handed me a list of errands for our party, I tore it up. I've had enough. You guys have hands, don't you? Do this yourselves.
Oh, that's rich. Coming from someone as poor as you know I pay for your school, right?
Before I could reply, I heard a boy's voice behind me. "Cut it out, Maddie. You don't pay for anything. Now buzz off before I tell Dad what a brat you've been." It was Dwayne, Maddie's older brother. I'd seen him around the house, but he mostly kept to himself. Maddie looked furious and stomped off angrily. Dwayne smiled at me. "Sorry, she can be a jerk sometimes. Don't let her push you around. And since you're new here, let me know if you need help with something." Well, actually, there is one thing. Are you any good at math? Because I'm really sucking at it. He started tutoring me at home, and by the time 7th grade ended, I was getting straight A's. But my grades weren't the only things that changed. As I grew older, I seemed to be catching the attention of a lot of guys. One day, I wrapped up my chores quickly for a movie date with a really cute guy. And just as I was leaving, Maddie screamed,
"Oh, Angelina!"
When I reached her room, I wanted to pull her hair out. She had dumped every single pair of footwear she owned on the floor and handed me a toothbrush.
"These are really delicate shoes, so take your time and clean them with this. I need them all by tomorrow morning."
How many shoes are you going to wear at a time? Can't I do the rest later?
Mom! Angelina and her mom might need to be let go.
I had no choice but to do what she said. My date got canceled, and well, this was the first of many. Maddie always found some way to ruin things for me. And slowly, all the boys stopped asking me out. One day when Dwayne and I were studying, I caught him looking at me. What is it? You know Maddie is just threatened by you, right? Threatened? By me? Why? You're smarter, prettier, and so much nicer than her. You don't think she knows that? I could feel myself blushing hard. Just then, Mom called me to help with the dishes, and I floated away on cloud 9. A little later, Maddie appeared, throwing a letter on the kitchen table.
"This friend of mine really likes you. God knows why. He's really shy, so he asked me to give you this."
And why are you suddenly being nice to me?
I just said he's my friend, didn't I? I'm not doing this for you.
Just write a response quickly so I can hand it to him tomorrow. When I opened the letter, I felt really flattered, but also cringed a bit. Dear Angelina, or should I call you my angel? I wish I could talk to you, but your beauty just makes me speechless. I wrote back and kept an eye on her the next day to see who she handed the letter to. But she was surrounded by so many boys that it was impossible to tell. The next week, she gave me another letter. Hi, my angel. I think I have the courage to face you. Meet me behind the school tonight at 7 p.m. I was really curious about who this guy was, so I decided to go to the meeting spot. Half an hour went by, and it was getting chilly. Suddenly, Maddie and her friends jumped out of the shadows, laughing hard and recording me. You thought someone was interested in you? How dumb are you, maid? What? This was all you guys?
Duh! Just because some losers ask you out doesn't mean you're something special. Gosh, you're so pathetic. Poor Cinderella, waiting desperately for Prince Charming.
I was almost about to attack her when suddenly someone took my hand. It was Dwayne. He pulled me away and we started walking back home. I overheard Maddie telling her friends how she wrote those letters to play this dumb prank on you. She's so immature. She and I used to be best friends. I don't understand why she hates me so much. As tears poured down my face, Dwayne put his jacket around my shoulders, pulling me a little closer. I don't know why anyone would want to lose you as a friend. You are something special. Before I knew it, he leaned in for a kiss, and it was amazing. Even though the video of me waiting for a non-existent boy was making the rounds at school and everyone was making fun of me, I didn't really care. Dwayne and I had secretly started dating, and the next few weeks were bliss. Dwayne and I were making out in his room one day when suddenly, Maddie barged in, looking down at her phone.
The parents are out and I'm having a party. Can you invite some of your hot friends? Wait, what is she doing here?
Angelina is my girlfriend, you idiot. Now get out! He shut the door on her face, and we heard a tiny crack. Do you think she broke her nose? Doesn't matter. She's been getting it changed at the plastic surgeons for years. We laughed and started kissing again, when we were rudely interrupted again a little later. But this time, it was his mom, with Maddie grinning behind her. Dwayne! Seriously? You know all the richest girls in town and you choose this maid? I mean, if this is only for fun and not public, then fine. Do whatever, but be careful. She's probably only after your money. Mom! Listen, lady. Dwayne asked me out. I didn't. And your money doesn't give you the right to treat anyone like garbage. If you want to be respected, you have to treat others with respect too. Just then, Mom came running, looking pale as a ghost. What have you done? How can you talk to Madam like that? Apologize right now! But I didn't. Needless to say, my mom was fired, and I was taken out of the school. When I was packing up my stuff, Maddie walked in and threw some old dresses of hers at me.
Here's a parting gift. They were going in the trash anyway, so same difference.
What happened to you, Maddie? Why did you turn into this awful person and just forgot that we were best friends?
Oh, please. I was only bored at home, and you were hired to entertain me. And then you forgot your place. We were never best friends. We never could be.
Well, good luck finding true friends then, Maddie, because the ones you have right now are just here for your money. And I never cared about that. With that, I picked up my bags and left. Dwayne kept texting me, but I didn't have the heart to reply. It was better this way, probably. We were worlds apart. Soon after, Mom found a job as a waitress, but it wasn't enough to make ends meet, so I managed to get a job as a cashier at a local bookstore. And one evening, Dwayne walked in. Angelina, I'm so sorry about everything my mother said. I really love you. Please give me another chance. I won't ever let her say anything mean to you again. The next day, I walked into the mansion, and before his mom could say a word, I stopped her with my hand. I'm not your maid anymore. I'm an independent girl dating your grown-up son, and you can't do anything about it. Her jaw fell to the floor as I walked into Dwayne's room holding his hand. We dated for the next few years, and I graduated high school. I started working at a local cafe, and the old lady who owned the place grew really fond of me. But one day, she suddenly passed away. I had barely registered the news when a man in a suit came into the cafe and asked for me. The owner has left the business to a girl called Angelina. Where is she? Oh my god, what? She had left the entire cafe to me? And with that, life changed forever for me and my mom. We both started working together and turned the place around. It became one of the most popular spots in town. One day, Maddie and her mom walked into the cafe, and a few minutes later, I heard Maddie screaming at a waitress.
Are you stupid? So what if it's not on the menu?
Just go ask your chef to make me a salmon salad. I walked over to their table, and their eyes almost popped out. Ladies, please leave the cafe immediately. We refuse service to ill-mannered customers.
Oh, and you, another waitress, is allowed to talk to me like that? Call the management and I'll have you fired right now.
I am the management, and I will have you thrown out now. As my staff escorted them outside, the humiliation on their faces was epic for me. With all the money I made, I opened 3 new cafes in the next 2 years, and by the time Dwayne came back from university, there were 4 more. One day, as I was leaving work, I noticed a bunch of paparazzi outside. Suddenly they parted, and Dwayne walked towards me with flowers and a ring. Angelina, will you do me the honor of marrying me? Yes, of course! All the journalists snapped pictures and cheered as we kissed. How does it feel being engaged to the richest boy in town? It's not a big deal. I'm rich too, you know. Dwayne and I flew away to a private beach to get married amongst friends. And Mom, of course. Naturally, his family did not come. We have our own home and 3 cats, and we're all very happy. I got my fairy tale ending after all.
Hi, I'm Zoe, and I'm from Australia. Please like and subscribe. Both my parents were born geniuses. My dad was a scientist at a pharmaceutical company, and my mother became the youngest principal in the world. So when I was born, they thought I'd be the next Einstein. But unfortunately, I wasn't even close. They tried to teach me how to read and write, and I would shred all the books and papers to pieces.
Look at that, Mommy! Airplane!
Oh, that's my research for the last 5 years. What did you do, kid? Relax, honey. Look at her building planes from such a young age. She's no less than the Wright brothers.
But Mom's bubble burst soon after when I turned 3. They bought me all the different puzzles in the world. But to their surprise, I broke them instead of fixing them. What is wrong with this child? I'm sick of her stupid activities. Sometimes I wonder if she's mine or...
How dare you? Don't blame it on me. It's your stupid family's genes that have her acting all weird.
Yep, they pretty much fought about it all the time until my little sister Susie was born. And unlike me, she was a genius. She could solve puzzles from a very young age and speak 4 different languages by the time she turned 7. And although I was low-key proud of her, she hated me for some reason. Once we had some guests over and she recited all the theories and laws proposed by Newton, word by word. Everyone was super impressed with her, and I said, "Susie, that was awesome. I could never do that."
Yeah, that's because you're a loser, Zoe.
Ugh, such a mean kid. Because of her excellent skills, she got promoted to 4th grade when she was just 7. When she joined my school, I offered to walk her to class, but she just pushed me away.
What are you doing? Get away from me.
But I'm just trying to...
Ruin my reputation? I don't want the kids knowing my sister is a failure.
Oh my God, what is your problem? I'm just trying to be nice here, but you keep on being a brat.
No one asked you to. Now get out of my face, loser.
Ugh, she was unreasonable. But why not? Mom had her back both at school and at home. But Mom would ignore my existence entirely, especially at school. Mom! How many times have I told you not to call me Mom in school? But Susie does it, and everyone knows she's your daughter. Yeah, that's because I'm proud of her. And about you, I'm just confused. Now off you go and stop wasting my time. This was it. I was gonna show her. There was an upcoming debate competition Susie was participating in, and I signed up just to tease her and Mom.
You gave your name for the debate competition? Are you crazy? Do you want to embarrass us that badly?
I want to win it and prove to Mom and Dad and you that I'm not useless. Are you scared?
As if. And you must be crazy to think you can win against me.
Well, I really wasn't sure that I would, but surprisingly, the judges felt that my points were more real and reasonable, and I won the competition. Both Mom and Susie's jaws dropped when they saw this. And the next day, I found Susie pulling stuff out of a girl's locker and stomping on it. Before I could even ask what she was doing, the girl came running at her angrily and pinned her against the wall. Hey, what do you think you're doing, punk?
Mind your own business, witch. I'm trashing my sister's locker, and I'm a little busy, so buzz off.
Your sister's locker? I don't know who that is, but that locker is mine. And with that, she started pulling Susie's hair, and I couldn't stop laughing. She mistakenly broke into the girl's locker thinking that it was mine. That was hilarious. Just then, Mom arrived on the scene and pulled the two apart. And then she started screaming at me.
You were just standing there like a moron and laughing? Why didn't you stop this bully?
Why should I? Susie deserved getting her butt kicked. And you can defend your little princess yourself. Mom was furious. She gave the other girl detention and she suspended me for a week. Mom, are you crazy? You're suspending me for what? Laughing? And what about Susie? She started the whole thing. She gets no punishment at all?
I don't want to hear anything. Susie is the smartest kid in the school, and she's being promoted to your class because she's a genius. Do you think I'll let you ruin it?
How could my own mother be so evil? I stormed out of her office in anger. A few days later, Mom threw a huge party on Susie's birthday, and I prepared to get revenge on her. As I was getting ready, Susie came into my room and suddenly hugged me.
Oh, sis, I'm so sorry. I've been so mean to you.
I realized you won because of your own smartness, and you're as smart as me. Please, forgive me for everything.
Really? What changed your mind?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe just because it's my birthday and Mom threw me this huge party and I realized how lucky I am to have everything. So you can have this one little victory. I feel generous. Gosh, she was so annoying. I almost didn't want to go to her party now, but she dragged me off and I decided to let things go. But soon after I walked in, everyone was staring at me and started laughing like crazy. What was happening? Suddenly, I saw my reflection in the mirror and my face was all swollen, like I'd been stung by 100 bees. And Susie was cackling like a witch. I was certain she'd mixed something in my makeup. Susie, you psycho! I'm gonna kill you! I ran off to Dad's bathroom and grabbed his shaver. I came running back and pounced at Susie, knocking her to the ground. And I started shaving her head as she screamed. Just then, Mom came into the room and went all ballistic on me in front of everyone.
Oh my God, Zoe! What are you, an animal? What have you done to your poor sister? On her birthday? You're grounded for life.
That's enough, Mom. You never listen to me. You just care about Susie all the time. Can't you see what she's done to my face? All she ever does is make me miserable. How can you be so blind? But she just looked at me blankly, and I knew it was useless to say any more, so I ran back to my room. But later that night, I heard someone screaming. I ran down to find Susie in the lounge, and all around her were broken picture frames, and on the wall was something written in red spray paint. Finish Susie off. Smarty Pants needs to die. Susie grinned at me and let out another shrill scream, and just then my parents came running in.
Mom, Dad, look what Zoe did. She ruined all our family pictures, and she wrote this on the wall. She hates you guys, and she hates me, and she wants to kill me. She's a psycho. She needs help.
What? These were all crazy lies. She was such an evil person. But Mom and Dad bought her lies and instantly took me to a doctor. There, he ran all kinds of tests on me and declared I had ADHD.
It is an attention disorder where individuals can't always focus on things like other kids and have unusual motion problems. But it doesn't mean that she's any less smart. In fact, Albert Einstein himself was diagnosed with it.
Well, I always knew something was wrong with me, and this explained all the reasons why I could never focus on my studies. I thought Mom and Dad would understand me now, but surprisingly, they looked at me like I was some kind of monster. Later, when we got home, I heard my parents secretly talking about me, and it just broke my heart.
I never thought Zoe would be such a burden to our name. And now this weird disease. We're doomed. Maybe we should send her away. Yeah, you're right. It feels like she's not even our daughter. And with everything she did to Susie, we need to send her away.
I couldn't believe it. How could they? After all this while, I tried to make them feel proud of me, and they thought I was some burden. I stormed in to confront them. How could you guys think of me like that? You call yourself smart and educated? Well, you're just mean and blinded by your love for Susie. You can't even see all the things she's done to me, and you think I'm the psycho? Well, you'll regret it, and I hate you guys. I went to my room in tears, but this was it. I was proud of the way I was, and I wasn't letting anyone put me down. I started putting more focus into my work and taking some online classes on the internet to work on my issues. Soon, we had a big project coming for the finals, and I was preparing my best for it. Susie was being helped by Mom so that she could win the competition and then get the International Science Scholarship. On the day of the presentation, I was super excited. I went onto the stage and gave the best I could. But just as Susie got onto the stage for her turn, her model broke and fell apart. Suddenly, she had tears in her eyes, but Mom went all ballistic on her. "What are you doing? Stop crying like a baby here. Just stop." She went on stage and grabbed her by the arm. "Stop embarrassing me in front of everyone. Isn't it bad enough that you ruined this in the first place, and now you... Ugh." But suddenly, Susie yelled, "Mom, just shut up. Shut up. I did everything you asked for. I always tried so hard to be the best, and I failed this one time. So what?" Mom was shocked and tried to hush Susie, but she pushed her away and left. I was shocked, but secretly happy that Mom was embarrassed in front of everyone. But later when the results were announced, Mom went all gaga hearing my name in the first place. She started hugging me and kissing me like crazy. She was such a drama queen. I wasn't buying her act for a second. Later when we got home, Mom went ballistic on Susie. "Listen here, you stupid girl. I made you. You are what you are because of me. Learn something from your sister. Look at her. She's left you behind and won it. You should be ashamed of yourself, you ungrateful brat." "No, you're a monster, Mom. Do you even realize how stressful it's been for me all these years? Always trying to please you guys so you won't treat me like Zoe?" "Well, yeah, Zoe is dumb. Dumb kids should be bullied until they decide to change." "Oh my God, how can a principal say such things? You're absolutely horrible, Mom." Mom stepped closer to slap me, but Susie pushed her away. "Stop it. I don't want this. I just want a happy family like everyone else I know." "That's enough, Mom. I know what you guys did, and I know how selfish you people are. You don't need kids, you need robots who can work on your instructions and make you feel good about yourself."
"Zoe, how dare you?"
"No, Dad. How dare you? You ruined both of our lives by putting us in this stupid competition and burdening us with your expectations. It's all your fault, and I'm not gonna let you do this to me or Susie anymore." "Yeah, and we know who to contact if you keep treating us like that, like child services, for example, and you will regret the moment you gave birth to us." And to me, she said, "Oh, Zoe, I never wanted to hurt you, but I was afraid Mom and Dad might hate me too. I'm so sorry, Zoe. Please forgive me." "It's okay, I guess. I just want you to know that I never hated you, and we have another chance to make up for lost time. I forgive you." My head was pounding as I slowly woke up.
She's awake!
Your Highness, you're awake!
Huh? Your Highness? What was happening? Hey there, I'm Bella, and I'm about to take you through a whirlwind of royal troubles. Ready for some royal chaos? Hit that like button and subscribe. Right after waking up, the doctor came in checking on me and asking a bunch of questions.
You've had an accident. You've been out for 3 weeks. Do you remember your name? Can you name an animal that starts with E?
Good news, I knew my name and my family's names. Bad news, I couldn't remember anything about my life. And here's the shocker, the doctor said I might never get my memories back. I was super confused when my family came rushing in. My sister Aurora, just a year younger than me and a huge gossip, tried to update me on all the royal news, but my mom stopped her. Let her be, she just woke up.
But Mom, she'll want to know everything, right, Bella?
Aurora, that's enough!
That's my dad, the king.
Bella, you gave us a fright. No more football for you.
You need to rest now, Bella. I was surprised my parents didn't hug me or kiss my forehead. I mean, I just woke up from a coma. Later, Aurora snuck back in and started telling me about my life, which sounded pretty awesome.
You're a star athlete, you have a boyfriend named Vincent.
A boyfriend? Where is he?
And you're a total rebel. You never listen to Mom and Dad.
A rebel? But why?
Because they want you to marry some prince. But you're in love with Vincent.
Why? Don't they like my boyfriend?
He's not a prince. You went on 2 dates with him and you were really into him. Your phone was broken in the accident, so you can't check your messages. You two were like lovebirds.
Cool. Is he rich?
Yeah, a lot. His dad is a big businessman, but Mom and Dad want a prince for you. To be honest, they're pretty happy you got amnesia. They hope you'll stop biting them. Thanks for the heads up, love. I owe you. As I tried to pick up the pieces of my life over the weeks, my only friend was Aurora, who kept telling me little bits of my life before amnesia. One day, Mom and Dad insisted that we do a press release. Ugh, do we have to?
The future queen should certainly do that.
It certainly is not in that outfit. Here, dressed like a princess.
Hey, I never got a press conference after I broke my leg last year.
Aurora, please be quiet now. Not everything is about you. Guards, come take her outside.
I was shocked how they talked to her, and she kept screaming while the guards dragged her away. Then, Mom dumped a super frilly pink outfit on me. Just 5 minutes later, Aurora sent me an SOS message. They're about to announce your wedding. As if this outfit wasn't bad enough, now they planned this? I was livid. So, during the announcement, I demanded to speak.
Wonderful! Let's hear from our future queen!
But they didn't expect what came next. Ever heard that chickens have impressive memories? Maybe if I were from a royal chicken lineage, I'd remember more. Dad was livid and grounded me for a week, despite my illness.
Sick or not, a future queen cannot act this way.
That night, I was chatting with Aurora when my parents suddenly came in, followed by 3 daughters who looked pretty intimidating, more like butchers than medical professionals.
Aurora, leave now.
Why? What are you planning to do to her?
Then, Mom signaled a bodyguard, and he dragged Aurora away as she shouted,
"Don't listen to them!"
One doctor opened his case, revealing a long, frightening needle. I screamed until everything went dark. My parents were unbelievable, but thank God I had Aurora. Over the weeks, Aurora filled me in on my life before college started. She gave me my diary too, reading that I was super anxious to see my boyfriend. A week later, I was finally ready to go back to college. It was a crazy fancy place where only kids from royal and super rich families study. As Aurora and I walked in, flanked by a mini army of security guards, I spotted him, Vincent, my boyfriend. He stood there with a bouquet of roses and gave me a warm, inviting smile. Aurora winked at me and walked away. My heart was racing. I felt like I was back in my teenage years. Vincent came over, looking at me with so much affection.
Can I hug you?
I couldn't help but smile and nod. As he hugged me, he said,
You look beautiful, Bella. I've missed you a lot. It felt like I was seeing your face everywhere.
We chatted for a while, and he was so polite and respectful. Vincent spent the day introducing me to people, helping me remember who was who from before I lost my memory. I met a few friends, which felt a bit strange, but having Vincent there made things feel more comfortable. Later on, he mentioned that he and my friends planned a party to help jog my memory. That might be too much for me.
I get it. But how about you try the party, and if it feels overwhelming, we can leave and spend the rest of the night just the 2 of us.
His idea sounded good, so I agreed. That evening, my parents said the doctors were coming again, so I was even more eager to head out to the party. Vincent texted, saying he was waiting outside, but how could I sneak past the guards in a fancy dress and heels? I grabbed my heels in one hand and my purse in the other, then quietly climbed out of the window and tumbled into the bushes. Luckily, the security wasn't too tight, so I managed to avoid them and got to Vincent's car. The party was okay, but after just an hour, I started feeling a sharp pain in my body. Vincent quickly called his driver to take me home, and he even paid him extra to keep quiet about it. As I sneaked through the garden to my room, I heard footsteps behind me and felt a bit scared.
"Come out, or I'll whoop your butt!"
Then I accidentally bumped into someone, and without thinking, I flipped them over. Who are you?
I'm Dylan, the gardener.
I helped him up. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I'll survive.
He gave me a wink that made me blush. Girl, you have a boyfriend. Stay focused. Can I ask you something? Do you know what I was like before?
Not really. I'm new in this job, but you kept to yourself. Seemed a bit snobby and arrogant.
Oh, wow. Thanks for being honest. Before he could say any more, Aurora rushed over and pulled me away. What are you doing talking to him? He's just a gardener. The next morning, my parents were really mad at me. Turns out, Dylan the gardener told on me. So, Aurora said we should keep things quiet for a while until things calmed down. One night, feeling really upset, I snuck out and climbed a tree in the garden. I just needed to think. Then I heard a voice.
Why is a pretty princess like you up in a tree?
Oh, it's the snitch.
I don't know what you're talking about. Can I come up? I've got something to say.
Sure, why not? Dylan tried to climb up, but he wasn't very good at it. When he finally got up, he was all messy. For a cute guy, you're not very sporty.
So, you think I'm cute? That's good to know. Now, what's bothering you?
Honestly, I didn't expect to spill my guts to the gardener, but I guess I just need someone to listen.
and you seem genuine, so here it goes. I ended up telling Dylan everything. It was so easy to talk to him.
Man, that sucks.
That's all you've got? You're not great at giving advice.
Can't argue with that. But hey, I stole a chocolate bar from the kitchen today. You want some?
Sure, why not? I ended up staying with Dylan until sunrise. For the next few weeks, I hung out with Dylan whenever I could, and it was great, but I felt guilty. Vincent was a nice guy, and I didn't hate spending time with him either. But as time went on, I started to prefer Dylan's company over Vincent's. It puzzled me why I'd rather spend time with Dylan. Maybe my amnesia and the medicines were really messing with my feelings. Then one evening, I found Vincent in my room unexpectedly. Vincent, what are you doing here?
You've been acting distant. Is something wrong?
I didn't know what to say. How about I show you around the palace?
I was hoping for a different answer, but okay. Let's spend time together.
He kept asking why I was acting different. I dodged his questions, but he persisted. Then we reached the royal jewelry room.
If you need space, just say so. It'll hurt, but I'll understand.
In my rush to change the subject, I quickly entered the passcode on the digital keypad and let him inside. Get ready to be amazed. This is where we keep all the royal jewelry. Isn't it beautiful? Vincent was stunned. Then Aurora burst in.
Bella, why is he here? Mom and Dad would freak out. He needs to leave now.
After leaving the room, Aurora went to her bedroom. Vincent looked at me, clearly hurt.
Maybe I should leave. Reach out when you want to talk, or actually, maybe don't. Bella, you ignore me and act superior. The only reason people respect you is your royal status, and that's just luck, not an achievement.
With that, he left, and I was shocked that he just said that. Later that night, I was jolted awake by loud yelling outside the royal jewelry room.
The family tiara, passed down for 5 generations, is gone.
I froze. Vincent? But he was with me the whole time. Then a bodyguard approached us.
We found someone on the security footage you need to see.
We rushed to the security room. My heart sank as I watched the video. There was Vincent, hiding the tiara in his jacket while my back was turned to him, looking at Aurora.
Not only are you seeing the guy we've said no to multiple times, but you also showed him the jewelry room. What's wrong with you?
We've been patient with you because the doctor said you needed time to adjust. But this is unacceptable.
And how did he even get in? Your Highness, our check showed the cameras were off and only started recording when Bella began her tour with Vincent. Really? Bella, did you think you could outsmart us? What on earth?
I don't know! Please stop yelling at me! Then everything went black, and I fainted. When I woke up, Aurora was by my side, telling me I'd been out for 12 hours. The police were now looking for Vincent. Just then, Mom stormed in.
Your father is furious. He can't even look at you. But I'm here to tell you that you're no longer the future queen. We've decided Aurora will take that role.
You think I care? Well, guess what? I don't. But Mom, I don't want to be a princess either. I can't stand it.
It's not up for discussion.
And she left us there. Throughout the week, I felt more and more anxious. The guards were always around, keeping an eye on me, and Vincent was nowhere to be seen. One day, as I sat in the garden, Dylan came over. He acted like he was just doing his job, but then he quietly said to me,
Your parents aren't really bad. They're strict and can be a pain, yes, but they never wanted you to marry any prince. Aurora made that up. You should look into it.
How do you know all this?
Us servants hear everything. We catch all the gossip.
Later that night, I went to talk to Aurora in her room, planning to lie to get her to reveal something. Why do you think Vincent stole the tiara? I think he was upset you preferred hanging out with the gardener over him. He knew stealing the tiara would land you into trouble. Boys are dumb, and when their ego is hurt, they can act dumber. Did you hear they caught him? No, they didn't. Actually, they did. They caught him trying to leave the country. He spilled everything. Aurora, it's time to stop. Of course, that was a lie. Vincent hadn't been caught, and Aurora's explanation for why he stole the tiara actually made sense. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you feeling okay? Did you take your medicine? I know I wasn't perfect before my accident, but I wasn't a troublemaker either. You didn't need to scheme. If you really wanted the crown, you should have just told me. I would have stepped aside. Sure, as if Bella, the darling princess, would give up anything. Poor Aurora, always in Bella's shadow. That's what they say. I was happy when you got amnesia. It was my chance. What chance are you talking about? For a moment, Aurora looked lost, like she'd been caught off guard. Chance? What chance? I don't know what you mean. It doesn't matter. I recorded everything you just said. As I tried to leave, Aurora attacked me. We ended up fighting until the guards separated us. I showed my parents the recording. They were shocked and immediately called off the announcement about the crown. They were really mad at Aurora.
You've gone too far. How can you hate your sister so much?
Not just her, you and Dad too. They decided to send her to my royal uncle on the other side of the world,
hoping it might teach her a lesson. I wasn't so sure.
I'm just glad the truth came out.
Thanks to you, and all the gossip, I guess. I'm glad I didn't lose.
Let's see, you lost your memory, your boyfriend, and your sister, and the crown, at least for now.
I don't mind. I still have you. Dylan took my hand, and I kissed him.
The baby was red in the face, screaming at the top of his lungs. I gently picked him up and rocked him back and forth. "Hush, little baby, don't cry. I'm here for you," I said. Mom burst into the room. "Ugh, you stupid girl! What's taking you so long to feed him?" she said angrily. I jumped out of my seat when I saw how enraged her face looked. "And get your finger out of there," Mom said. My eyes teared up, and I tried to apologize. But then Mom said, "Ugh, just go to your room." "But this is my room," I said. "Oh God, just leave," Mom yelled. "You should understand being the oldest sister." The next morning, while I was getting my twin brothers dressed for school and packing their bags, I could hear Mom and Dad screaming at each other in the kitchen. Well, that's how most mornings started around here. Very reluctantly, I walked into the kitchen because I had to prepare my brothers' lunches. "Just stop complaining, woman! I'm sick of your constant whining and nagging. I'm doing the best I can. You do your part and let me have some peace for a change," Dad was shouting. "I am doing more than my fair share," Mom screamed back. "I'm starting my second job today. What else am I supposed to do with all the brats I'm supposed to be taking care of?" Angrily, she turned towards me and said, "You can do more to take care of your brothers, Dana." I wanted to say that I was already doing most of it, but I also felt sorry for Mom and wanted to help her. So I just nodded. "If she were a boy, she could have helped out so much more. Girls are just useless," Dad snapped. I tried to hold back my tears, but a few rolled down my cheeks. Dad looked at me in complete disgust. "That's another reason I don't like girls. They are such crybabies." Just then, my brother Zach, who was a year younger than me, walked into the kitchen. He saw my face and wrinkled up his nose, just like Dad. "Hey, dummy, are you making Mom and Dad fight again? You should just stay at home and help out with the chores, you know. It's not like you're any good at school." Well, that was sort of true. Whenever I tried to read anything, I just couldn't make sense of the letters. Letters on a page jumped and danced all over the place when I looked at them. I just ignored Zach, put the twins' lunches in their bags, and started to head out the door to walk them to school. Just as I was leaving, I heard Zach bragging about the A+ he had gotten on his science project. Dad said that Zach was the only child who made him proud. School was the only time I ever had any fun. I was very popular. I was never asked to read aloud in class, and I wasn't even given any written assignments. When our exams came around, I was asked to give my tests orally in a private room with a special teacher. That's why everyone at school thought I was the daughter of some wealthy family, especially because I had just moved into town recently. This went on for 3 years, until Zach ruined everything, of course. One day, when I was hanging out with my friends at recess, Zach turned up at my school with my brothers. "Hey, dumbhead, you left this morning without getting your brothers dressed. Your mom is too busy being a janitor in another school to deal with all this. I'm not a babysitter. Stop wasting your time at school and take care of your brothers, idiot." And with that, he walked off, leaving the twins behind. I was so humiliated as everyone stared at me in shocked silence. Now everyone knew I was no one special, just an idiot. I burst into tears, and my class teacher and the principal came out to see what was going on. They told me I could go home early today. I took my brother's hands and left. When I got home, I could hear Dad's voice coming from the lounge. I peeked in to see my dad talking to a creepy-looking, overweight woman I'd never seen before. Dad glared at me, and the woman looked up too as I walked in. She had strange, manic eyes that really scared me. I asked who she was, and she started scribbling something ferociously on a piece of paper and gave it to me. I tried to figure out what the note said, but the words were swimming in front of my eyes. I looked up at them, confused. "What's the matter with you, idiot? Can't you read?" Dad said in a frustrated voice. He said this was my Aunt Melanie, and she was his sister. She had been missing since she was a kid, and Dad had spent years looking for her. Dad said that she was going to live with us now, and she couldn't speak, so she was going to use notes to communicate. Oh, perfect. My mom didn't look happy at all to see this new sister out of the blue. That is, until she found out that my aunt was a good cook. One evening, when I'd cleared the table and was taking the dishes to the kitchen, I nearly screamed. The whole kitchen looked like it had been turned upside down. There was food everywhere, and it looked like my aunt had used every single bowl and dish we had. Mom peeked into the kitchen and said that she wanted everything spotless immediately. Then she went to sleep. Having my aunt around was a nightmare. She didn't help out with my brothers or the baby or any chores. All she did was cook and make a mess. It meant I had to do all the cleaning. She would stand by my side and wave notes in my face that I couldn't even read. She kept writing notes to my dad about how I was the stupidest kid in the family, which really made him roar with laughter. One day, I heard Mom yelling at Dad that my fat aunt was costing us too much money because she ate way too much and was cooking all the leftovers. We kept running out of food. "You have to ask her to leave," Mom said. "I don't work 2 jobs child for her to practice being a master chef? Dad tried telling my aunt that she would have to find somewhere else to live. She looked at him with her crazy eyes, and then she totally lost it. She started making strange noises and throwing pots and pans in every direction. I ducked behind the counter to dodge a plate she had thrown like a frisbee. Dad tried to calm her down, but she just pushed him so hard that he almost fell on the floor. "You're crazy!" Dad shouted, his voice shaking. "I have enough insane women in my life. I don't need another one. Get out, now!" She threw her apron on the floor and walked out of the house. "Get up, you coward, and clean this mess!" Dad snapped at me and walked off. The next day, we were all sitting in the living room when Mom walked in, looking really happy for a change. She said that she had great news for us. Dad didn't even look up and kept pretending to read his newspaper. "I'm pregnant!" she said excitedly. Dad jumped up from the couch like someone had given him an electric shock. "How did you let this happen? How is this good news?" Mom's good mood disappeared in an instant, and she started shouting at him that he was being ungrateful. A child was God's blessing. I just stared at the two of them, horrified. Just then, the bell rang, and a couple of cops walked in and straight up to Dad, saying he was under arrest. They said Aunt Mel had accused Dad of kidnapping her from the women's hostel she used to live in, and because he knew she couldn't speak, he had made her a slave in his house. She said she was made to work day and night, and kept locked in a room without food and water for days if he wasn't pleased with her. She also said that she wasn't even related to him. Dad listened in complete shock and started arguing that none of it was true, but the cops dragged him off to the station. He tried to fight the case, but lost, and he was sentenced to several years in prison. With another baby on the way and even less money than before, I decided I had to get a job while Mom could stay at home and take care of my brothers. I went to school in the morning and pulled double shifts as a waitress in a cafe in the evening. The next 3 years went by with me working my butt off to support the family, but we could barely make ends meet. I kept asking Zach to look for a job too, but he said a genius like him couldn't waste his time working and should only work on educating his brilliant mind. One day, Mom suddenly said, "Dana, since you are no good at school and won't go to college, I think you should get another job instead and help put Zach through college. We can only count on the smart one now to make our situation better." I just stared at her, feeling like my head was about to explode. I'd had enough. Without a word, I took an empty suitcase from the closet and started throwing my things in. Mom kept asking me what I was doing, and I told her I was leaving. I was just done with this family. She looked like she was about to have a panic attack. She started crying and begging me to stay. "I need you, Dana. How will I look after all the kids by myself?" she cried. "It's not my problem that you pop out a kid every year, Mom. You should have been more responsible. You're on your own now." And with that, I was out of the house. I knew exactly where to go. My friend Rachel from the cafe was heading off to a little town by the sea as she'd just accepted a job on a cruise ship. I talked to her, and Rachel helped me get a job as a housekeeper on the cruise ship. It was back-breaking work, but I felt happier and freer than ever before. At least this work didn't require any reading skills, and the other girls working on board were super fun, and we all quickly became friends. They were always telling me how pretty I was. No one had ever said that to me at home. Rachel was really wild and crazy, and even though the staff couldn't mingle with the guests, I would often catch her sneaking away and flirting with the cutest boys on deck. One day, she came in wearing an oversized, expensive blue sweater, and she said one of the boys had taken it off and given it to her because she was feeling chilly. The next day, she was sharing a box of chocolates another admirer had gifted to her. "You should try being friends with one of the boys, Dana. The rich ones, of course. The others aren't worth the time." She giggled as she stuffed her face with chocolate truffles. One evening, just as I had hit the bunk bed after a really long day at work, Rachel walked in dressed up in a gorgeous red gown. She was holding a deep blue one in her other hand, which she threw at me. "Get up and get dressed. We're going to a party," she said, grinning. I tried to tell her we weren't allowed, but she hushed me up by saying she'd been invited to the party by one of the boys, and she could bring a guest. Also, no one was going to recognize us out of our ugly uniforms. Well, that was probably true, I thought to myself as I stared at my reflection. I felt like a princess in the dress. As we entered the main hall, I looked around in awe. It was so grand, and it was full of very obviously wealthy people. Just then, a guy turned around and looked straight at me, and my stomach filled with butterflies. He was just so gorgeous. He smiled and walked over to me and said he would be happy to dance with me. I blushed as we joined hands and walked towards the dance floor. He told me that my blue dress matched the color of my beautiful eyes. Before the evening was over, we had fallen in love. It was a whirlwind romance after that. We couldn't stay away from each other and were always sneaking off to some part of the ship where no one would spot us. Late night moonlit walks on the deck, secret meetings during the day whenever I could manage to get away from work. It was the best few days of my life. One day, he had sneaked away from a dinner party to come to my room, and as we were kissing, the door suddenly burst open. It was Charles's mom. She looked at me with a disgusted expression. "Charles, you chose this maid over Mary? Wait till your father finds out!" She turned around abruptly and left, with Charles running after her. I stood there, in shock and anger, my legs shaking. I saw no sign of Charles for the next 2 days. I kept hoping he would come find me or at least send me a note. Nothing. Seeing how miserable I was, Rachel arranged for me to be one of the waitresses at a private party his parents were hosting that night. That way, I'd at least get the chance to see him and maybe talk to him. As I entered the hall, my heart skipped a beat as I spotted him instantly at the dinner table with 2 gorgeous girls on each side. His dad rose from his chair at the head of the table and cleaned his glass with a spoon to get everyone's attention.
Mr. Beaumont and I have been in business for a very long time now, and we have decided to make that connection even stronger by joining our 2 families. It is with great joy that I make this announcement. My son Charles is engaged to the beautiful young lady sitting next to him, Mary. They are to wed next month,
Charles's dad said. My heart stopped beating. I looked at Charles's face, and there was no sign of regret. He turned to Mary with a huge smile, took her hand, and kissed it as everyone cheered and clapped. Before I even realized what was happening, the tray of glasses in my hand had come crashing down to the floor, and everyone was staring at me. You people with all your money, you're all so shallow and awful! I screamed. Everyone just looked at me, stunned. Charles looked furious. His mother signaled a security guard to remove me from the room, and just as he was walking towards me, the whole ship shook, and we heard a loud cracking sound. Everyone in the room started screaming and running out of the hall in a panic. Soon enough, the captain started making announcements that the ship had hit an iceberg, and it was going to sink. People cried and screamed in horror all around me as they clung to one another. All the crew started to prepare for an evacuation. As I ran out of the hall, I heard someone call out my name. I knew that voice. It was one of my little brothers, and he was on the ship with the rest of my family, all except for Zach. Shocked to see them, I asked what they were doing here. They said Mom and the family had followed me when I left, and they had been on board all this time. Mom had hurt her leg and was in her room. I felt so scared that my whole family had followed me straight onto a sinking ship, leaving them with a steward. I rushed down to Mom's cabin. Mom! I hugged her tight. We have to get out of here. Let me help you up. Where are we going to go? Mom started crying. Zach called your dad in prison and convinced him to sell the house to pay for his college tuition. Your dad was so angry with me that he agreed, and everything was in his name. We're homeless now. I was furious hearing that, but I wasn't shocked at all that Zach would do something so selfish. We heard another loud sound, and I told Mom that we had to hurry and get out of here. Up on the deck, I could see that people had started to leave the ship on the small lifeboats. As I put life jackets on my brothers, I could see Charles screaming like a little girl as his boat was being lowered into the water. What a pathetic loser. As we sailed off into the cold, dark sea in the night, I looked over at my mom and little brothers. They all looked completely exhausted. I promised I would always take care of them. My brother tugged at my sleeve and said, "That was awesome! We're on an adventure! And it's gonna be really fun, right?" I looked down at his excited face and smiled. Yes, it will.
Hi, I'm Clover, and boy have I got a crazy story to share with you. But before I spill the beans, please like and subscribe. Growing up, my mom and I were constantly butting heads. She was a marine biologist and dreamt of making me some kind of scientist too. Unfortunately for her, I loved fashion, and the only person who got me was Mom's sister, Aunt Lydia. Aunt Lydia ran a small boutique in the city, and even though she didn't make much money, she was the happiest person I knew. She always encouraged me to pursue my interest in fashion, and even taught me to sew. Every day, I would skip school and run to my aunt's boutique to watch her work. And while I loved it, it didn't reflect well on my report card. You got a D in science again? You go to the best school, you have the best tutors, and you still disappoint me. When I was your age, I didn't even have a school in my area. I had to walk 10 kilometers, cross a desert, swim through a canal, and walk over 3 bridges to reach the nearest school. It was tough, but I was determined to make a life for myself. That's an exaggeration. You don't get in the middle of this. You're ruining my daughter's life, just like you ruined yours. You're jealous I'm happier than you'll ever be. If by happy you mean as poor as a street rat, then congratulations, you take the cake. Mom and Aunt Lydia fought a lot that night, and the next day, Aunt Lydia told me she was moving to another town. Are you leaving because of Mom? No, sweetie. I'm leaving because I want to explore new opportunities. Then take me with you. I hate going to school anyway. You will finish your school and then follow your dreams. Now, I have something to keep you company while I'm gone. Aunt Lydia handed me the keys to her boutique and the cutest Pomeranian puppy I'd ever seen in my life, Bonnie, and she became my best friend. Of course, I missed my aunt, but with Bonnie by my side, I felt less lonely. She followed me everywhere, and to my mom's horror, even slept in my bed. Even my friends adored Bonnie, and they gave me the idea to start a vlog based on her. I posted a bunch of videos with Bonnie, but what really picked up
was when I started posting videos of us dressed in coordinated outfits that I designed. By the time I was 17, my vlog with Bonnie got really popular, and people even started reaching out for custom orders. I had my aunt's old sewing machine, so I started taking orders online and finally had my own business. Life was good, but Mom still thought I was wasting my time. Not that I cared. I was busy making my dreams come true. Then one evening, I was out walking with Bonnie when I noticed a cute ribbon shop. I was checking it out when suddenly Bonnie started growling. I turned around and saw this girl staring in her face.
I knew it was you. You're the girl who dresses up like her dog on her vlog.
Excuse me?
Oh, don't get me wrong. I meant that as a compliment. I'm a big fan.
Her name was Daisy, and she told me she was new to the neighborhood. We talked for a while before I noticed that it was late, so I left. The next morning, I had one of my big arguments with Mom, so I was in a really sour mood. And as soon as I walked into my class, I saw Daisy sitting at the back. She saw me too and slid into the seat next to mine.
And we meet again. It's like we're destined to be friends. Anyway, we couldn't talk properly yesterday. You see, I had this really bad toothache. I was a kid when I slipped on a mop and broke my front tooth, and it just never got better. You want to see?
That's, interesting. But I really need to focus on this class, Daisy.
But why do you need to study? You're so famous and talented. Studies are for losers. You know what? We should totally hang out after school, and I'll show you this cool place. This rock is shaped like a weird tarantula. Oh my god, just stop talking. You're giving me a migraine. What part of I need to focus do you not understand?
I'd been a bit louder than I thought, and the whole class fell silent while Daisy looked really hurt. I wanted to apologize immediately, but before I could, the teacher asked me to leave for disrupting the lesson. Later that day, I saw Daisy sitting in the cafeteria alone and walked up to her. Can we talk?
No, I need to focus on this spoon so I can bend it with my mind.
I'm sorry. I had a really bad argument with my mom and took it out on you. It's just that my mom doesn't get me. She just wants me to do whatever she's saying without thinking about what I want.
I get it. Parents can be so weird sometimes. My dad's a lawyer and wants me to be just like him, but I want to be a stand-up comic. Do you want to hear a joke? Why does an ant never get sick? Because it has antibodies. Oh, one more. Why does the ant never smell bad? Because it wears deodorant. Get it? Get it? It's hilarious, right?
I couldn't help laughing. And after that, we ended up spending the whole day together. Daisy was nuts, but she really appreciated my work and had all these amazing ideas for my business. I won't lie, it felt good to be taken seriously. Soon, Daisy started helping me with my videos, and she hung out at my house all the time. I enjoyed her company, but for some reason, Bonnie just couldn't warm up to her. Once, we were shooting in my living room one day when suddenly Bonnie charged at Daisy and grabbed her pants. Daisy lost her mind and jumped in panic. They went round and round in circles before Daisy tripped and fell into this huge shelf full of Mom's medals and trophies, and everything came crashing down. Mom heard the noise and came running.
Oh my god, what have you done? I worked 850 hours every week to earn these.
Oh wow, you did all that and they only gave you this junk? That's sad.
Who is this stupid girl and why is she in my house?
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Daisy, Clover's best friend, and you must be her grandma, right? Listen, Grandma, I know you're very hurt that we broke these ugly old trophies, but in my defense, I was being chased by this cute but very ferocious dog, and I just happened to bump into this shelf. Daisy, she's my mom. Oh, so you're the dragon lady? She doesn't mean that, Mom. We're really sorry for breaking your stuff, but it was a genuine mistake.
I'm getting tired of your genuine mistakes, Clover. Now clear this mess up, and I never want to see this girl in my house again. Am I clear?
After that day, Daisy was banned from my house, which made me so mad. It's not like that was gonna stop me from hanging out with her. Soon, it was time to fill out my college applications. I wanted to apply for a design school, but Mom was on my tail to apply for a science program, and we were arguing every day. So one night, when Daisy invited me to hang out with her at this new amusement park, I decided to go because I could really use some fun. But 10 minutes into it, I got a frantic call from Mom saying that someone had broken into our home. I immediately took a cab back home and found Mom standing on the porch with Bonnie. Are you okay?
We're fine. Thanks to Bonnie. I was getting dinner ready when she started barking. And then I saw this guy jumping off the backyard fence, so I called the police. I kept screaming for you, but you weren't in your room. Where were you?
I was hanging
hanging out with Daisy, but that's not important. Really? Just like it's not important to tell your mom that you applied for a design school? I got your acceptance letter in the mail today.
I got accepted? Why didn't you tell me?
Because you're not going. You will go to a science college like I did. Now, I've already spoken to the dean of Harvard, and he's ready to slide a few grades if you do well in your first year in college.
But I want to go to design school. I'm good at this. Even Daisy.
Do you think I care what Daisy says? Also, you should stay away from her. A lady in the neighborhood was telling me she'd heard Daisy's dad is known to be involved in some shady business deals. She's a bad influence on you.
Of course you don't approve of Daisy. How could you approve of anyone who makes me happy? First Aunt Lydia, now Daisy?
That's not fair, Clover.
Yes, it is. Just like it's fair enough to choose my own career path. I want to study design, so that's what I'll do. Saying that, I grabbed Bonnie's leash and walked outside.
I kept walking till I cooled down, and when I stopped, I realized I was in some unknown street. I was trying to figure out my way back when suddenly this car stopped out of nowhere, pushed me away, grabbed Bonnie, and left. I ran after the car, screaming for help. When I turned a corner, I banged right into something, and I fell and passed out. When I woke up, I was in my room with Mom and Daisy staring in my face. What happened? What is Daisy doing here? She's the one who found you passed out in front of your school. What were you doing there?
My school?
But I remember being out on a walk with Bonnie, and then we got lost. Oh my god, Bonnie!
Someone kidnapped her! I have to find her! You'll have to rest. You're in shock. And as for Bonnie, I'll talk to my dad. I told you he's a lawyer, right? He has friends in the police department who can help.
Daisy spoke to her dad, and we filed an official complaint. But a whole week went by, and we got no leads.
I even reached out to my older clients and posted on my vlog, but that didn't work either.
I was running out of time and patience, so I decided to speak to Daisy if she could ask her dad to fast-track the case. But when I called her, she didn't answer her phone. So I went to her place when I saw a huge truck parked outside, and people were moving furniture from inside the house. I got closer, trying to figure out what was happening, when I heard a low growling. I looked around and figured that the noise was coming from one of the crates covered with a huge cloth. I lifted the cloth, and inside was Bonnie and a few other dogs that looked just like her. Bonnie saw me and started barking, and then someone sprayed something in my face. Suddenly, my head started spinning, and everything went black. When I woke up, I was in the basement, tied to a pole, with Daisy sitting in front of me. Oh my god, what's happening, Daisy? Why am I here? Let me go.
You talk so much. You're giving me a migraine. Blah, blah, blah. That's what you told me in class that day, remember? I wanted to punch your face, but I couldn't because I needed you to get close to Bonnie.
But why? That's when Daisy told me how a couple of months back, her dad made a couple of bad investments and lost all their family money.
They lost our house, status, everything. Dad took this huge loan from a crazy mafia lady to start a new business, but that didn't work either. I guess he's just stupid. Anyway, now this mafia lady wants her money back, but obviously, we don't have any. So she gave us this crazy challenge to get her all these Pomeranian puppies. Apparently, these lay bags are worth a lot. Also, they're super rare.
But what does this mafia lady want these dogs for?
Make a code or something? Or she's just obsessed with puppies? How the heck am I supposed to know? We managed to get a few of them, but when I saw Bonnie on your vlog, I just knew I had to add her to the collection. So I came here, fooled you into being my friend, and waited for the right time to take Bonnie. I would have gotten to her way sooner, but this stupid dog almost bit my dad. He had to jump off the fence and he broke his knee. He's been limping ever since.
So it was your dad who broke into my house that night. How could I have been so blind to have trusted a snake like you?
No clue. Guess you're as stupid as my dad. Told you I'm funny.
That's not funny. I turned around and saw Mom standing in the doorway along with Bonnie and a few policemen. I always knew you were trouble. Daisy growled at my mom before the police handcuffed her and dragged her away. As Mom untied me, Bonnie jumped in my lap and started licking my face. How did you find me, Mom? After Bonnie's kidnapping, I got paranoid and installed this tracking app on your phone. What? Relax. I didn't see you in your room, so I thought you might be at Daisy's. I'm so sorry, Mom. I should have taken your advice and never trusted her blindly. The truth is, you trusted Daisy because she showed faith in you, which I never did, and I'm really sorry. I've decided I'm sending you to Lydia next month. Her business is growing and she could use an extra hand.
Really? I love you, Mom. You're the best.